転生
What if Naruto was the lover of Hope Mikaelson? Final movie. A New Legacy. Final chapter by Hamida Gurdon. Previously on A New Legacy. Secrets revealed. There are no people to draw power from here, you'll be alone and eventually you'll die. Yo, you don't have to forgive me. No matter what you decide to do from here on out, just know that I love you. Forever. No, Dad. He said it's a father duty to protect their children. How can he protect them if he's not here? He's alive. Hope Pav. When my Uncle Cole heard the thump of Naruto's heart, my emotions burst inside of me. He looked still, quiet, and if you didn't listen closely, one would think he was dead. The battle was over. The school grounds looked like there was a war. The backwoods were half destroyed by the amount of power that was used. It's been a half hour since Uncle Cole let the rest of us know that his heartbeat was faint, but it was there. My dad carried him into the school and I directed him to the infirmary. That's where we were currently. He hasn't shown any signs of waking up, and my father was on the phone speaking to Freya about the events that occurred in Naruto's current condition. His appearance was something I hadn't seen before. I've never witnessed him use that much power in a fight or even go into his Hanyu form. His clothing was torn, there were claw marks on his chest that were not healing as fast it usually would. If I guess, I would have said it was healing just above human pace. His face hadn't had any injuries, however the stains remained on the blood he coughed when he came back from wherever he took the demon. I felt a tap on my shoulder and turned to face my mom. She gave me a small smile. How about we get him cleaned up? We wouldn't want him to wake up like this, she said softly, probably because I nearly or actually did break down, and she was afraid when I heard him inhale raggedy breaths. When his heart stopped beating the strong rhythm that I would feel at peace with, it felt like my heart was being chipped away at. The words he said to me sounded like he was saying goodbye, like it had been decided that he would leave this world and there wasn't anything I could do about it. So yes, of course I broke down. I never loved this hard before, felt so much for someone that I felt they were the air that I breathed. I looked back to my mother, my eyes were still wet with tears, and gave her a small nod. Yeah, I guess I'll go get some other clothes for him too, I said, taking my hand out of his. I left a kiss on his lips. I love you, I whispered. Do you want me to join you, darling? My dad asked from the corner of the room. It looked like he was done with the phone call. I smiled, shaking my head. No, that's all right, Dad, just stay here with him, I said somewhat nervously. Please. He squeezed my shoulder as I passed. When I exited the infirmary, I felt dizzy and I centered myself against the wall. I inhaled a deep breath and looked down to my stomach and rubbed it. I'm pregnant, I thought unbelievably. Well, I didn't know whether I was, however, Naruto looked 100% sure that I was. I knew I felt sick a week ago and the last time I had my period. Shit, I am late, I muttered to myself as I continued my journey to his room. When I entered the room, everything looked tidy. I looked to the bedside tables and the desk. Our pictures were still up. I know my mom brought me one even though I told her I didn't want any reminders. However, that was just talk, trying to be strong and stubborn like my dad. Well, that worked out well. I sighed and grabbed his sweats, pants and t-shirt and walked out the room and ignored the one half of the closet that was emptied. I walked back to the infirmary and saw my mom and dad in there. I wasn't too sure where Cole and Elijah disappeared to. Any change? I asked. My mom shook her head and gave me a sympathetic look. Okay, do you guys mind? I asked while looking at my parents. They nodded and left the room, closing the door behind them. I grabbed a cloth and some water, and proceeded to clean his wounds, and bandage his chest. It was difficult, but my werewolf strength made up for what I lacked in finesse. I never thought I'd be dressing you, I whispered, expecting one of his perverted comments, but was greeted with nothing but silence. I finished dressing him and went through his clothing. In his cargo pants there was a picture of the two of us. I guess I was fighting with you this way, I said to myself. I wiped away the tears that spilled from my eyes and heard a knock on the door. Come in. I called Alaric and let him know the threat's been dealt with. Alaric didn't say much, but he didn't say he's on his way, my dad said. I nodded in thanks. And remembered that he spoke to Aunt Freya too, but didn't tell me exactly what she said in the call. What did Aunt Freya say? He sat down in one of the chairs and pursed his lips. She doesn't know much about what and why he's been out this long. Perhaps it's due to exhaustion, he said and paused. From the scale of the battle, I would have to agree with her, Hope. I nodded and turned back to look at Naruto, whose chest was rising every 2 minutes, still the same from an hour ago and no significant change. Yeah, maybe I've never seen him fight like that before either, I replied to my dad. Do we know where he topped the demon when he disappeared from the barrier? I shook my head. No, Uncle Cole and Elijah barely kept up with the movements and the clones outside the barrier disappeared as soon as he did. My dad sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose. I knew he wanted to say something but held himself back considering the situation. I let out a heavy sigh. Just ask Dad, I said impatiently. Are you pregnant? I smiled internally. It was a shock and we never use protection, however the seals he usually used worked, but I guess we weren't careful every time. I didn't look at my dad when I answered. I might be, yes. He was sure of it though I haven't had a test so I'm not sure, I answered honestly. You're 18, Hope, he said but stopped when he saw the glare I directed at him. I'm young, yes, and I know it's not going to be easy, but if I am pregnant, I paused and my eyes hardened as I squeezed Naruto's hand. I will not be giving my child or children away, whatever it may be. That's not what I'm saying, love, he said softly and stood to his feet, putting a hand on my shoulder. I would never. If you are pregnant, the family will be behind you 100%. He paused and gave me an amused smirk. I just never thought it'd be a grandfather so soon. I chuckled and shook my head. Dad, you're over 1,000 years old. If anything, I think you've waited too long, I quipped. He laughed a soft laugh with a brief nod of his head. I suppose you're right, darling. Now if your boyfriend would just wake up so that I can give him a proper talking to, that would be great. He trailed off. I sighed inwardly. Yeah, you and me both, Dad. I sighed and muttered, you and me both. About another half hour passed with no change and we were joined by Alaric and Elena, which I was surprised by, as was my father, who raised an eyebrow at her sudden appearance. Hey, Hope, you okay? I nodded. I'm fine, but I'd be better if I knew what was happening with Naru, I said honestly, and the man looked to the bed and saw Naruto laying there. He really did it, he whispered out softly. I gave the man a confused look, as did my father and mother. What do you mean? I'm sorry, do you mind if I could examine him, Hope? Asked Elena. I stared at her for a second before nodding. She looked uncomfortable with my dad's presence but ignored it and slipped into her doctor persona. I'm still waiting, Dr. Saltzman, I said, looking to the man who was watching Elena examine Naruto. I'll explain everything later when we know more about his condition, okay? He somewhat pleaded and I gave him a reluctant nod. We waited for a few minutes until Elena finished her exam. Well, I asked. She looked at me for a second and then spoke. His heartbeat is extremely slow, which is worrisome. He looks like he's healing from the wounds he has, but it's just above human rate, but not supernatural healing either. She paused and looked to Alaric. From what Alaric has told me about him, his healing was on par with Klaus's, but I won't know more until I get him to a hospital where we can do the proper scans to see what exactly is happening. I processed everything she said, however her wording was off to me and she was hiding something. What aren't you telling me? I said sternly. She shook her head. I'm afraid I can't say more until we've conducted the tests. I can get us in for now and we'll have the results within the hour. I held onto the railing of the bed and nodded slowly. My dad, who was quiet the entire time, spoke up. Well, what are we waiting for then? He said and picked Naruto up carefully. I'd like you to examine Hope as well when we wait for the test results, said my dad to Elena, who gave him a curious look but nodded regardless. I grabbed my things and followed my dad out at where the SUV was parked. I saw Damon but ignored him and opened the back door, and my dad laid Naruto down. We'll find out what's wrong soon, Hope, he said, and I nodded and sat in the back with Naruto running my hands through his hair. When we arrived at the hospital, Elena carted him immediately off for tests. I waited in the waiting room with my dad, Alaric, and Damon, who was sitting away from us. So can you tell us what you meant earlier, Alaric? Asked my dad. Yeah, we'll be waiting a while. So this morning before everything, I spoke to him and asked him what he planned on doing. Apparently his family had a technique that would allow them to teleport to places they've never been. How it requires power and concentration. I nodded. Which he used clearly, but the second technique they had was forbidden and was used to seal powerful creatures away like the one he faced today, he said, trailing off. When used together it causes immense strain on the user's body and he used a lot of his chakra, so I'm assuming the strain was too much and now he's unconscious, he said, shaking his head. Reckless idiot, I muttered, clenching my fist. Before I could ask any further, Elena came out and said I should follow her. I explained why and she gave me a little stick I needed to pee on. 5 minutes later I stared at the little happy smile on the white stick, indicating that I was indeed pregnant. I didn't say anything to my dad, but he could have guessed from my facial expression what the result was. I was worried about Naruto and what the tests would say. When Elena came out the second time with a chart in her looked grim, and for a doctor she didn't hide her emotions very well, I thought with scowl. So what does it say? His brain activity is very low, but still functioning. She paused. Will he wake up? I asked, wrapping my arms around myself. My eyes were filling with tears and I watched her sigh. I'm not sure. It's not uncommon for coma patients to wake up a week after, but considering the stress on his body, it could be weeks. I narrowed my eyes at her. Or months, and in some extreme cases years. I felt my dad's grip tighten around me as she left us alone. My dad held me as I sobbed into his chest. What's going to happen to him, Daddy? We'll take him back to New Orleans with us, have a room set up in the compound, and I promise you I will get the best doctors to see if there's more we can do. Hope. He cupped my cheeks and kissed my forehead. It'll be okay, my littlest wolf. What if he misses it? I asked softly. Misses what, love? The birth, Dad. I'm going to be a mom and he's going to be a dad. And what if he never wakes up to experience it? Third person Pav. When the remainder of the Mikaelson family returned to New Orleans, it was quiet and in the early hours of Saturday morning. Klaus parked the car and looked into the rear view mirror at his daughter, who was running her fingers through the blonde's hair. He sighed inwardly. There wasn't much he could say. He was surprised by the pregnancy but happy as well. He was going to be grandfather, something he didn't think possible when the hollow was in Hope and when made the decision to sacrifice himself in her place so that she could live. So yes, it was a shock, especially with her being 18, but this was an exciting time for their family. Hope, we're here, he said softly. He looked to Haley, who had been sitting the passenger seat quietly. He wondered what was going through her mind, but from the look on her face it clearly showed she was worried for Hope, not only for the pregnancy but her mental health too. Do you mind? She gestured to the blonde and he gave her a small nod. He exited the driver's seat and carefully picked up the unconscious blonde. The doors to the abattoir was open since he called ahead. Freya and Rebecca gave him a look, but he shook his head, mouthing, later. They nodded and he carried the boy up to the room next to Hope's. Hope watched her father disappear with her blonde boyfriend and was hugged tightly by her aunts. You okay? She gave a smile that came off as a grimace. She couldn't cry anymore. All her tears seemed dried up. I'm fine, she said shortly before walking up the stairs, but her mother's voice stopped her. You need to eat, Hope. It's not good for anyone if you aren't looking after yourself, she said firmly. Hope didn't look at her mother, instead nodded. Because her mom was right, she couldn't starve herself, and if Naruto woke up. No, not if. When, she thought to herself, when he wakes up he'd be very unhappy that she wasn't looking after herself. The room her father put him in was right next to hers. She saw him laying quietly on the double bed that was prepared in new sheets as well. There were some paintings on the wall, as there were with almost every room, in the light that was coming in through the linen curtains by the window shone directly into Naruto. Golden Blonde smiled a bit at that. Elijah was carrying the rest of his bags into the room. He put it down and fixed his cuff links of his suit. Niklas, we need to get proper equipment in here to monitor his vitals. He said loud enough so Hope would hear. You're right, brother. Will you be able to get some with your connections? Elijah raised an eyebrow. We haven't been reintroduced yet. He paused and looked to Hope. And I'd like to keep our return as quiet as possible, for the time family will be undertaking a new experience soon, and I do not want old enemies to come knocking when we haven't prepared ourselves, he said. Even though his family's happy they've been reunited, it wouldn't say the same for the rest of the supernatural community, and when he thought of the difficulties and chaos they had when Haley was pregnant with Hope, it was not something he wanted to have his daughter endure too, especially with the father not being in any position to protect his kids. Surely Marcel would be happy you're back. Your adopted son Niklas. Klaus narrowed his eyes. Perhaps yes, but they had their fair share of strife, and anyone who couldn't be counted as an ally would be seen as a potential enemy. Perhaps, brother, but precautions are necessary, he said, his tone brokered no argument. We need to get a nurse too. He was cut off by Hope's voice. That's not necessary, Dad, I can take care of him, she said stubbornly. She didn't want anyone else touching her lover, and maybe it was the werewolf in her, but she was territorial, jealous, afraid, and feared that whoever was chosen would possibly use it as a chance to get back at her family. Klaus sighed and stepped closer to his daughter. Hope, that's not an option. Soon it'll be difficult for you, and I don't want you experiencing any unnecessary stress, she pursed her lips. I'm not a child, Dad. Klaus rolled his eyes in the rebuttal. No, you are a young woman who will soon be experiencing the joys of pregnancy. He gave her an amused smirk. However, it's important that you remain healthy so that the baby can be healthy. he said seriously. Hope sighed and looked to the blonde and nodded her head. A male nurse, she muttered, and Klaus barked out a laugh but stopped when he saw the death glare directed at him and cleared his throat. Yes, of course, a male nurse, he nodded. And he had to be 100% straight, dad, no exceptions. She said softly, but her father and Elijah heard. Where Elijah covered his laugh up with a cough. Her dad had no such plans. Quite territorial, aren't you? He grinned. Hope gave a small smirk. I am. I learned it from you, she quipped. Klaus shook his head in amusement and left the room. He pulled Elijah with him to give his daughter some time to come to terms with everything while he informed their family of the situation. Lounge. Klaus was standing in the room waiting for all his siblings and their partners to enter. He poured himself a bourbon as he waited for them to take the places. Once everyone had come in, he sipped on his drink as he thought about the current situation. He wouldn't say they were completely safe, but a major threat had been eradicated thanks to the blonde upstairs. Most of you know that my daughter, the school, and most of the supernatural community was facing a threat. A very old one. Thankfully that threat has been eradicated, however new issues has popped up. He paused. Haley raised an eyebrow. Our daughter being pregnant isn't an issue, Klaus, she said. No, that isn't what I was referring. However, our savior upstairs who fought and beat this demon, who would have most likely even bested me, is not able to protect his unborn children and their mother, and so it falls to us as her family. He looked to Cole and Rebecca. They were the ones who would most likely leave New Orleans to have and live their own lives. I will not be asking any of you to stay, but I also do not want my return to be marred with blood, he said. Lol, scoffed. That's a first, said Cole. What about being the king of New Orleans? Surely that's still on your to-do list? Asked Rebecca as she watched her brother's expression carefully. Darling sister, I'm to be a grandfather and their safety is important, so to answer your question, I will not be trying to become the king of New Orleans. She let out a soft gasp. He smiled behind his glass. Because I have someone else in mind. And who would that be? Marcel? Asked Cole. Klaus shook his head. No, however, that's not important for now, but what is important is that I do not want Hope's condition getting out, and her to be the target of one of my many foes. He said firmly. So whoever feels that this is too much of a responsibility may leave, and do not worry, I will not think of you as a traitor. He said, finishing his glass of bourbon as he looked to the faces. He saw Elijah give him a smile. Well, brother, watching you become a grandfather might be a treat, so I'll stay. Klaus nodded and Haley rolled her eyes. It's my grandchildren too, so no way I'm letting you contaminate them with your particular brand of violence, she said playfully. Klaus chuckled softly at the comment. I can't say I'm happy about becoming an grand-aunt so early, said Rebecca with a smirk, but always and forever is what the Mikaelson motto says. Freya looked to Keelan, who nodded. You'll have the Crescents and an original witch to protect the real Alpha, said Keelan. She was standing in for Hope, but the Crescent Wolves were loyal to her. Haley's daughter. Well, now everyone is just making me feel like the bad guy, said Cole as he stood to his feet. But I've come to realize family sticks together, and I suppose you'll need my help too should anything untoward happen, he said, lifting his glass towards Klaus, who gave his family a real smile. I'm grateful for all of you, and perhaps I haven't said it too much. Rebecca rolled her eyes playfully. Oh, don't get all sentimental on us, brother, it doesn't suit you, Klaus barked out a laugh. Perhaps you are right, Becca. Chaos has always suited me better, he grinned with a menacing twinkle in his eye. Month 1. There hadn't been much change around the compound, although Cole and Davina wanted their privacy, so they moved out and moved into the apartment that belonged to Haley right opposite the abattoir. Klaus was looking after his daughter, who had slipped into a depression. It's been 5 weeks and there wasn't much change to her belly, but he was worried for her mental health. She ate, but she didn't mingle or come out of the room Naruto was placed in. The blonde was still in a coma, and a compelled male nurse, as per Hope's instructions, would take care of, was where he found his daughter sitting in the couch opposite the bed reading a book. He stood in the doorway quietly and watched her. You're hovering, she muttered, turning on to the next page of the book she was reading. Klaus ignored her tone. Have you eaten? He asked and waited for an answer. She shook her head. It was past lunchtime and nearly time for dinner. This was the problem. She wouldn't eat unless told to. He breathed out a heavy sigh. Hope, he said, but she waved him off and turned in his direction. There were bags under her eyes, from the lack of sleep. I know what you're going to say, and I haven't forgotten I was caught up in this book, she defended. He looked at her, narrowed his eyes. It was a lie, but he let it slide and nodded before he turned away. Eat, Hope. You're not doing it for yourself but for the baby too, he said. Remember, you've got your ultrasound tomorrow morning. he said before he left the doorway. Hope stared at the spot before standing up and running her tiny belly. She sat on the bed next to her lover. I know, and you'll be missing it, she said softly as she rubbed small circles on the back of his hand. When will you wake up? She asked and received no answer. I'll be 9 weeks tomorrow. She took his hand and put it on her belly. You won't feel anything yet, but when we have the ultrasound, I'll come and tell you about it. There wasn't any reaction. She leaned down to his ear and whispered, my breasts are getting bigger. She chuckled, but there was no response. She sighed and pecked his lips. I love you, baby. She walked away, before she could see the twitch of his finger. Month 2. Hope was sitting in the dining room with her aunt, who was going through magazines showing her different baby clothes. Hope, are you listening? Said her aunt. Hope looked up and nodded. I am, but are you sure we want to buy baby clothes now? We don't even know the gender of the babies, she said, frowning a bit. Rebecca rolled her eyes. Sweetheart, those babies are Michaelsons, they need to go have the best of the best, she said without thinking. Hope rubbed her growing belly and looked at her aunt. Uzumaki Michaelsons, or however we'll hyphenate, she said softly and wiped a tear that rolled down her cheek. Rebecca looked to her niece and felt a pang of sympathy. I'm sorry, Hope, I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable, she shook her head. You didn't, it's just that my hormones are so messed up and I can't even scream at the person that caused it in the first place, she said, now full in crying. Rebecca looked lost. She wrapped an arm around her niece and pulled her into her neck. Don't worry, darling. I'm sure he'll wake up soon, Hope sniffed, holding her aunt tightly. When Rebecca sighed, she couldn't give the girl an answer. She looked over Hope's shoulder to Klaus, who was standing there with a frown on his face. He felt powerless. He wasn't able to help his daughter. The doctors he hired all said the same thing. They didn't know when or if he would even wake up, and there was no changes. He turned away and went to the room where the blonde was. He didn't know whether he could hear him speak, but he tried anyway. You know, I would not say this if you were awake. He paused when he sat in the chair at the blonde's bedside and ran his fingers through his own hair. I'm not able to help her. She cries all the time, and it's not just hormones either. He clenched his fists. She hardly sleeps. And when she does get a full night's rest is when she sneaks in here and feels your presence. She needs you so. He now looked at the boy. Was hooked up to machines, so why won't you be there for her? He asked frustratedly and sighed. He stood up to his feet and saw the first sign of anything for 2 months. He watched a tear roll down the blonde's cheeks. I suppose you can hear me, but I need you to fight harder, he said and squeezed the boy's shoulder affectionately. He turned to leave and saw Elijah hover at the door. You care for the boy? He half asked, half stated. Klaus looked at his brother and closed the door. If you repeat this, I will deny it, he said firmly. But he and I are much alike. However, instead of letting himself succumb to hatred because of his upbringing, he found the truth a lot sooner than me, he said as they walked down the stairs. Elijah looked curiously at his brother. And what truth is that? When you have people you love and you fight for them, that is when you're at your strongest, he said quietly before sped away to his study. You've truly changed, Nicholas, said Elijah to no one in particular with a smile on his face. Back upstairs in the room Naruto was laying in, there was a slight breeze coming through the opened French doors. The only sound that could be heard was the beeping on the machines that was set up to monitor the blonde's vitals. Outside there was no movement, but inside of his mind. Mindscape. Naruto woke up with a gasp and looked around him. It looked familiar. The water at his feet and surroundings were green as far as the eye could see. Why am I here? He asked to himself. There wasn't anyone else there, just him. For months he heard Hope's voice speak to him softly, but he couldn't open his eyes or move his body. You're here because you used too much power, said a voice. He turned to face the intruder and saw Kurama. Why are you here, Dad? Am I dead? He asked. Kurama chuckled. No, you aren't, but you are in a deep sleep while you regain your strength. The techniques you used in such quick succession were strong, fatal to any Uzumaki, but you being what you are survived. Naruto calmed down and sat down. He looked to the humanoid figure of Kurama and smiled. Not that I'm not happy to see you. Can you tell me why exactly and how you are here? As you know, my chakra is yours now, and even though I cannot be there physically, this purely a remainder of my imprint. Naruto furrowed his eyebrows. But I thought you only did that so if I activated myself Rinnegan you would be around to teach me. Kurama shook his head. No, each tail has my imprint, and you used 4 tails worths of chakra and your body hasn't been the 9 tails for long, so you encountered some issues. Naruto nodded. So when can I go back to Hope? Kurama shrugged. That's up to you, he said. Naruto scowled. Real helpful dad, he said in a tone filled with sarcasm. Month 3. Hope just had another ultrasound. She found out the gender of the babies. Her father insisted that they keep her pregnancy as quiet as possible to ensure she remains safe, which she was entirely happy about. She got back home and went straight to Naruto's room and found him there laying quietly. The last 2 weeks his heartbeat got stronger, which gave her some hope. She sat on the bed beside him. So I found out what we're having today, she said with a smile. Her stomach was getting bigger and her breasts went up a full cup size. She was now 18 weeks. Now usually I wouldn't care about the gender as long as they were both healthy, she chuckled and held his hand. But for the past couple of nights I've had dreams of a little blonde-haired boy running around leading a blonde-haired girl by the hand. Her voice broke slightly at the last bit. And maybe it was like a sign or one of those premonitions I get. But what I didn't see was I didn't see you and I got so scared. She wiped her tears with the back of her hand. She laid down and out her head on his chest listening to his heartbeat. So I need you to come back to me because you promised, she sniffed. You promised me an eternity of tomorrows. Naru, and you can't go back on your word, she said and let his heartbeat lull her to sleep. Hours passed since Hope fell asleep. She was still sleeping in the bed in Naruto's, was woken up by fingers caressing her cheeks. Too early, she muttered, trying to fall back, heard a chuckle. The caressing didn't stop. She opened one eye. Tiredly. Too early, dad, please. She murmured, half asleep. Firstly, I am not your dad, and secondly, I thought you wanted me to come back. She heard the familiar voice speak. She knew that voice. Her eyes opened and adjusted to the darkness. She saw a golden blonde-haired sitting up. His eyes were no longer orange, just red with a vertical slit for the pupil. Naru. She breathed out and reached out her hand to touch his face in case this was just a dream. You're not a dream, right? She asked shakily. Her hand trembled as she spoke quietly, too afraid to disturb the felt him cup her cheeks and kissed her softly. No, princess, it's not a dream. Third person Pav. Naruto smiled at the girl as she tried to come to terms with him being there. You look so beautiful, he murmured as he caressed her cheek. He realized he needed to apologize for hurting her like he did when he went to fight against Asmodeus, but right now all he wanted to do was stare at his princess. He went to say something but felt sharp sting to his, turned back to look at Hope. Okay, I know I have a lot to apologize for. Hope cut him off and shook her head, now sitting up in the bed and creating space between them. It hurt when she did that, even more than the very hard slap he just received. Do you have any idea what you put me through? She yelled. She watched Naruto lower his head. I thought. She covered her mouth with her hand, trying to say the words. I thought you were gone. Dead, and your heart stopped, and I begged and pleaded, but nothing. She shook her head out of the memories of the blonde lying limp on the ground. Naruto moved closer to Hope and pulled her into a hug. I'm sorry. There's nothing I can say that will make you forget that image. He paused and spoke close to her ear. But Hope, I needed to make sure you and our children remained unharmed. He felt the girl shaking with sobs in his side inwardly and pushed her hair behind her ears so that he could stare into those brilliant blue eyes of hers. You don't have to forgive me, Hope, and anything you want to do from here is up to you, he said softly. Giving the girl an out of it was his choice. He would marry her right away. Hope stared into her light red eyes and saw the sadness there. She understood what he was saying, but she never wanted to let go of him again. Yes, they needed to work on their relationship, but their children needed both of them. I love you. She paused. And when you left me, it felt like I couldn't breathe, and I know. God knows I know why you did it, but in that moment I thought you stopped loving me. He cut her off with a sharp never. His eyes blazed. Hope, you are everything to me. I would burn down cities to keep you and now our children safe. I know. She gave him a small smile. What do you want to do? He shrugged with a grin. Marry you, he said without blinking. Complete seriousness. He watched Hope's reaction. She stared at him for a full minute with her mouth open. What? He chuckled softly and wiped away her remaining tears from her face. I want you to be my wife, Hope Andrea Mikaelson, he said again with an eyebrow raised. You just came out of a coma, she stalled. I could be in a coma for 100 years and wake up and still want to marry you, he quipped. She laughed and slapped his chest. It's not a joke, it's a big commitment, she said seriously, and Naruto nodded. Of course it is, but I want to be more than just your boyfriend. I want to be your husband, princess. My dad is going to kill you. I assume I'm already on his hit list for knocking you up, he joked. Oh God, don't say that. She laughed softly with him. He sobered up and asked her to give him a minute. You brought all my scrolls, right? She nodded and pointed to the drawer where his scrolls was kept it. He walked over to the drawer and got the one he was looking for. He poured some chakra into it and smiled at the small ring box that came out. What are you looking for? He smiled and turned to face her. She was sitting on the bed with her legs hanging off the side. He stepped closer to her. The moonlight was providing just enough light and maybe it wasn't romantic enough, but to him it didn't matter. He got the ring when they spoke of marriage or joked about it, but she didn't know that he was absolutely serious about it. He ordered it specifically, then worked on putting an Harishan seal in there with his chakra so that Hope could just put some magic in it and he would be able to come to her in a second if she ever needed him. He kneeled down on one knee before Hope and opened the box. It was a princess-cut diamond ring. The stone in the middle was Hope's birthstone, a garnet. I know it isn't as romantic as you would probably like it to be, but princess, I love you. I want to be with now on. I want to spend all and every single one of my days with you and only you. You are my present and my future. Hope Andrea Mikaelson, will you do me the honor of becoming my wife? He asked with a small smile. Hope sat still. The tears rolled down her cheeks, and for the first time in 3 months it was tears of happiness and not sadness. She nodded quickly, struggling to form a coherent sentence. You will? He asked. Yes. Yes, I'll marry you, baby, she said. He gave her the brightest smile he could, slipped the ring on her finger. Hope pulled him up and kissed him. Lips crashed against each other. Lips and tongues battled against each other. He laid Hope down on the bed, making sure he lay on her stomach. I missed you so much, she said between kisses. His mouth moved down to her jaw. And I could hear your voice. Hear you telling me about our babies. He paused, placing soft kisses in her neck. I want you to touch me, baby, she moaned softly. A silencing spell, princess. He smirked. You can get a bit loud. She chuckled and muttered a silencing spell in the room. He undressed her and himself slowly. He placed kisses all over her body, worshipping her skin. He stared at her laying stark naked before him, bathing in the moonlight. She never looked more perfect. Perfect? He smiled genuinely. Hope blushed under the stare. I'm fat, she muttered. He hovered on top of her and kissed her softly. The kiss was slow, passionate, full of love. No, you're pregnant and you carry it so well. I might never want you to wear clothes again. Hope stared into his eyes and saw nothing but honesty. She gave him a smile. Her eyes darkened with lust as she whispered. Make love to me, Naru, she whispered. He nodded and carefully slid himself inside Hope. She was wet and ready for him. He gave her a second to adjust to the sudden intrusion. You can move now. As you wish, princess, he said. He kept himself up on his hands as he thrusted in and out of Hope, slow and deep. With each thrust she moaned out his name. Naru. He stared at her face and watched as it contorted in pleasure. Her eyes were shut tightly, her mouth partly open, and he pulled out to the tip before pushing, burying himself inside his new fiancée. Open your eyes, Hope, he said. She did and pulled out and slammed back into her. She inhaled a sharp breath and panted. The only sounds that could be heard in the room was naked skin slapping against each other. The smell of sex permeated through the air. More, I'm nearly there. He lifted her body so her legs wrapped around his waist. The baby bump stopped them from getting any closer, but it didn't make things uncomfortable. If anything, it was a product of their love. His hands went to her hips and he helped move her up and down into his dick. God. Yes. Yes, she moaned. Her forehead was thick with sweat. Naruto sucked her nipples softly. It was sensitive and she loved the feeling. Her fingers gripped onto his hair as they climaxed together. She breathed heavily as she felt his sperm fill her. Can we stay like this for a while, baby? She said in between breaths. We can, he said as he laid his forehead against her chest. Staying like they were was more than just sex. It was feeling connected on a deeper level. It calmed their souls and at the same time felt like it was being intertwined with one. Remained that way for a few minutes until Hope fell asleep. He lifted her off his now soft dick and went to the ensuite bathroom to clean her thighs. Once he was done, he got into the bed and kissed her stomach. I'm sorry for that, guys, but Daddy missed Mommy very much. So just think of it as a roller coaster ride. He chuckled softly and saw the soft smile on Hope's face as she slept. He covered them and laid awake just watching Hope quietly. He looked to the clock and it was 6 a.m. already. He decided to go get a quick shower and do his morning meditation. Even though he did it in his mistyscape, it didn't feel the same. While he was in the shower, he remembered what Kurama told him. Flashback. You died for a few minutes and came back. You are fully immortal and the only thing that can kill you is if you have no chakra left, but even then you would reform in a couple of years. Naruto watched and listened with wide eyes. So I'll remain 19? He asked softly. You will, but because of the peer you used you will have aged and look like an average 21-year-old, I guess, he shrugged. Naruto looked at him strangely. That's why you're here, aren't you? You said in each tale you left an imprint, but you're using it all now. Kurama nodded. This will be the last time I see you, Kit, he smiled sadly. You have inherited the mantle of the nine-tailed fox, as my heir, and even Kami agrees. He spluttered. What do I have to do like as the nine-tailed fox? Kurama laughed. Nothing really, other than pop in and out of the fox's realm. You kinda there, boss, now. He laughed at Naruto's face. He started to fade away. It was a sign that Naruto was waking up. Go to her and make sure you be a good father or I'll come back somehow and kick your ass, he said seriously. Naruto nodded. I will too, son. A tear dropped from his eye. Sayonara. Kurama laughed and fist bumped his adopted son for the last time. Flashback done. Naruto sighed and turned off the shower, and looked in the mirror. He saw the changes. It wasn't subtle at all. His features looked more defined. There wasn't any baby fat. His hair had some red streaks. Eyes were the biggest change, as it was fully red now with a vertical slit for a pupil. It was small but still looked very uncommon. He needed to cut his hair. He saw a hair tie and used it to tie his hair up. Well, I guess Hope didn't really notice last night because it was darker. He muttered to himself and dressed before exiting the bathroom. Hope was still asleep on her side. He wrote a small note just in case she woke up looking for him. Hope woke up stretching. She didn't feel the warmth of Naruto and thought it was just a dream, until she felt a weight on her finger. She smiled subconsciously and let the covers slip and realized she was still naked. She swung her legs off the bed and saw a note of the bedside table. It wasn't a dream, Hope. I'm doing my morning routine. And good morning, princess, you look beautiful. She chuckled at the note and put on her sweatpants and vest. She ran her fingers through her hair to make sure it didn't look like she had sex hair. She rubbed her belly. Good morning, babies. She smiled softly at the bump. She was happy. Her boyfriend. No fiancé, she thought with a smile and went out of the room practically bouncing. The smell of food wafting from the kitchen as she walked through the compound. Her mother was standing at the stove cooking. Haley didn't notice her daughter sit down. What's for breakfast, Mom? She asked, and the hybrid smiled at her daughter. She didn't notice the ring, but she did notice the big smile on her daughter's face. Eggs, bacon and toast, she said, narrowing her eyes suspiciously at the girl's chipper attitude. What's got you so happy? She asked. Hope smiled and shrugged, rolling her eyes at her mother. I can't be happy, she asked with a brow raised. No, I didn't, she said quickly. She knew pregnancy hormones were a bitch, and Hope, being a tribrid, felt a lot, and she was carrying twins, so no, she didn't want to be on the receiving end of a brain aneurysm spell. A familiar voice saved her from answering. Now, Haley, you know better than to ask your daughter that, said Klaus as he entered the kitchen and kissed his daughter's head. Morning, darling. He smiled and Hope returned it. Morning, Dad. Ooh, something smells great, said Naruto as he stepped into the kitchen, pecking Hope on the lips and sliding into the seat next to her. Klaus and Haley stood stock still, and Naruto raised an eyebrow at their behavior. He raised an eyebrow. Do I have something on my face? He asked genuinely and looked to Hope, who was covering her laugh with her hand. Klaus and Haley recovered and Haley spoke. It makes sense why she's so happy then. Her boyfriend is awake, said Haley softly, and Klaus agreed. Not boyfriend. He paused and watched their expressions. Fiancé, he said slowly. You're getting married, screeched Rebecca as she now dropped into the conversation. Naruto gave a wide grin and kissed Hope's hand. Yup. Third person Pav. Klaus narrowed his eyes at the Naruto, who just smiled. He realized the boy looked different than he did 3 months ago, and the eyes were definitely a new addition. Now, Klaus, since I'm going to be your son-in-law, do I get to call you Dad too? He joked. The kitchen was quiet, but Hope's giggle soon turned in a raucous laughter at the gobsmacked look on Klaus's face. I know you just came out of a coma, but I will send you right back in, he said seriously, still trying to get over the face that his daughter was now getting married. I know. Naruto's tone became serious. I realize I haven't done this the proper way, and if it was up to me I would have married first, then have children, but fate or my forgetfulness has other plans, he said. Looked to the man seriously and paused. He stood up to his feet. Your approval would mean a lot to me. I love your daughter and I would like to marry her with your blessing, he said, staring with his own red eyes in Klaus's dark blue ones. He saw the man's face relax slightly. You have done a lot for my family in a short period of time and I appreciate. He paused and stared in the blonde's eyes. You have my blessing, but if you hurt my daughter or my future grandchildren, I'll gut you, he threatened, seriously flashing his hybrid eyes. Naruto nodded. I'll try my best to keep her happy, and if there ever comes a time I hurt her, I'll save you the trouble and gut myself, he said with a small smile. Hope watched the scene with a smile. She loved Naruto and would marry him regardless if her father approved. Though having his blessing made her feel so much better. Her mother came around the counter and hugged her, congratulating her. As did Rebecca, and immediately went talking off wedding plans. So when are you planning on tying the knot? Asked Rebecca as she looked between the couple. Naruto shrugged. I'd like to get married before the babies are born. He paused, looking up to Hope. But it's Hope's decision, he said while looking around for a glass to get him some water. Klaus smiled and saw the glow on his daughter's features. He realized she needed the blonde probably more than any of them realized. The girls were talking about wedding plans as he watched. Thank you, he heard the blonde mutter under his breath, and Klaus raised an eyebrow. 4. Naruto smiled and looked toward Hope. Everything, he said vaguely. Klaus was about to reply, but the blonde already joined the conversation about wedding plans. He didn't know why the blonde thanked him exactly, but he guessed it was about making sure Hope and the children were well looked after while he wasn't able to protect them. Klaus cleared his throat. I think a family dinner is in order to celebrate Hope and Naruto's engagement and him coming back to the land of the living, he said to the rest, and Rebecca nodded. Hope gave her dad a megawatt smile and stood up to hug him. Thank you, Dad, she said softly, and he kissed her head. It's a pleasure, love, he said softly. The rest of the morning was of the same, and Hope was now sitting with her feet up on Naruto's lap and he massaged them. She read through the magazines her Aunt Becca provided. Do you really want to get married in a week? She asked tiredly. Naruto laughed at the girl's tone. Getting cold feet. After we've only been engaged for a few hours. He joked. Hope rolled her eyes and threw the magazine at him. No, asshole. She caught the magazine without looking. You really need to stop throwing things at me, princess, he said, and opened the magazine and looked at all the pages that were marked. If our children start doing it, I'll know it was you, he teased, going through the magazine, ignoring Hope's scoff. Well, you didn't answer my question, she said impatiently. Well, Hope, your aunts and mother thinks they can pull it off, besides it'll be a small ceremony, he said before closing the magazine. What about our friends from school? She raised an eyebrow. What about Dr. Saltzman? He doesn't even know you're awake, she said. I'll call him later. And the twins. He picked up and massaged Hope's feet again. And well, if you want to invite your friends, I don't mind, he shrugged indifferently. Even Landon. Naruto smirked and raised an eyebrow. Even better, he said smugly, knowing that finding out Hope was pregnant and getting married would definitely rub the hobbit the wrong way. You're enjoying it, aren't you? He looked at her innocently. What? She scoffed incredulously at the seemingly innocent tone. Lording it over Landon that you knocked me up and we getting married, Naruto laughed and shook his head. Lording it over him seems a bit much. He paused and gave her an amused smirk, but I will not deny I will enjoy the distraught look on his face. His smirk remained on his face even when Hope threw a pillow at him, which he just hid away. I'm marrying a child, she said, groaning. She heard Naruto's laughter at the comment. Better than a hobbit, he quipped. I'm going upstairs to call Alaric, he said before pecking her disappeared in Shunshin. Hope shook her head and looked at the empty spot of her boyfriend. She heard her aunt's laughter at the door, who seemed to be watching the entire exchange. Aunt Becca, I didn't hear you come in, she said as she pulled down her sweater that rode up while she was bantering back and forth with Naruto. You hardly ever do, but then again, if I had such a handsome blonde at my beck and call, I would be oblivious to the world too, she said with an amused sigh. You think he's handsome? She asked somewhat jealously, and her hormones weren't doing her any favors. Rebecca didn't seem to pick up on the jealousy and answered her niece honestly. He is quite the looker, and even more so since he woke up, she said, paging through a magazine. She heard a growl and saw Hope's eyes flash gold. He is mine, growled Hope, and Rebecca's eyes widened at the show of possessiveness. She felt a pain to her head. She groaned, panting slightly. Hope. Stop, she said between gritted teeth. Hope, stop, was heard from across the room, and before Hope knew it, she was staring into her fiancé's eyes and stopped as she realized what she was doing to her aunt. She covered her mouth with her hand. Oh God, I'm sorry, Aunt Bex, she said softly as she watched the blonde original stand up holding her head. Rebecca heard the regret in her niece's voice and shrugged it off. It's all right, Hope. I should have realized your hormones. She stopped when she saw the girl's glare and promptly excused herself. She walked past Klaus, who was chuckling to himself in the hallway. You all right, sister? He asked, amused at his sister's ruffled composure. She narrowed her eyes and pushed his chest as she passed and rolled her eyes. Oh, sod off, Nick. She walked away muttering under her breath. Hormonal pregnant woman. She still heard Klaus's laughter. Back with Naruto and Hope, he was calming her down. He was up in his room preparing to call Alaric when he felt the spike in her emotions, and when he came down the stairs he saw Rebecca on the floor, and Hope's eyes could be hormones, especially with her being a tribrid, but wolves were hot-headed and quick to anger. He knew he had to approach it carefully. He cupped her cheeks gently. You okay? He asked softly, concern in his tone. Yeah, I don't know what came over me, she said and put her head against her fiancé's chest. Naruto sighed and kissed her head. It's all right. Your wolf will make you more protective now, and you're an alpha, Hope, so you're quite territorial, which I have no issue with at all, he said comfortingly. Besides, I would do the same, especially if that hobbit makes a pass at you. He chuckled menacingly. I might even snap his neck for good measure. He half felt Hope laughing against his chest. Oh my god, I can actually see you doing that, she said, laughing. She lifted her head of his chest and pecked his lips. Call Alaric and I'm going to take a nap, your babies tire me out. He smiled and knelt down to Hope's belly. Let your mom have some rest, okay, otherwise you won't be going on a roller coaster ride again, he said and kissed her stomach. Hope looked down with a smile. She raised an eyebrow at the roller coaster comment. What's that about? Naruto did his best to keep the perverted smile off his face and gave Hope a mischievous smile. Secret between me and my son and daughter. She narrowed her eyes suspiciously and was interrupted by a yawn. Remember, you and the dad have suit fittings and you better choose your best man soon, you only have a couple of days. She paused and looked at him. You wanted a wedding in a week, now everything's going as quick as possible and rushed. Hope said somewhat whiningly. She didn't care really, but it was a lot of work and she needed a dress that wouldn't make her look like a balloon. Yes dear, and you can leave the music for the first dance to me too, he said confidently. He had something planned, but it would be a surprise for Hope. What have you got in mind? He smiled at Hope's curiosity. Secret, he teased, and Hope gave her best pout, which he nearly fell for. He closed his eyes dramatically and shook his head. No, not the pout, he whined as he backed away from Hope. He heard Hope trying but failing to hold back her giggle at his childish behavior. Really, I'm marrying a child, she said before walking away. Fine, don't tell me, she said, walking out of the lounge with the extra sway in her hips. That won't work. His eyes were now open, and saw the deliberate extra sway. Hope heard her tisk before disappearing. Naruto had a glass of a bourbon in hand and stood on the balcony watching the streets of New Orleans. People walking in the streets, laughing and partying. Most were tourists unaware of the city's supernatural population. He wondered whether the inhabitants though was aware of the full return of the Mikaelson family. Maybe not. He thought, considering the fact that Klaus, even though vindictive and cruel when needed, wouldn't want extra drama with Hope being pregnant. He was happy the man took that into consideration. He could definitely see himself living her with Hope, not necessarily in the abattoir but New Orleans itself. He sighed a bit and dialed Alaric's number. Naruto? Asked Alaric, surprised. Bro, good to hear your voice, he said cheerfully, and he heard the man stay quiet for a moment before he laughed. Man, you have no idea how happy I am to hear you're all right. Alaric paused. You are all right though. Naruto was definitely touched by the man's concerns. Perfect, really, he said with a grin. In fact, I'm not calling you just to tell you I'm back. Did something happen with Hope? Is she okay? He asked worriedly. He knew she was pregnant and he couldn't be happier for his friend. Many would say they were too young, but he knew love like theirs was hard to find in today's world. She's good. He took a deep breath and looked to the stars that were now twinkling in the dark sky. I'm getting married and I'd like you to be my best man, he said sincerely. He waited for Alaric's answer but heard silence. He worried the man dropped the call. I'd be honored. Great, the wedding is Saturday, so I'll need you here by Thursday for some of the girls. It's a discreet and small ceremony, he said. So soon? Couldn't wait, huh? Teased Alaric. I waited too long to make her my wife. From the very moment I laid eyes on her I knew she was going to be my wife or I'd die trying, he said honestly and drank the rest of his bourbon. Alaric chuckled and smiled at the honesty. Save it for the vows, man, he joked. Oh, shut up, just be here by Thursday, and could you let the core group know? I'll have hotel rooms set up. Even Landon. Naruto barked out a laugh. Yeah, even the Hobbit apparently. My dear fiancé sees him as a friend. Alright, I'll see you Thursday then. Since you ended everything, the school has gone back to normal, which is amazing. I'm glad to hear my first trip to space was successful, joked. Space, wait, what? Naruto sighed. He had forgotten he hadn't told Alaric exactly where he put the demon, but hey, it would make a great story to tell his kids. I'll tell you all about it over a drink. He felt arms wrap around his waist from the back, and a belly. Sure, I'll see you then. Sure, cheers. He was about to hang up when he heard Alaric say his name. What's up, Rick? I'm glad that you're back. Naruto looked down and caressed Hope's hands with his unoccupied one and smiled into the phone. So am I, Rick, he said before he ended the call. He put his phone in his pocket and turned to hug his fiancée and inhaled the scent he loved so much. So am I. Thursday morning around 6 a.m. when we find our blonde-haired ninja drawing circles on his lover's arm as she slept. You wake up way too early, babe. He heard a voice mumble sleepily. He smiled and kissed the girl's naked shoulder. Did I wake you? He asked the girl who had her back turned to him, turned on her side and looked into his face with a lazy smile spread across her eyes were barely open as she spoke. No, but the little ones have been very busy, she said softly. Naruto's eyes widened a smidge. He immediately put his hand to Hope's belly trying to feel for any was interrupted by Hope's soft giggle. Baby, they're not moving now, she said softly, and noticed the slightly downcast look on her fiancé's face. Oh, he said, but not taking his hand away as he gently rubbed her belly. To him, Hope was incredible to be able to endure this. He didn't even want to think about how hard birth was going to be. He even read up on some information about twin pregnancies and found that by the 18th week the babies would develop hearing so they would hear when he spoke to. Yes, he thought all women were amazing to be able to put their bodies through this strain for 9 months. Do you know they can hear us speak to them by now? He asked, slightly excited as he looked at Hope's face. Her eyes were completely open, her light blue eyes were even lighter now in the morning sunlight. Is that so? She teased. He rolled his eyes as her teasing tone. Yes, it is, so I can tell them about how awesome their papa is. He paused and gave her perverted grin which Hope knew extremely well. And how amazing their mother is at. I swear to God, if you say what I think you're going to say, I will make sure you won't get any even well after our children are born. He laid on his back, sighing dramatically at Hope's rebuttal. Well, fine then, he said, added. I won't tell them how amazing their mother is at everything, he said sarcastically, trying to gain an apology even though he was 100% going to say something no child should ever hear their father say about their mother. He saw Hope narrow her eyes at him before she let go of a breath and mumbled an apology he could barely hear. What was that? He said, cupping his ear. Sorry, okay. Are you happy now? She asked, and then noticed the smug look on Naruto's face. What? In general, or at my victory? He smirked and felt a slap to his chest. I cannot even, she said shortly before slowly getting out of bed, pulling the sheets with her. Just so you know, I'm happy with both, he teased and watched the girl enter the bathroom with a huff. He chuckled and laid back down in the bed, enjoying the peace he felt. Ding. His phone pinged, indicating he had a text message, and he glanced at it. It was a message from Caleb. So you're getting hitched. I believe a bachelor's party is in order. Celebrate your last night of singlehood. He stared at the message for a long while but didn't reply until he knew he could actually have one. He didn't know whether Hope would be okay with a bachelor party. Especially because he had seen how wild it got on the movies he watched, but decided to try his luck anyway. He got out of bed and walked to the bathroom Hope disappeared into moments before. The bathroom was already steamed up from the shower Hope was taking. Naruto, is that you? She asked over the sound of the opened the shower door, smiled at the wet naked girl before him. Expecting someone else, princess? He teased. He didn't need to see, even with her eyes closed, that she was probably rolling them at him. As if, she said, and heard him close the door of the shower. From behind her, and Naruto gathered some shampoo in his hands and massaged it through her hair. He heard her moan softly at the sensations he was creating. So, he started as he felt Hope press up against him. The water ran down the bodies. She hummed when she felt his hands roam her body. Caleb said something about a bachelor. He was cut off by Hope. No. He furrowed his eyebrows at the immediate refusal. You didn't even know what I was going to say, princess, he chuckled quietly. No bachelor party. No strippers, no whatever, she said and continued to enjoy the warmth the spray of water was covering her with and used her hand to grab his dick for emphasis as she spoke. Naruto rolled his eyes but stayed quiet and decided to bring it up later when his future wife wasn't distracting him by massaging his dick with her hand or potentially threatening to pull it off. He groaned and moved his head down to her ear and whispered, "Lean forward," he whispered by her ear and the girl did exactly as she was told. Hope placed her palms against the wall of the shower and felt her fiancé slide into her spent way too much time in the shower because by the time they actually got to cleaning themselves the water was already running cold. After showering Naruto was in the room that Hope moved into and said that hers would be used as a nursery for the babies, which he didn't mind at all because he was used to sleeping next to the girl anyway. Hope was sitting comfortably on the bed wearing a blue summer dress that made her look very adorable. Her belly had gotten bigger though she hadn't put on much weight she still felt somewhat embarrassed about her body. So this bachelor's party, he started tying his shoelace, he heard Hope sigh. Why do you keep bringing it up? She asked frustratedly. Firstly, this is the second I did and secondly, I'd like to know whether you think I might run off with some stripper if I do end up having one. He asked. He now stared at the girl sitting on the bed watching had a scowl on her face and her eyes narrowed at the comment. I don't know, will you? He scoffed and rolled his eyes at how ridiculous the question was. Princess, why would I do that when I've got a smoking hot fiancé? He asked honestly. He saw the pink tint on Hope's cheeks and heard her mumble about looking like a whale. You look beautiful, but if it makes you feel better I won't have the bachelor's party and Saturday we'll get married and I get to call my smoking hot fiancé my wife. He shrugged easily. He didn't particularly care for one though it could be fun. Hope sighed. She knew logically Naruto wouldn't cheat on her. He was nothing but loyal. Telling her instincts that was a whole other ball fell back into the pillows on the bed closing her eyes and decided to just let him have it. Fine, you can have your bachelor's party but no strippers, she said with finality. I didn't want them anyway. He stepped closer to the bed and hovered his lips over Hope's. I can get you to strip and dance for me anytime, he said seductively. Hope bit her lip and felt a rush of arousal at the deep suggestive tone Naruto used. She was tired of the shower session and couldn't possibly have another orgasm unless she wanted to sleep the entire day away. She needed to sort out the last few things for the ceremony with her mom and aunts, so that was definitely not, and pecked his lips and pushed against his chest trying not to succumb to his seduction tactics, but it was so damn hard, she thought with an inaudible groan. Go, she said sternly, you'll be late. You're meeting Alaric, aren't you? Naruto mock pouted and kissed her again. He hummed in agreement, but I'd rather be here enjoying a strip show and a lap dance from my baby mama, he teased with a laugh. He saw Hope's woden at the term. Be gone, you pervert, and don't you ever call me that again. She huffed, crossing her arms. As you wish, my queen, he said with a mock bow. I love you, he added. I love you too, she said before watching him disappear in a shunshin. Naruto had welcomed Alaric to New Orleans as well as the entire super squad, and much to his dismay Landon, who wore a scowl and probably was wondering why he was even invited, but apparently Hope wanted her friends and he was one of the Hobbit, had to suck it up. The boys were aware of that there was going to be some time of bachelor's party, and apparently they would be going to some kind of invited his father-in-law, but got a glare as a response and shrugged. Cole joined but Elijah decided not to. Naruto thought the man needed a party to loosen up and not wear suit all the time. Cole agreed and then laughed when he said that. Hope on the other hand decided to have a spa day because she needed to relax, and her aunts said it was best if she got rest before her wedding day, being nearly 19 weeks pregnant and all. It was Friday night before Naruto joined the bachelor party, and it would be the last time Hope saw her fiancé before the ceremony because even though they've skipped so many traditions, her mom was a stickler for saying that the groom and bride shouldn't see each other the morning of the wedding, which to her was ridiculous, but Naruto said it was for good luck and one could never have too much good luck or something like that. So I won't be seeing you until I walk down the aisle tomorrow, she said somewhat sadly. They hadn't spent much time apart since he came out of his coma and she pretty much got used to it. She stared at him through the mirror where he was fixing his jacket in. You going to miss me? He said, smiling into the mirror. Hope rolled her eyes, sure she was going to miss him, but she was core worried about some skank trying to touch her Naruto. Logically she didn't need to worry about her fiancé fidelity, but pregnancy hormones and werewolf aggression or whatever was a terrible combination and did not help when trying to not be jealous. Don't flirt, she said sternly. Naruto chuckled and nodded his head regardless. I won't. Don't smile either, she said with a bit of a whine. It was an impossible request considering Naruto pretty much smiled 90% of the time. What? I can't smile, so I should look emo like Landon? He asked confusingly. Yes, she said loudly. He turned to face his pregnant fiancée. Firstly, I will not be making a face like the Hobbit, it's awfully morbid. Hope. He paused and stepped closer. Secondly, I won't even look at another girl, he said and pecked her forehead. And lastly, I'm only doing this because you said I should, because you had your fun today, he said, thinking about all those shopping bags he saw Hope's aunts. He didn't think their kids would need all of it, but kept his mouth shut lest he wanted a punch to the gut. You don't mind, do you? That I spent so much money on all those things? He shook his head, though he knew Hope was worried about being prepared for the arrival of their kids and shopping for all those things out her mind at ease. Nah, it's cool. Even if I go broke, I've got a rich fiancé to live off. He grinned teasingly. He heard Cole's voice calling him downstairs. I'll see you tomorrow when you walk down the aisle, princess, and I for one cannot wait to start our eternity, he said and gave her one last kiss before walking down the stairs to meet the original who was being talked to by his wife. You better not leave a trail of dead bodies, Cole. Naruto turned his gaze at the couple and nearly choked on his spit when he heard the serious tone in Davina's voice. Whoa man, really? He looked at Cole, while Cole laughed at his wife's warnings. Darling, you know senseless chaos no longer interests me, he said cheerfully and kissed his wife. Yeah, and I don't want you to be too hungover either, you're officiating the ceremony. Naruto nodded his head in agreement while he himself would definitely be okay even if they drank into the early hours of the morning. Not everyone had his metabolism. Yes dear, now if you'll excuse me, it's time to go celebrate Naruto's last night of being a bachelor, before he dives into the joys of marriage, he said with a smirk directed at the blonde who now scratched his head and looked up to the balcony where Hope was standing with a brow raised. Hee yeah Cole, now let's go before my fiancé says otherwise, he said and nudged the man's shoulder. Yeah, first 10 rounds are on me, he said joyfully, walking out of the compound leaving the women behind who were shaking their heads at their respective partners. Hope spoke from the balcony to Davina. You know he might just be too hungover to officiate the ceremony. Davina sighed and rubbed the bridge of her nose. I really hope you're wrong, Hope. She smiled. Now let's get to part 2 of your bachelorette party, she added cheerfully. Hope groaned because part 2 was talking about all of the things that made her want to marry the blonde, except she wouldn't be drinking alcohol but juice and she was not looking forward to dealing with her family's teasing sober. Sure, I'm so excited, she said sarcastically, but smiled inwardly knowing that in a couple of hours she would be married and would start her eternity with her blonde-haired ninja. The night started off fairly simple for the boys. They all managed to get into the club with a bit of compulsion courtesy of Cole. The drinks were flowing and someone did clearly not get the memo about a stripper or whatever was happening in front of Naruto's face right now. He heard Cole's raucous laughter while he had his phone out recording the woman shaking her little bits at him. He swallowed his 14th drink for the evening and was still well aware of his surroundings. The boys were having fun and Alaric had an eat-shitting grin on his face, probably at his current situation. The boobs that were dangling in his face would be tempting if he wasn't on his way to being a father or husband. In a few turned his gaze and watched Cole type something on his phone. Cole, you better not be sending that to who I think you are, he said seriously. Cole whistled innocently, trying not to look guilty because he already sent it off to Hope as he was sure that his blonde friend would be receiving a call any second now. Cole. He felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. He pulled it out. He wasn't interested in the girl dancing at all and looked at the ID. It was Hope. It was a video call instead of a normal one too. Damn it, Cole, he said before answering the call. He fixed his scowl and answered the phone. What happened to not seeing each other before the wedding? He asked with a small smile but erased it when he saw the girl's glare. That was before you had some woman's breast in your face, he said firmly. He saw the tears gather in her side and stood up from his seat. Sweetheart, why not dance for that gentleman over there? Naruto told the girl and directed her to Rick, who was now looking between the girl and him with wide eyes. Hope, give me a second, I'll go outside, it's too loud in here, he said to the face on the screen. Fine, she murmured. He realized she was in bed. It was 2 a.m. He wondered whether she had trouble. Was now outside of the club. He noticed people still milling around. He didn't pay much attention to his surroundings and spoke. Princess, the guys thought it would be funny and I had no idea, I promise, he said honestly. Why are you calling her sweetheart then? So you don't think she's prettier than me? Because I saw her body, Naruto. He chuckled at how ridiculous the statement was. No, I've told you. That you are the most beautiful woman I've laid my eyes on. He said honestly. He heard Hope sigh. I'm not upset because I'm sure my Uncle Cole had something to do with that little, just all my hormones are messed up and I'm nervous and I have a bad feeling, but I don't know whether it's about the kids or us, so I'm not particularly happy seeing another woman's breast in your face. She rambled quickly. Do you want me to come to you? He asked. He saw the real concern in the girl's eyes for everything the girl was feeling. Hope put a smile on and looked into the screen at her fiancé's worried eyes and shook her head. No, enjoy your night, baby, just be on time at the venue later, okay? He still didn't look convinced. Are you sure, Hope? She nodded. I'm fine, it's just my hormones, okay, so go have fun. He sighed. He didn't notice the eyes focused on him nor the ears that was listening in on his conversation either in his mission in making sure the mother of his children was okay. Naruto exhaled a breath. Okay, but let me know and I'll be there in a second, okay? He paused and waited for the girl to acknowledge the statement. Come on, Naruto. He heard from the back of him it was MG who was holding Caleb, probably at all the alcohol they consumed. Yeah, be right there, he said and turned back to Hope. I love you and in a few hours I'll be your husband, he said with a charming smile. The girl gave a real smile and returned his affections before ending the call. He felt a shiver going up his spine and turned to look behind him, and saw something, but before he could investigate the vampires called out to him once more. He turned to look again, but there was nothing. Must be my imagination, he thought to himself before joining the very two drunk vampires. Let's party, fellas, he said with a grin and entered the club again. They didn't leave until the club closed, which was 5 a.m. the morning. He felt a bit tired but looked much better than his dropped Alaric and the boys off at the hotel. Don't be late, a car will be picking you up at 11 inches, he said seriously at Jet, who was surprisingly the most sober one. Landon was out cold. Raphael had been drooling. The two vampires cuddled each other in their sleep and Alaric was asleep with a satisfied smile on his face. He turned to Cole, who had been singing the entire time. You will be marrying my niece and you better make her happy or I'll kill you, he said. Even though he was drunk, he was very serious. Naruto patted the mon's shoulder. You and me both, bro Sidon, he said with a grin and walked all the way back to the compound where he would be getting ready, while Hope would be getting ready at the plantation where the wedding would be held. Come on, Cole, I'll wake you up after 2 hours, you need to be sober enough to conduct the ceremony. Cole laughed and nodded and fell face first onto the couch, immediately going to sleep. Naruto sighed and fell comfortably into the armchair. He thought back to the shiver he got on the street when he was speaking to Hope. He closed his eyes. It was nearly 6 a.m. They would have to be at the venue before 12 feet, so our power nap wouldn't hurt, he thought as he fell asleep. Naruto arrived at the plantation, where the white mansion of the Mikaelsons. Apparently it belonged to the governor in the 19th century, who was aware of the Mikaelsons' true nature. Naruto stared at the white home. It was beautiful and great for a small wedding. The backwoods would be where the ceremony took place. It was away from the quarter, which was great, and there wouldn't be any nasty surprises, he hoped. It was 11 p.m. He woke Cole up a half hour before they arrived and gave the man 2 blood bags to rid himself of the major hangover he had. Though he complained the entire drive over. How are you still fine? He asked, putting on his sunglasses with his suit over his shoulder. Naruto laughed at the man's predicament and shrugged. Demon genes and all that, he said easily. Cole raised an eyebrow but shook his head since he witnessed the blonde's power firsthand. He truly felt sorry for anyone who would mess with Hope or their kids. He would definitely be worse than Nick, and that definitely said a lot. Alright, you have a cheat, he said as they entered the home. Naruto chuckled. Something like that. Oh yes, I forgot. Have you and Hope prepared your own vows? He nodded. Yeah, we did. Mine is done. I hope hers is too, replied the blonde. Alright, I'll let you get ready. You smell like a liquor store and you already pissed off the missus with the exotic dancer, he joked. That was your fault, Cole, he said before walking up the stairs. You're lucky she knows your behavior already and expected it. Naruto rolled his eyes at the original's laughter as he went off to find his own wife, presumably. Naruto went to the room that had his name on it. He whistled softly at how efficient the Mikaelsons were. He entered the room. It was a simple bedroom. The furniture looked new. He assumed Klaus or one of the other Mikaelsons would have upkeep any of their properties in case they decided to stay at what home they owned. He laid his tux out on the bed and opened the cover it was placed in. Hope would be wearing a white dress was all he knew really, but Rebecca did give him a color scheme, so he worked with it. He took a quick shower. His hair was cut so he would be able to brush it all to the back. He started dressing him. The suit he wore was a navy blue notch lapel tuxedo. It was a three-piece suit and he thought he looked quite good in it. He heard a knock on the door. "Come in," he said while looking at his watch. It was 11:30 now. The ceremony would start at 12, but he needed to be at the altar about 5 minutes before. "Whistle. Looking good." He laughed at Alaric's voice. It sounded gruff and tired. He turned to face the man who was wearing the same color as his, though his was a normal tux, and instead of the bow tie he went with a tie. "Not looking too bad yourself, though your eyes are pretty much a dead giveaway," he said to the older man who sighed. Alaric felt terrible, but there was no way he wouldn't come to his best friend's wedding, especially since he was the best man. "I'll survive, and I think I need a drink to put me right once again." Naruto agreed and threw the man a flask. "There you go, one bit of that and you'll be as right as rain," he said and fixed the last of his hair. The piece in front was sticking to the back. "Damn it, it's always this little piece," he muttered under his breath. Alaric turned his gaze to the young blonde who was fiddling with his hair. "Leave it, it works," he shrugged. "You nervous? Need me to give you a big speech?" he asked, half serious. Naruto smiled and shook his head. "Nah, I've been waiting for this moment for what feels like forever," he said softly. "It's only the beginning." "It sure is. I hope my fiancée isn't backing out though," he joked lightly. "I think she'll be just fine." Hope looked into the mirror. Rebecca finished her makeup and her mother helped her with the dress. She wore a white simple align-high, low dress with a pair of silver gladiator sandals that wrapped around her calf. Her belly was showing, but not as much as she would have thought. "You look beautiful," said Haley with tears gathering in her. She died at the hands of Greta to save Hope. She never thought it would be possible to witness her daughter get married, yet here she was thanks to certain blonde. She barely was able to hold back her tears from spilling. Hope smiled softly. Her hair was curled down her shoulder, simple yet beautiful according to Rebecca. "Thank you, Mom, and everyone for making it possible." She paused. "And for all the support you've been giving me since everything happened," she said, holding back her own tears because she didn't need to ruin her makeup moments before she walked down the aisle. "My God, everyone stop crying, I'm bloody starting to," said Rebecca, though without any real venom, as she willed herself not to cry. Hope broke out and laughed at her aunt's comment. Soon the entire room laughed. Haley sobered up first and kissed her daughter's forehead. "I'm so proud of the woman you've become, Hope, and soon you'll be a mother too. I only hope you find as much joy in it as I did and still do." She paused, composing herself as she felt a few more tears slip. "I love you," she said. Hope embraced her mother. She never thought her mother would see this day, and to be honest, she didn't think she was the type to get married so early either. Knock. "That can't be your dad, it's too early," said Haley, looking to the door. The only other person in the room with them was Rebecca, since Freya was escorting whatever guests to the seats. The pack wanted to see their alpha married, and Hope had no problem with that as long as they kept her pregnancy a secret. She wasn't ashamed at all. If it was up to her, she would scream it out loud, but her father was a cautious man, as was her future husband, and thought it was necessary to be as quiet as possible about it to have some peace and not having old enemies chasing her down. "I'm not sure." She shrugged. Her mother went to open the door. She heard Landon's voice and inwardly sighed. She hoped he wouldn't say anything stupid. "Hope Landon asks whether he could talk to you," said her mother, raising an eyebrow in her direction. She sighed and shrugged. "Let him in. We'll only be a moment, Mom and Aunt Bex, do you mind?" she asked, looking to the blonde original who was holding back a laugh in her. Her mother looked skeptical before she nodded. "Sure, your dad will be here soon, okay?" Hope smiled and nodded at her mother. She looked strangely at her aunt, who was still laughing. She wondered whether Naruto told her about. Door clicked closed. "Hey Landon, what did you want to talk about?" she asked as she stared at the curly-haired boy who looked half drunk. His hair was messier than usual. "They must have had a very rough night." Landon fidgeted and looked at Hope's belly. He was sure she was pregnant. He wondered whether that was the reason for this shotgun wedding. "Hope," he breathed out as he formed his thoughts, or tried to, but being hungover wasn't particularly helpful at this moment. "You look pretty," he said with a small smile, which Hope returned. "Thank you, but don't think you came up here just to tell me that," she said, leaving the question hanging. He chuckled and stepped closer, practically invading her personal space. "What was all she could get out when she felt lips crash against hers. The only thing going through her mind was the different texture between Naruto's and his lips, and it wasn't the same. It didn't make her feel the flutter she felt when she kissed the blonde. She didn't feel like her heart was about to burst, yet calm at the same time. She felt nothing when the curly black-haired boy kissed her. Her mind screamed at her. "Push him off." though she didn't get the opportunity because a knock on the door interrupted them and Landon stopped and glanced at her before her opened the door and nearly walked into her father. Sorry, he said as he walked away. Klaus looked to the boy and back at Hope, who was standing with her hand over her mouth. She didn't push him off. She didn't shout at him because her father knocked before she could. Are you okay, love? Asked Klaus carefully as he approached his daughter, who looked nearly as pale as a ghost. She gave him a shaky smile in return. I'm fine, she said before composing herself. Her dad stared at her for a minute and nodded. He dismissed it as pre-wedding jitters. Are you ready? He asked, and he now fully took in her appearance. She looked breathtaking and he couldn't help the smile that curled up on his lips. She was no longer his little girl but a woman on her way to be someone's wife and someone's mother. It was a difficult thing to accept, but he prepared himself. Hope looked up to her dad, was smiling softly at her. That's right, she was getting married in a few moments to a man that made her feel more in single glance than any could in 100 years. I don't think I'll ever be ready, but. She trailed off. Her father wrapped his arms around her and hugged her tightly. He kissed her head as he let go. That's okay, it's a big step. And you're right, you'll never be ready, but that's how you know that it's worth it. And besides, the blonde you're marrying has my blessing, so I'm sure it will all work out, he said, smirking. Hope giggled at her father's comment and nodded. You're right, if he got your approval, it must be true love, she joked lightly as her father gave her his arm. This will be your first step, but remember this, you'll always be my littlest wolf and I'll burn the world down to make sure you're happy, he said. I know you would, Dad, and I'm sure you won't be doing it by yourself either, she said with a soft smile. He does like to steal my thunder, doesn't he? He teased and walked out of the room with Hope on his arm. Hope was stuck in her own thoughts, and before she knew it, they were gathering with her maids of honors, who was both Lizzie and Josie, because she couldn't make up her mind. Ready for this, mikaelson? Smirked Lizzie. She laughed and nodded. Yeah, I am, she said quietly. The music started to okay as both girls entered. Soon she was standing at the beginning of the aisle. She lifted her gaze and stared ahead at the altar. To the left stood Josie and Lizzie. In the middle stood her Uncle Cole in a black tux with a smile on his face, and on the right stood Alaric, who was looking her way too. She suddenly felt nervous as the eyes on her, but she felt one particular gaze and she met his red eyes as he stared at her. The smile on his face wasn't the teasing one. Not a grin, but the smile he gave her was the one when he said he loved her. His eyes showed so much reassurance. She felt her father's grip on her hand as she nodded and walked along the white carpet to Canon D on the piano. The slow tempo was perfect and matched her step. Every step she took got lighter as she moved towards the blonde. I love you, Hope, and I'm so proud of you, whispered her father softly as he put her hand in Naruto's. Take care of her, he said to blonde. His gaze never left Hope's as he replied to Klaus. With my life, he replied. His gaze was soft. The music stopped. You look. He trailed off. His eyes were glossy. He couldn't believe it was possible for someone to look this. Shook his head slightly and cleared his throat. Perfect, just perfect, he whispered as the crowd now settled down and everyone else besides the ones in front took their seats. Cole cleared his throat. We are gathered here today to celebrate the love of this young couple before us, he said with smile. Many might say they are too young to know what real love is, however we cannot make that decision by ourselves. It's rare that you find a love so pure and unadulterated that you would do anything to keep it, and their love has been tested and proven over the course of their relationship that it's brought them to this moment. He looked to the couple who only had eyes for each other. The crowd watched them, their friends and family. The couple has prepared their own vows. Who'd like to start? He asked cheerfully. He already married his sister, so this was the second wedding he would be officiating, but it still made him feel special when Naruto said that even though he wasn't his best man, he still wanted him to be part of the wedding's proceedings. I'll go, said Naruto as he cleared his throat. He stared into Hope's light blue eyes and smiled. The first moment I saw you, I wanted you to be mine, he said with a smirk. And you made me work hard. Damn hard. He chuckled, as did Hope, and rolled her eyes teasingly. But I can honestly say that the moment you came into my life, it changed for the of you. I laugh, I smile, and I dare to dream more than I ever have. There was a time where you asked me whether I could promise you always and forever. I told you I couldn't. He paused and wiped some of the tears that fell from Hope's eyes. Because that's something that belongs to the Mikaelsons, your family. However, Hope Andrea Mikaelson, what I can and will promise you is an eternity of tomorrows, because forever just doesn't seem long enough. He finished. A tear slipped down his own eye and he didn't even bother wiping it. Haley was tearing up at the simple yet beautiful words he spoke. Klaus smiled at how the blonde respected their family. The rest of the guests were feeling their own emotions. Landon was the only one watching with a deep scowl on his face. He didn't even bother to hide it. Cole saw this but said nothing and turned to Hope. Your turn, Hope. Hope nodded and wiped away her tears. She inhaled a shaky breath. You really trying to make this a contest, aren't you? She said teasingly. Naruto barked out a laugh at the comment and shrugged with a wink. She shook her head. To be honest, when I said we should write our own vows, I had no idea what I would say because how could I possibly put into words how much I love you when the words, I love you, aren't even enough. She paused, regaining her composure as she thought about everything the blonde made her feel. I never would have imagined that out of all this people in this world I would find someone as special as you. You are the first person I want to see in the morning and the last at night. I look forward to loving the small moments like when you're able to make me laugh with a simple phrase. How you tossed coin in fountains on our dates and make a wish for us. She said, finishing up. You are my wish come true and I'm so happy I get to spend an eternity of tomorrows with you. She said, staring into the red eyes who stared at her with so much love. He kissed the back of her hand. Well, I think I speak for everyone here when I say that your vows was beautiful, said Cole, looking between the couple who gave him a small smile. Now I believe it's time for the rings, he said to the maid of honor and best man who handed them over. Naruto, do you take Hope to be your lawfully wedded wife to have and to hold, in sickness and in health, for richer for poorer till death do you part? Naruto took the platinum band and slid it into place on Hope's finger. I do. Hope, do you take Naruto to be your lawfully wedded husband to have and to hold, in sickness and in health, for richer for poorer till death do you part? Hope smiled and slid the simple gold band she had made with the inscription of their promise on it. I do. Cole nodded and smiled. Does anyone have any objections as to why these two should not be wed? He asked strongly. He glanced carefully at the hobbit, who looked like he was being held down by his two friends who sat next to him. MG had a hand over Landon's mouth and felt him bite him. What the H? He stopped when he noticed eyes on scratched his head sheepishly. No, I'm good. Just wanted to say you make a great couple, he said, giving them a thumbs up. Naruto chuckled while Hope worried whether Landon would open his mouth. Well, with the pow. I do. Cole was interrupted. He snapped his gaze to where the sound came from. He sighed inwardly. The crowd was quiet and watched the boy shakily raise his hand in the objection. OMG, whispered Lizzie, and she and her sister stared wide-eyed at the hobbit. Alaric was shaking his head in the stupidness of his student. He wondered whether Naruto would stop by knocking him out or maybe just breaking a hand. Landon, sit down, said his friends. No, I'd like to hear what the hobbit has to say, said Naruto as he clenched his jaw. He felt panic come from Hope, though he didn't know why. He felt Landon's emotions. It ranged from fear, love and lust being the three big ones. He said, shuffling his feet as he now realized all eyes were on him. What? You not going to declare your love for Niklaus Michaelson's only daughter? Asked Naruto, raising a brow. He was pissed off. He didn't think the hobbit was this stupid to try and object to the wedding. Nothing. He taunted the curly-haired boy. Naru, stop. He glanced at Hope. Excuse me for a second, Cole. Cole nodded and was curious to what Naruto was going to do. Naruto disappeared in a shunshin and appeared in front of the boy. His hand went to his neck. You see, I really didn't want to do this, but I suppose I have to make it clear. You try and come near Hope again and I will make sure I destroy any trace of mud in your DNA. I brought you back and I can take your life just as quick. Well, maybe she doesn't love you that much because she didn't push me away when I kissed her. He said it softly, but every vampire in the area heard him clearly. Naruto's features hardly changed and flicked his wrist, and a sickening snap resounded in the silence. Snap. He calmly walked back up to the altar as the body thumped back into the seat lifeless. He raised an eyebrow at Cole, who had a surprised look on his fixed his cuff of his tux, and spoke. Any other objections? He asked to the crowd. Everyone was still recovering while Klaus hid his smile behind his groaned loudly. He was sure Landon pretty much said something incredibly stupid to warrant that kind of reaction. After all, he knew Naruto wouldn't act without reason. Was that necessary? Asked Hope. It is when he thinks he can put his muddy paws on what is mine, Hope, he said. Well, clearly there are no more objections. Well, with the power vested in me, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss your bride, said Cole. Before he even finished the sentence, Naruto's lips was on Hope's as he gave her a short but passionate kiss. There were some applause and he saw Raphael carry Landon's body away. He held Hope's hand and walked down the aisle. The rest were go to the reception area where lunch would be served. He didn't say much but kept the smile on his face. He was happy that they were married, yet the fucking hobbit even seemed to put a damper on that. He didn't want to have to kill someone at the wedding, sure he would come back, but still. They entered a room and Hope put down the bouquet of flowers and turned to face Naruto, who looked at her with a frown on his face. If you're going to shout at me, just do it already, he said with his hands folded across his chest. I'm not. I didn't kiss him back, you know, she said, mostly for her own benefit. She knew Naruto probably knew by now, that's why he snapped Landon's neck. I know, but why didn't you push him off you? He asked calmly. My dad knocked and he jumped off, running out of the room before I could even scream at him for doing that. I see, and you're my wife, he said as a slow smile curled on his lips. I am. She gave him a small smile. Well, wife, I'm sorry I killed someone at our wedding, he said, scuffing his shoe against the floor. Hope laughed at the behavior. Wouldn't be a mikaelson event without at least one corpse, she half joked. I guess I'm part of this crazy family now, he said with a grin. Any regrets? She asked. He kissed her lips softly. Not a single one. Now let's get something for you and my children to eat, and besides, I've got a bit of a surprise for our first dance. He chuckled and pulled Hope's hand and took her to the reception area. They sat at the table designated for them. Everyone ate quietly, but soon it came time for the first dance. He created 2 Silas clones as they went up to the stage to prepare everything needed. One would be singing and the other would be playing the piano. He grinned inwardly when he heard his own voice over the mic. The guests who didn't know of his abilities were surprised but held their surprise rather well. It's time for the bride and groom's first dance. Naru, what are you planning? He smiled and nodded to his clone. The clone spoke into the mic. So one of our dates, Hopes, goes and tells me that her ideal guy could serenade her at their wedding. He paused. So being me, I decided to both serenade her while we do our first dance. I've waited 100 years. But I'd wait 1,000,000 more for you. Nothing prepared me for what the privilege of being yours would do. If I had only felt the warmth within your touch. If I had only seen how you smile when you blush. Or how you curl your lip when you concentrate enough. I would have known what I was living for all along. What I've been living for. Your love is my turning page. Where only the sweetest words remain. Every kiss is a cursive line. Every touch is a redefining phrase. I surrender who I've been for who you are. For nothing makes me stronger than your fragile heart. If I had only felt how it feels to be yours. Well, I would have known what I've been living for all along. What I've been living for. Though we're tethered to the story we must tell. When I saw you, well, I knew we'd tell it well. With a whisper, we will tame the vicious seas. Like a feather, bringing kingdoms to their knees. As the song was being sung, Naruto danced with his wife and twirled her when needed. The smile never left her face as she listened to the words. When it finished, they heard the applause and his clones disappeared with a smug look on their faces. Bastards, he thought. Now he was sure his clones had their own personality or conscience. He was about to speak when he heard a voice he didn't. It was clear the vampires around him did. He saw the look of anger on Klaus's face before it disappeared. A wedding and I wasn't invited. I don't know whether to be offended or hurt. Naruto turned and stared at the man who spoke. He rose an eyebrow towards the man. Who are you? He asked strongly. Well, you should really know who I am, considering you married my little sister. He paused and out a finger to his chin. Adoptive sister, I should say. He covered Hope with his body and watched Klaus take a step forward, showing his face to the man who didn't introduce himself yet. Marcellus. Most of the guests watched the events unfold quietly, however, the original family was on guard. Naruto watched this Marcellus carefully. He didn't care whether he was Hope's adoptive brother, but if he was going to be an issue, he would take care of it. He stepped closer to Klaus, who now had the brown-skinned vampire's eye. Is he going to be a problem? He asked. Klaus glanced at the blonde that moments ago just snapped that boy's neck for touching Hope. He smirked at the sight. He was a lovely addition to the mikaelson name. I'll speak to Marcel as private. Why don't you go back to your wife? He asked. Naruto looked into his eyes and one final look to Marcel. He turned away and went to his wife as his father-in-law suggested. Come Marcel, let's have a talk. He said, motions for the vampire to follow him. Marcel couldn't believe that Klaus was back from the dead. How and how long has he been in New Orleans without me knowing? He thought. They were out of range of the guests, but Klaus kept walking back into the mansion until they reached a door. He swung the door open to the study and gestured for Marcel to enter. What are you doing here, Marcel? Asked Klaus, getting straight into business. As a matter of fact, how did you even know there would be a wedding here today? He's asked, leaning against the desk. Well, one of your guests has no filter and one of my guys heard and well told me, but color me surprised because I surely wouldn't have expected to see the entire Mikaelson clan together. He said, narrowing his eyes before adding, even Elijah and Haley, so tell me, Klaus, why bother hiding? Surely you would have made a play for the city by now. Klaus scoffed. He gave Marcel a heated gaze. Hiding? He questioned. Do not be foolish, Marcel, I do not hide nor cower, however I just have no interest in being king. He paused and had an amused smirk on his face. That honor will be going to my heir, he said easily, and watched the man's face change. Yes, Marcel was like a son to him, but his betrayal cut him deep and he chased them out of New Orleans before, when Hope was just a baby, and held him prisoner, so perhaps some of the affection he held for the young boy was lost. What Hope? He questioned unbelievably. Hope was still a child and voiced his thoughts. She's still a child, he said, shaking his head at the drivel that was spewing from Klaus's mouth. A child? No, she's a young woman, but no, she's not the heir I had in mind. He finished a drink he poured for himself. Now, if you're quite finished, I have to dance with my daughter. It is her wedding day after all. Stepping near to the door, he opened it up. I trust you know your way out. He said, saw the anger in the vampire's face but didn't care much for it. You can come out, brother, he said to the shadows. Elijah stepped out, fixing his suit. Will Marcel be a problem? He looked to the hybrid, who had a smirk on his face, which Elijah didn't understand considering the angry look he saw on Marcel's face when he stormed out the house. Perhaps. They walked beside each other back to the reception, but we won't know more until he makes a move. Elijah furrowed his eyebrows. How unlike you. Waiting for someone else to move before you launch a preemptive strike, he said, somewhat surprised. Klaus chuckled softly and shrugged. I said this before, I do not want my return to be marred with blood, and neither the entrance of my grandchildren, Elijah. So I will not start a war if there is no need for one, he said honestly. You've become quite optimistic, brother, he joked. Klaus stared ahead at his daughter, laughing and dancing with her husband that was twirling her around. Optimistic? Hardly, I simply find whoever crosses our family foolish because they won't just be answering to the big bad hybrid, he said, catching the eye of the blonde, who gave him a nod. Elijah followed Klaus's eyeline and it landed on the new blonde addition to their family. It will be a nine-tailed fox. Warning. Mature content up ahead. The rest of the wedding went without any problems. Landon woke up and panicked, but Alaric took him to the hotel before any more damage could be caused. Now we find our blonde ninja lying comfortably in bed, staring at the ceiling with a smile on his face. So it's our wedding night, and I've been told it needs to be special, he heard from the other side of the room. He was no longer in his tux but only wearing a, lifted his head and stared at the auburn-haired tribrid who was sporting a black lacy negligee. He grinned, leaning up on his elbows as he watched the girl walk to the bed slowly. Is that so? He questioned, the grin never leaving his face. Hope smirked at her husband's red eyes turning a shade darker, filled with lust. It is so. How about we get rid of these? She said, now tugging on the waistband of his boxers. He easily complied. He was already horny when he saw Hope enter with that racy negligee, and her hands roaming his body definitely was enough to get him started. She grabbed his half-erect dick and massaged it with her small hand. He watched as the girl stuck her tongue out and licked the tip slowly. Her eyes never left his as he did the action. It must have been the first time Hope did this because he couldn't wait to feel how it felt when he was in her mouth. He felt a warm, wet mouth cover the head of his dick and groaned slightly at the wonderful sensation. You're so big and thick, baby, she said without any embarrassment. Her hormones were good for one thing, it drove up her sex drive 1,000,000%. Think you can take it all? He questioned with a smirk. I don't know, let's see, she said and put her mouth over her dick. He was so big she couldn't take all of him. She used her hand to compensate and rubbed the bottom as she moved her head up and down his member. God, Hope, that feels amazing, she moaned at the huskiness of his voice, and at the praise. Naruto slid his hand through her hair and gripped it tightly, but not pulling hard enough to hurt her as he assisted in fucking her mouth. The vibrations her moans was causing was almost enough to bring him to climax, but his wife took it a step further and used her other hand to massage his balls. She sucked hard and deep. She felt her husband push her head a bit until the head of his cock hit the back of her throat, and she gagged a bit before he was on her knees on the bed sucking him off. Naruto wanted to be inside of Hope and he wanted her on her knees. Darling, I need to you move up on the bed, stay on your knees, he said, gesturing for the girl to stop. her saliva wet his dick and he was sure the girl was ready too. Hope followed his instructions. He got off the bed and pulled the girl to the negligee was easily removed and she was naked. His hand gently rubbed along her spine and his other hand massaged her clit. He smiled she was wet and ready for him. You ready, princess? He asked. Lust was clouding his mind and he wanted to sheath his cock into Hope and not exit for the next few hours. Ah. Yeah baby I am, she moaned when she felt his fingers dip into her wet pussy. Naruto used his hand to guide himself into Hope. The moonlight was the only light in the room. He thrusted quick and hard. Ooh. Hope inhaled a sharp breath at the unexpected fast thrust her lover gave her. Naruto out his hands on Hope's Hope and created a rhythm, pumping in and out of his wife as her moans filled up the room. Oh god. Baby harder. Faster, she moaned, her mouth partly open at how deep he was fucking. Gripped Hope's hips a bit tighter as he replied to the request. His cock was massaged by Hope's pussy. His eyes closed and he thrusted even faster. His hand went to her hair and pulled her up so she was sitting on her knees as he tits bounced at the thorough pounding her was giving her. His mouth was in her neck, whispered dirty things in her ears. Baby. Oh god I'm coming, she screamed, and if there wasn't any silencing spells in the room, he was sure her father would have heard her scream as would the entirety of New Orleans. His hands went to her breasts massaging it and he let Hope ride her orgasm out by slightly dropping his pace but not stopping. He came with one final thrust and could feel the mixed juices run down Hope's thighs. They stayed still for a moment enjoying the high of his orgasm and Hope's second orgasm. God I love you, he whispered near her ear. I love you too baby. They both had sweat covering their bodies. He put Hope down on her back and got a cloth to clean her up. You always cum so much I wonder whether you're trying to put another baby in me, she said somewhat. Naruto covered her with the sheets. He laughed quietly at the comment. Perhaps I am. Give our twins another brother or sister, he teased. It doesn't work that way, she whispered into the darkness and made herself comfortable on his chest. No, he asked rhetorically. No you idiot. Go to sleep princess, you must be tired, we'll continue the wedding night tomorrow morning, he said with a grin on his face which Hope couldn't see. Seriously, so much stamina, I wonder how I'll ever keep up with you, she said closing her eyes preparing to fall asleep. His heartbeat was the best lullaby she could ask for. You've been doing well thus far, I'm sure you'll excel even more in the future, he quipped but heard Hope's breath even out, as she fell asleep. Good night my love, he whispered into the darkness and let the sleep overtake him as well. Time skip 4 months. 4 months had passed since our couple had married. It was now March. The babies would be due between 5-6th of April. The couple was excited for the arrival of their new family members as was the rest of the Mikaelson clan. However, one was cautious and that was Niklas. The quarter had been quiet, he hadn't heard much of Marcel, however his older brother was keeping an eye out for any activity. He stood at the balcony and watched the streets of New Orleans die down. You seem deep in thought, Klaus, said a voice behind, turned and saw Naruto leaning against the balcony doors with his arms folded across his chest with a small smile on his face. Do I? He shrugged of the comment. He didn't need to worry the blonde with Hope's due date being so close. Naruto chuckled at the mont's avoidance of the question. Over the past couple of months they've gotten closer, and perhaps Naruto did see the man as a father figure, but Klaus said he would gut him if he called him dad. That made for an interesting dinner. Naruto sighed and stepped closer to the balcony, now too watching the streets of New Orleans with a pensive face. You do though. He paused and glanced at the man in the corner of his eye. You're worried that your adopted son has been too quiet since the wedding, I assume. He said quietly. Hope filled him in on the relationship between Klaus and Marcel. How Klaus saved him, but over time they had different goals and something happened that split them up and turned Marcel into wanting to run New Orleans as its king. She told you? He asked without any malice, just pure curiosity. She did, but I guess all fathers and sons have complicated relationships, he said easily. However, if he decides to start up trouble, I know my decision will be easy. He said without any threat, just pure honesty coating his tone. Klaus gave the blonde a small smile as he processed what the blonde said. You'll slaughter them all, wouldn't you? I would. He paused and sensed Hope's signature approaching, and that includes Marcel. He did with a hard look and turned to face his wife, who was walking heavily holding her, was about to respond, but Hope spoke first. Naru, she called out softly. The pregnancy was getting more difficult the closer she came to the due date, the more her cravings increased. Her sex drive was the same, but she was concerned that after all their lovemaking her husband picked up a fetish for pregnant women, because whenever he saw her naked he was raring to go. It's time for dinner, she said and looked to the glass in her father's hand and back to Naruto. She asked him to cut down on his drinking for no specific reason other than she couldn't deal with the smell of it, and even in her third trimester it nauseated her. Naruto smiled and nodded. Coming, Klaus? He asked. The man shook his head. No, I think I'll stay here and probably eat something later. Naruto nodded and Hope looked at her father strangely, but shrugged it off. She felt an arm wrap around her waist. She could help the smile that appeared on her face. You're looking as radiant as ever, complimented the blonde as they walked down the stairs slowly. What do you want? She questioned suspiciously because she knew for a fact she didn't look radiant. She looked like a mess. She wore his sweatpants and an oversized hoodie. Her hair was thrown in a messy bun. She didn't feel the need to dress up if she was staying all day at home. A chuckle broke her thoughts. So suspicious. I can't compliment my wife. He asked with a brow the girl wore. It didn't matter to him. She herself was gorgeous and the pregnancy suited her. Besides, he didn't have any problem getting in the mood. You look like you want something. She paused and gave him firm look. You won't be getting sexy time until you get me some of the ice cream I've been craving for, she said without beating around the bush. Naruto rolled his eyes inwardly. Maybe his wife did really think he had a fetish for pregnant women, because each time he would compliment her would threaten to take away the sexy time until she got what she wanted. You know, I've noticed you've become quite manipulative over the past few m. He was stopped by elbow in his gut, courtesy of Hope, with a glare that would kill any lesser man. He groaned slightly. He wasn't sure whether Hope was unconsciously drawing on their children's chakra or what, but he could have sworn she was almost punching like Tsunade did. He sat her down at the table and lifted his arms in surrender. Okay. You win, I'll get the ice cream after dinner, okay? I'm going with, she said, surprising him. You'd go with? I thought you were on bed rest. He said, taking his own seat and digging into the food on his plate. At the rest of the mikaelson had their own conversations. Hope shrugged and ate her food. I need some fresh air, she said. He nodded. He couldn't blame her. She didn't really go out much. The only time she did was if two other family members, but even then that was when she would go to the bayou to visit the pack. After dinner and light conversation it was 8 and Naruto would have to drive to go get the ice cream his wife wanted. Hormones, yeah right. He thought to himself. He knew even before she was pregnant her guilty pleasure was ice cream. You better not be insulting me in your head, she said from behind him as he grabbed the car keys. He laughed softly. Why would I insult you? I'm just thinking about how many of these types of trips I have left. I assume with the way you're going plenty more, she said without really got into the passenger side. The door was being held by Naruto as he lightly assisted her. I see, so we'll have more children then. He grinned. Hope rolled her eyes. I didn't even never mind, but we'll see. The door shut closed as Naruto got in on the other, stared at Hope with a brow raised. That wasn't a no, so I can work with that, he said cheerfully and started his drive to the convenience store a couple of miles outside the quarter. The drive was quiet. There was soft music playing in the background as Hope hummed along. About 15 minutes later they got the ice cream and a few more items Hope wanted. Spur of their way back, maybe a mile out of the quarter, Hope spoke up, continuing their conversation from earlier. How many kids do you want? She asked, sighed inwardly because she was sure she was going to regret asking that when she saw the light up in Naruto's eyes. 10 maybe, he said smiling. He turned to her and the gobsmacked look on her face. What, are you crazy? She nearly screamed at her husband before he answered. He felt something off and was about to stop the SUV, but telekinetic force propelled into them, making the car flip mid-air. The glass of the windscreen shattered as the car shook from the impact. As fast he could, he shielded Hope with his body from the glass. He used a shunshin out of the car with his wife in his arms, bridal style. Hope, are you okay? He stopped when he saw two pieces of glass. One in her chest, the other in her stomach. The blood spilled from her mouth as she struggled to breath. He looked around him. They weren't that far from the compound, so he could use a Hiraishin to teleport them quickly. A tear slipped from his eye as he made out the whisper, the babies. Shish, don't speak, just conserve your strength. I'll get some help, okay? He attempted to console his wife, whose heart was slowing down. No, you won't, he heard from around them. He had tears fill his eyes at his wife's condition. He could still hear the heartbeat of his children's, but Hope's was slowing down. The blood that was staining her hoodie was accumulating her. They were surrounded by 6 people. From what he could smell 3 vampires. He made his decision quickly and stared at his wife. His arms. She was scared as she clutched her belly. The blood loss was making her lose consciousness fast. He made a seal-less clone and spat his order quickly. Take her to the compound now, he said, handing his wife over to the clone before the people around him could attack. I love you, he whispered and watched her disappear with the clone. Maybe it was the adrenaline pumping through his veins, but he only realized when the vampires attacked him that there was a shard of glass in his back. He pulled it out and let his healing do its job. His eyes were blood red as his mind replayed the images of Hope bleeding his arms. He got careless and didn't react fast enough. That was his fault. None of you will survive, he said. His tone was filled with anger. He didn't care if he killed them. They were planning on killing his children, his wife. It was unforgivable. He felt a pain to his head and knelt to one knee as the witches muttered a spell. He grunted, his canines dug into his lip. He released 3 chakra chains. He watched emotionlessly as it pierced the chests of the 3 witches who were in the midst of muttering another spell to incapacitate him. He appeared between 2 of the vampires and smacked his hand across their base of their necks with his claws elongated. The heads rolled off their heads, eyes wide open in shock. Their blood sprayed into his face as he turned his gaze to the 3rd vampire, who was standing stock still at how quickly he killed off their numbers. He tried to speed away, but Naruto appeared behind him, shoving his hand into the vampire's chest as he heard the vampire plead for mercy, but it fell on deaf ears. He wrapped his hand around the slow-beating heart of the vampire and crushed it. He felt the vampire go limp in hold as he ripped his arm out. He looked around to sense any other signatures, but there was created another clone. Take care of this, he said before he disappeared and arrived at the doors of the hands was covered in blood, as was his t-shirt as it clung to him. The blood of his victims created a spray on his face. He pushed the doors open so hard, nearly breaking it off its hinges, and entered quickly. His mind was in disarray. He didn't know what to think. His children, his wife. The inhabitants who occupied the dining area looked to the noise at the blonde who now entered. His body was covered in blood. Where is she? Naruto looked to the occupants. He didn't see Davina, Freya nor Haley. His eyes glanced Elijah, Cole and Niklas, who was taken aback by his appearance. What happened? Asked Klaus as he observed the blood-soaked man before him. Naruto's eyes were blazing red. His mouth formed a sneer as he thought about what happened just a mere 20 minutes ago. He looked at his blood-stained hands and back to Klaus. His tears made his eyes look, felt everyone's eyes on him as he inhaled a breath. We were driving back from the store to get the ice cream Hope wanted. His voice broke a bit. He shook his head clear of the thoughts. And out of nowhere the car flipped. I attempted to cover Hope as soon as possible and get her out of the car before any of the glass could hurt her or the babies, he said frustratedly. The wall besides him suffered a blow from his fist as he smashed into it. The tears he was holding back rolled down his cheeks as he looked back to the father of his wife. I wasn't quick enough, he said softly. Crack. He slammed his fist into the hull again. I wasn't fast enough. When I got her out of the car, the shards of glass from the windscreen punctured her lung and the other went into her belly, he said shakily. Then why didn't you bring her here yourself? Said Klaus loudly as he watched the emotions flicker across the blonde's gaze, snapped up to meet the hybrid's features. It wasn't an accident, he said as his voice got harder and full of anger. It was planned. Somehow there was 6 of them, 3 witches and 3 vampires. I killed them all, but I wasn't able to bring her here myself, Klaus, because if I hesitated for one moment they would have made sure to finish the job, so I sent her back with a clone. He gestured wildly. It was planned. Klaus was barely restraining himself. He felt a hand on his shoulder and saw his older brother told him to calm down. Why don't we all calm down and wait? Said Elijah, trying to get a handle on the situation. Cole was sitting quietly. There wasn't any sound from the room Freya took Hope into when she arrived. Calm down, screamed Naruto. I will not calm down until I destroy whoever is responsible for this, he said angrily. My children and my wife is. He trailed off as he glared at Elijah. Klaus saw the rage boiling in his son-in-law's eyes, the worry, the sadness and the regret for not making sure she remained, decided to take action and stopped the blonde before he could go out by the door. Where are you going? He asked but received no answer. He used his speed to stop the blonde in his tracks. He saw the blonde's face. The tears were streaming down his face. He looked broken, like everything was being taken away from him. You can't leave. I can, and Orleans streets will be overrun with blood till I find who is responsible for this, he said angrily. My daughter is fighting, as are your children. You can't leave now, he said. Then what do I do? I can't stay here and do nothing. He screamed in frustration. Klaus knew exactly how the blonde felt. He felt powerless in this situation. It was the same thing he felt when the witches managed to kidnap Haley and take Hope. He spoke softly and pulled the boy into an embrace. I know how you feel, but you are a mikaelson now, and I promise you when we find whoever is responsible for this we will make it our cause to ensure that they will never know a moment of happiness. He felt the boy clutch onto him. What if? He didn't, or rather couldn't, finish the sentence. The weight of it was too heavy. The thought of losing his children before they were born shattered him to his core. His wife would never be the same again, and he didn't know whether he had the strength or the mental fortitude to deal with the loss. It won't come to that, said Klaus as he released the boy from the embrace. It wasn't something he did often, but over the months he started to see Naruto more like a son. They were alike, they were both loyal and loved fiercely. Freya, Haley and Davina are in there with her. I just need you to wait because I don't think she would need me when they finish, but her husband, he said, punctuating his statement with a poke into the blonde's chest. Naruto nodded at his father-in-law. Even if he left now, he wouldn't have the vaguest idea where to start looking for the culprit or whether those witches and vampires acted alone. Perhaps carrying a grudge toward the mikaelson family, and decided to destroy Hope in vengeance against Niklas. They both walked back into the lounge and sat quietly. They were alone. Cole and Elijah gave them time to themselves. I'm sorry, said Klaus as they waited on any news. The compound was eerily quiet. He wasn't sure why, but assumed wherever Freya had taken Hope she put up silencing spells. Naruto looked confusingly at Klaus when he apologized. Why are you apologizing? This wasn't your fault, he said. His voice had cleared up a bit, though the tone was awfully flat. Klaus sat now in a chair on the lounge waiting for word from his. Knew that his family had many enemies, but he never thought they would strike now. Our family has many enemies. He paused and looked into the blonde's eyes. Many of those are mine, and I can't help but feel that I've brought this on. Naruto stayed quiet for a moment. His hands were dry with blood now. He sat in an armchair and pushed his hands through his hair. Exhaling a breath before he answered his father-in-law. It's not your fault, Klaus. This family, he smiled and looked up to the man, is built on loyalty to each other. I couldn't be happier to be a part of it, and I accepted Hope as my wife knowing that we might have to face difficulties. I am prepared for it, but, he sighed, I have become complacent. I've made enemies as well, and I don't know who is responsible, but when I do, I hope you'll stand by my side as I eradicate the threat to my children, your grandchildren. Klaus was surprised by the statement. He never expected the blonde to view his family this way. He was sure if he was a lesser man, they would have viewed the weight that came with the mikaelson name as a burden. Always and forever, he said, staring into the blonde's eyes. They heard footsteps down the stairs. Both of them looked up and saw Freya standing there. Her face didn't give anything away. Naruto was up from his seat and approached the witch almost immediately. Tell me, he said instantly. Freya looked at blonde's disheveled appearance and exhaled a breath. Your daughter and son are healthy. The shard of glass hadn't touched them. It was an inch away from them. She paused and prepared herself for the next bit. Hope held on. She's fine, right? Her lung was punctured, but her healing should have kicked in, he said hurriedly. He stared at Freya. She gave him a small shake of her head. Hope gave explicit instructions to save them at any cost. Naruto shook his head. They talked about her becoming a vampire, but she wanted to become one when she was his age, and after they decided to not have any more children, but not like this. Damn it. Where is she? He said, pushing past both Freya and Klaus up the stairs. He heard the sounds of babies as he neared. The door was partly open as he stepped in. The sheets were covered in, laid still on the sheets. In the corner, Haley and Rebecca held each baby in their arms. He stepped closer to her limp body. Her hair was still sticking to her forehead from the sweat. She looked beautiful even in death. Naruto, he heard from behind him. He shook his head and kissed her cold lips. I'm sorry. He clenched the sheets. His tears fell as he apologized over and over again. I was too late. I said I would protect you. I'm so sorry, princess, he whispered brokenly. Klaus watched the scene with his hands clenched at his sides. Haley stepped closer to him with the fair-skinned baby who had a tuft of blonde hair, sleeping peacefully. Let's give him a minute alone with her, he said hoarsely to the occupants as they exited the room. He looked at his two grandchildren who was sleeping peacefully, unaware of the troubling circumstances that brought them so early into the world. He saw the blonde-haired twins open their eyes and stare at him in wonder. Their eyes were a cerulean blue, and he never saw anything more beautiful. He was now a grandfather. Their features were predominantly from their father, but their eyes reminded him so much of his daughter. Are you sure they're healthy? He asked Freya as he stared at the two babies lying comfortably in the crib which was in the nursery next to the couple's room. They are. Their energy is like their father's, but I can say the both are witches. In terms of everything else I'm not sure yet, until I do some tests, she said softly as she watched her brother enamored with the blonde babies. Hope will be going through her transition soon, she said softly. Klaus gripped the crib and nodded. She didn't want it to be this way. He trailed off sadly. Her thirst. Klaus cut her off with a shake of his head. I will teach her, and I'm sure she wouldn't want to hurt her children, he said softly as he noticed the babies close their eyes and drift off to sleep. The compound should have barrier spells around it, Freya. He paused. What happened tonight was no accident, he said and turned to his eldest sister who nodded in agreement. He felt vulnerable. He wondered whether the children should be sent away until the threat is found and dealt with. They heard another voice at the door. Hope and the children should go into hiding, said Naruto as he stepped into the room. He looked ahead and had a smile on his face when he looked at his babies. I agree, it's the best option, said Klaus. He saw the blonde nod and gently caress his children's faces. I'm sorry I wasn't able to keep your mom safe, but I swear Ava, Eli, I will destroy every creature on this planet that means you harm. He whispered to his children. There wasn't much movement other than a smile at the peace he saw on their faces. He felt a hand on his shoulder. I will fight beside you. He paused and gave the blonde an amused smirk. You are the next king of New Orleans after all, he smiled. He knew he no longer wanted to rule this city. He would be a good king, not driven by the lust for power. Naruto looked surprised but fixed his features and gave the man a smile. Does this mean I can finally call you dad? He joked lightly. Klaus scoffed lightly and rolled his eyes. You are my son, are you not? He raised his eyebrow at the boy who now stood stupefied at the declaration. Elijah wasn't off when he said that he changed, though now he found an air that would make New Orleans as great as it once was. Hey, you caught me off guard, he said softly and turned around to gaze at his children once more. And now I just need my queen to wake up. The next morning Naruto sat in the chair, next to their bed. Throughout the evening he changed the sheets, and cleaned his wife up from all the blood. He himself was cleaned up, no longer sporting the blood of his victims. The twins were with their grandparents. Klaus explained that Hope needed to complete her transition and feed on the blood bags he put on the bedside table. He looked to his watch as the morning sun rose. Hope, being a hybrid, didn't need a daylight ring either, though her family was skeptical and weren't sure whether she would keep the witch part of herself that classified her as a tribrid. He heard a sharp intake of breath and turned his gaze to the girl who now sat up straight, clutching at her now empty stomach. Where are they? She asked in a panic. He calmly approached Hope and sat down on the bed, cupping her cheek. With your mom and dad. He answered quickly. They're safe. You made sure of that, he said, letting his words soak in. He saw Hope moving her hand and now touched her throat. The black veins under her eyes were coming out. He gave her a small smile. He paused. And you need to complete your transition, he added. I want to see them. She tried to move but speed to the door, but Naruto grabbed her from behind and held onto her tightly. You will, he whispered, but you need to control your thirst first, my love. She fought against his hold. He kept his hold. He felt tears drip onto his skin as the fighting stopped. I'm sorry, she whispered so quietly that if he didn't have his heightened hearing he wouldn't have. Own head was against Hope's as he held her securely. Don't be. He knew why she was apologizing, but he didn't need her apology. She wasn't supposed to be in that position in the first place where a choice had to be made. He gritted his teeth. His sensor was going haywire with everything he was feeling from Hope. The overwhelming guilt, hate, regret, sorrow and anger, just to name a few. He had a hard time recognizing his own emotions in the midst of hers. He let his grip slightly loosen. I need you to finish your transition, Hope, he said. I'm going to let you go, but please don't try and go see our children yet, he said, somewhat pleading the girl. It took all his strength not to give in, but he knew from what Klaus said that newborn vampires were volatile at first. He didn't receive a verbal answer, instead he felt a nod against his chest. He let his grip loosen and watched the girl eye the blood bag hungrily. Once she picked it up and got the scent of the blood, it was gone, and so was the second one. She looked to him, her mouth still covered in blood, as her fangs receded. The black veins underneath her eyes went away and her black and gold eyes returned to her usual light blue. Hope herself felt so many things. Her emotions were all over the place. Last night she birthed her children. She used her last strength to tell her family that the children should be saved, and then she felt an emptiness, and that was not only because she no longer had them inside her but because reality set in. She was now an original vampire, or maybe hybrid like her father. She couldn't have any more children, and that thought alone made her emotions swirl like a whirlpool. Her apology to Naruto earlier was because of that, and she knew no matter how he tried to hide it, she knew he was disappointed but would put up a mask to hide it. She stopped her inner thoughts when she saw Naruto's mouth move, though the question didn't register because she was deep into her own thoughts. Sorry. She shook her head, attempting to clear all those thoughts. I asked, how do you feel? He asked. She watched his face carefully. There wasn't any signs of disgust at him, watching her feed like a ravenous wolf. Fine. She answered immediately. He narrowed his eyes at the answer. Hope. She cut him off with a shake of her head. I'm fine. She paused and saw the hurt in his eyes, but as quick as it came, it knew he knew she was lying, because he always knew exactly what she was feeling. Even without his sensor, he could read her body language and facial gestures. I see, he said simply with a nod of his head. I want to see them. I need to. Her voice broke off. He nodded his head. Clean yourself up, you got a little. He pointed to the corner of her mouth. Hope flushed slightly and immediately wipes her mouth the back of her hand. I'll meet you downstairs if you want to freshen up. He said. He was about to exit the room when she called him back. Naru. He turned and waited for her to continue. It's not your fault. She exhaled a breath and stared at him, waiting for any sign of acknowledgement. He gave her a smile with a nod. I'll see you downstairs, princess, and welcome back, he said before closing the door and leaning against it. Not my fault, huh? He thought with a humorless chuckle. Maybe not. When I do find who attacked us, you can be damn sure hell won't even compare to what I'm going to do to them. He banished the dark thoughts the moment he heard a baby noises. He entered the lounge where Klaus and Haley were sitting and talking animatedly with the Ava and Eli. Even for 8 months they looked fully developed, and that's exactly what Freya said, which in itself was a blessing. He guessed it was his Uzumaki genes shining through. Klaus saw him first. She's awake. He nodded his head and took Eli from Klaus as the man handed his grandson over. She is. She's fairly calm. I don't think her thirst will be an issue, he said, holding his child and stared into his blue eyes. He smiled and caressed his face gently. Her first thought waking up was where the twins were, he said, looking to the grandparents. Haley nodded and she held little Ava, who was wide awake, looking around at her surroundings. A mother's protective instincts. I was the same way when I was newly turned. The bond she had with them while they were in her womb is irreplaceable and trumps bloodlust any day, she said, speaking of her own experience, albeit traumatic, when she went to find her daughter who was taken by those darn witches. Naruto nodded in agreement. You're right, he sighed lightly. Where's the rest? He asked, looking to Klaus, who was watching the scene before him with a small smile on his face. They didn't want to overwhelm Hope, so they decided to make themselves scarce. He chuckled, remembering how he had to tear Rebecca away from the blonde-haired twins. Though my little sister had a difficult time letting go, it seems Rebecca has become quite fond of them already, he added. Naruto chuckled. Well, they have their mother's eyes, and everyone likes a baby who doesn't cry all the time, so they must be the world's best newborns, he said, laughing. Mikaelson's indeed, quipped Klaus. He saw Klaus look behind him and realized Hope was approaching them. We'll give you a moment, he said, gesturing to Haley, who carefully handed Ava over to her mother, whose eyes filled with tears the moment the girl was put into her arms by her mom. She sat next to him on the couch as she stared at the blonde-haired twins who had their eyes on her. Oh my God, they're perfect, she whispered, her tears rolling down her cheeks. Both her son and daughter looked wide-eyed at her. They both have your hair, she said, smiling. Naruto himself couldn't hold back a smile at all the love he was feeling from Hope. Yeah, but they both have your eyes. He looked at Eli, whose mouth was partly open. My son is going to be a lady killer one day, aren't you, little man? He grinned with a smug look on his face. Hope scoffed and raised an eyebrow at the comment and decided to tease her husband a bit. And little Ava is here is going to be very popular with the boys. As soon as she uttered those words, she felt a menacing glare burn into her. She turned to face her husband. His eyes flashed dangerously. She won't have a boyfriend or anything till I say she can, end of story, he said seriously. Hope giggled before she broke into a soft laugh at her husband's immediate refusal or even acknowledgement of the comment she made. Oh my God. I can just see it now. This girl will have you wrapped around her finger and you torturing any future suitors, she said, laughing. The twins who saw the joy on their parents' faces did their own version of a laugh via baby sounds. Naruto chuckled and kissed Eli's head before he answered. Hope, she's my princess and I have to make sure she meets a prince, not some scrub, he shrugged. Hope rolled her eyes at the comment. I thought I was your princess. She raised a brow. Impossible. The moment I married you, you became my queen, he said without thinking much about it. Does that make you my king? She asked. Her face turned to him. He turned his face and pecked her lips. I'll be your king, knight, or whatever you need me to be, Hope, but remember this, I am nothing with my queen at my side, he said seriously, staring into her blue eyes, trying to convert every single feeling he was feeling. Hope didn't answer. She knew she didn't need to, because everything she felt was an answer to that single statement. Last night was terrible, but it wasn't something they couldn't overcome. Right now their children were their priority and ensuring the safety was the most important thing. Even though she was losing blood, she realized that it wasn't an accident. Someone did this intentionally, meaning they were being targeted. As if reading her thoughts, Naruto spoke up as he put Eli into the twin bassinet that was set up near them. We can talk about it later, but for now I just want you to enjoy our precious moments with our son and daughter. He looked to the bassinet at the sleeping boy. Although our son seems to be all tired out, he said. Ava was sleepy too. He watched her eyes droop as Hope rocked her gently back and forth. Okay, but you cannot make decisions without me, okay? She whispered. Naruto nodded and realized that having Hope go with the kids somewhere safe was possibly out of the question. I won't. You're durable now, he joked lightly but received a glare. Have you tried to see whether you could still use magic? He asked in an attempt to change the subject. He watched Hope repeat the same process he did moments ago with Eli. Hope had her back turned to her husband as she stared at her children sleeping peacefully without a care in the world. It brought her comfort knowing that they were safe. She made the right choice and that she would never regret, even if she was a vampire sooner than planned. I haven't had the time, and she trailed off and felt arms wrap around her waist. You're afraid, he said quietly. I am, she confirmed. Not having the magic, which was such a big part of her, would disappoint her. She loved magic and everything that came with it ever since she was a little girl fixing broken butterflies' wings. I see, your energy signature is still the same to me. He looked over her shoulder at his children. He sensed a lot of power. He wondered whether they would carry the werewolf gene too. But decided to focus on Hope right now. It is? She asked, surprised. To be honest, I don't think you should be scared. Magic was ingrained in you and you didn't have any other blood in you that changed you to a vampire. You already had vampiric traits, which is why I think your transition went so smoothly. He paused, rubbing her belly. Since the babies were one, his stomach returned to normal. He wasn't aware of the logistics behind it, but he was sure his wife appreciated it. Even though I was fighting against you earlier? She asked skeptically. He sighed and turned the girl around to face him. He cupped her cheeks. The only reason you did that was because you're a mother. Children. Our children was your first concern, and for that I'm sure one can be a little troublesome, he joked lightly. Hope smiled and leaned her head against his chest. I know you wanted 8 more, and don't say it's fine because I know it's not, she said, not giving him a chance to recover. Okay, I won't say it's fine because yes, I did want a big family, but darling, we have 2 newborn babies, and if in future we want more, I'm sure we can adopt. There's plenty of supernatural kids who don't have homes, he added as an afterthought, remembering how many kids at Salvatore had that problem. I love you, she whispered, lifting her head off his chest and stared into his light red eyes. I love you too, he whispered and gave her a soft, yet passionate put his forehead to hers. His eyes were closed as they breathed each other in. After a minute they pulled away and glanced at the twins, whose hands were now intertwined with one another as they slept. We'll make sure to protect them, right? She asked her husband as she saw the innocence radiating from them. With everything we have. The same day Hope woke up and completed her blonde ninja was sitting in the nursery with both twins in his arms, telling them a story to lull them to sleep. And then the first moment I saw her I fell in love. He stopped when he heard a creak on the floor and looked towards the sound. His wife stood there with her arms folded across her chest and a smirk on her face. I do hope you're not telling our children you fell in love with another woman. While their mother is standing here. She rolled his eyes at the comment but didn't reply. Instead he continued his story to the children, who was falling steadily asleep. He had changed and fed them already. As I was saying, little ones, I fell in love, but guess what? He asked, gasping slightly, and now raised his eyebrow towards Hope as he continued. Your mother was in love with a hobbit. Hope widened her eyes and was about to object when she saw the smirk on her husband's face. He spoke to the twins like they were older than just a day. She shook her head and neared the twins and pecked their foreheads. She saw their eyes closed and lifted Ava. Come on, let's put them to bed, she said softly. Naruto chuckled quietly and put Eli in the crib next to his sister. They watched in silence as their twins slept. He felt a tug on his hand as Hope moved towards the door. He closed the door but put a seal on. What seal was that? She asked, watching her husband draw characters with his pointer finger. Naruto concentrated the chakra in his finger and finished the security seal with his own variation. It's a security seal. Anyone who has negative intentions toward the occupants won't be able to enter, he said shortly. He actually created this seal when he was younger to stop the continuous break-ins at his shitty apartment. I see. Well, I assume you're putting it there because of what happened last night, she said, looking to her husband who was now finishing up. She saw him nod at her question. So I wasn't hallucinating then, she spoke quietly as they now entered the own bedroom. Naruto went to lay down on the bed with his hand over his eyes. He sunk comfortably into the mattress before he sighed and answered his wife's question. I fought 3 vampires and 3 witches from what I could sense. He paused as the images flashed at the forefront of his mind. He felt the bed dip, indicating that Hope was now sitting in the bed too. They're dead, she stated. They are, unfortunately. He knew he had to keep at least one for questioning, but the only thing that was going through his mind was getting back to Hope as soon as possible. I wasn't able to get information because my first instinct was to get back to you after my clone delivered you safely here. Hope sighed inwardly and laid her head on Naruto's chest and closed her own eyes, enjoying the sound of his strong heart drum in her ears. The room was quiet, as was the compound. She wasn't aware where family was, but it was clear they were off doing something to probably not overwhelm her. What's next? We need to find answers. It's clear that it was premeditated. His mind was racing with every possibility. They were watching us, but I haven't sensed any malice, so I'm not sure who they are, what they want, and why they attacked now, he said, letting out all his current thoughts. I'm not leaving, she said instantly. Hope. She lifted her head and took the arm off Naruto's face and stared him straight in the eye. I'm not leaving, she said strongly. Whoever they are made a mistake, because I will not let them hurt our children, and you don't get to fight this by yourself, she said, knowing that he was probably going to say that she needed to leave with the kids to keep them safe. Naruto stared at Hope's steely blue eyes. They were stubborn and would definitely not leave this to him. He nodded his head after a few moments. Okay, he said simply. Hope narrowed her eyes at the reply. It was too easy. That was too easy, and moved away from him just in case he was going to knock her unconscious. Where are you going? He asked with brow raised, curious at the distance Hope was creating between the two of them. You agreed too easily. Every time you did that, I usually wake up the next day without going to sleep myself. Naruto chuckled and pulled her back down. He wrapped his arm around her and held her. Yeah, I guess though I won't be doing that, and I wasn't sure whether you would give up anyway. Besides, I don't like knowing you're not safe, and now our children too, so you being far away would make me worry, he said honestly. We can talk about this tomorrow with the rest of the family, he said, and he closed his eyes once more, trying to fall asleep. He hadn't slept much the night before. He was awake watching the twins and then Hope, so he was pretty tired. I wasn't in love with Landon, by the way, she said off topic when she remembered the story he was telling the twins. Naruto barked out a laugh at how random the comment was. He didn't reply, but Hope clearly wanted to correct his way of thinking. I wasn't, so don't tell our kids that, she huffed from her position on his chest. His chest rumbled with a laugh. All right, I'll make sure not to tell our kids that their mother was in love with the golem from Lord of the Rings, he said in between laughs. Hope didn't find very funny and slapped his chest. I married an idiot, she muttered to herself. Sure did, he said, but I'm a very lovable idiot, thank you very much. Hope rolled her eyes. Sure you are. The next day Klaus was sitting in the lounge with his 2 brothers and son-in-law. Haley was helping Hope with the babies, and they decided to talk about the events that led to the early arrival. Now that things have settled down a bit, he said, looking to the blonde who was sitting back in an armchair with a drink in hand. We need to discuss the attack. He paused and looked to Elijah, who was standing up straight with a frown on his face. I haven't seen or heard any movement from Marcel's vampires, said Elijah. Yes, but I'm sure little Marcel knows we're watching him, brother, said Cole from his spot, and Naruto nodded in support to his statement. It was planned. They clearly had been watching us, otherwise how would they be or know exactly what road I'd be using? Or even left the compound, he said, sipping on his drink. But I think we shouldn't cancel out any possibilities or suspects, he said to his Klaus, who agreed with the proposal. I assume you want me to visit Marcellus, he said, raising a brow at the blonde who had a smirk on his face. Sure, and I was thinking that Cole and I could go on a witch hunt, he said with a smirk at the youngest original, whose eyes lit up. Oh, you do know me well, I do love a good witch hunt, Klaus and Elijah chuckled. Just don't go too overboard, and remember the current regent is the father of our sister's son, Cole nodded seriously. He wouldn't kill the man, but answers were needed. As long as he's cooperative, said Cole, and looked to Naruto, who nodded his head. That's fine, but Cole, it's been a while since you've gone on a bit of a rampage, quipped Klaus. Cole rolled his eyes at his brother's comment. I could say the same to you, Nick. I guess we're both changing, he shrugged with a small smile. His Klaus returned. By the way, Naruto caught the brother's attention. Hope refuses to get away with the children, so I'll be placing seals all over the compound later. If it's triggered by a witch's magic, we'll know immediately and react immediately, he said, standing up to his feet. That's good. I wouldn't want them or whoever is behind the attack inside the compound without our knowledge, said Klaus, and then chuckled a bit. My daughter has always been stubborn, and I suppose even more so since she embraced immortality. Yes, and said daughter would like to know whether this is just a secret meeting for men or can the women also join, said Hope from the door as she stood with her arms folded. Everyone looked to Naruto. Cole lifted his hands as if to say, you're on your own. Klaus smiled behind his glass as he watched the blonde give him a glare and turn to face the wrath of his wife. Darling, he was cut off with a scoff and a roll of her eyes at the affectionate term. However, Naruto continued, unaffected by the scoff of his wife. We were just talking about investigating any possible suspects. Ooh, sounds very official, like we're detectives, said Cole, amused in the background. Shut up, Cole. He laughed and turned to his wife, who was still giving him an unimpressed look. We weren't making you feel excluded, Hope, but you were busy with the twins, and I was just telling Dad that you'll be staying here, he said in consolation. Hope raised an eyebrow at Dad, and Cole spluttered too. Oh, we're calling Nick Dad now, he laughed while Klaus rolled his eyes at his brother's teasing. Elijah had smile on his face but said nothing. He let you call him that? She asked, surprised. Naruto smiled and glanced at Klaus over his shoulder. I'm to be the next king of New Orleans and have his daughter as my queen. Of course he's my father, he shrugged easily. Is this true, Niklas? Asked Elijah, looking now surprised at the words that was coming out of the blonde's mouth. Klaus sighed inwardly. Though it wasn't a secret, he wasn't going around and broadcasting it just yet, but decided now was a better time than ever. I suppose I should go on and tell you then. It's true, I plan on making him king of New Orleans and introducing our new additions the Mikaelson way. Naruto looked confused, but Hope cleared it up for him, explaining that there would be a ball. I see. Well, let's get some answers before we invite the whole of New Orleans into the compound, he said, motioning for Cole to stand up. He turned to Hope and gave her a peck on the lips. I love you. He felt Cole wrap his arm around his shoulder and moved him away from Hope. Whistling to himself. Come on, mate, we've got us a witch hunt, he said joyfully with a menacing smirk, and glanced at his brothers. Do have fun with Marcel, he said as they walked out of the compound. Hope watched them leave with a sigh. What did Uncle Cole mean, Dad? She asked, turning to her father for clear answers. Exactly what he said, darling. They'll be questioning the witches while Elijah and I will be having a nice talk with Marcel and his group of baby vamps, he said, putting on his jacket. Your husband's clones will be put on some seals on the compound, so you don't have to worry about anybody getting in here, okay? He said, and gave his daughter a kiss on the forehead. Hope nodded. She watched Elijah leave and she pulled her dad's sleeve, stopping him in his tracks. You're not hiding or treating me like a child, right? She asked seriously. Klaus chuckled and shook his head. No, darling, it's just the opposite. In fact, otherwise you'd be off to some island with the twins. He paused. When the time comes, we will fight this as a family with your husband by your side, do not worry. Hope smiled and nodded. Yeah, good. I don't want him battling things by himself anymore. He's done that for too long, she said, referring to his previous life and even a couple of months back. Don't worry, he won't. After all, a king needs his queen, and that's what you are, my love, he said with a soft smile, and exited the room, leaving Hope with her thoughts. I hope they won't torture the witches too much, she muttered, and heard her Aunt Rebecca laugh as she entered the room with Eli in her arms. I sincerely doubt that, darling. With Cole at his side, we might just get some news that all the witches are gone from New Orleans. Hope nodded in agreement, albeit begrudgingly. I know. She agreed. He hates it when people hurts the people he loves, so I'm sure he will be causing some damage. She sighed internally before shaking her mind clear of the thoughts. Naruto and Cole were walking through the quarter laughing at the small talk they were making on their way. It's like she gives you a look and then boom, you just crumble. He sighed. Is it like a thing women get when they get married? He asked Cole, who was laughing hard at the blonde's explanation. Yeah, I think so. I can't tell you how many times Davina has done that to me, he said, shaking his head. The rest of their conversation went on normally until they neared where the witches were gathered, which was their ancestral ground. Naruto read the name and looked ahead. A cemetery? He asked with a raised brow and a smirk on his face as he spoke to Cole. Well, makes it easier to get rid of the bodies when we're finished, doesn't it? He joked. Sure is. He played along. They were about to enter when witches gathered near the entrance, muttering a spell. He saw Cole holding his head. Damn it, no conversation, just straight into an aneurysm. Not a very warm welcome. Naruto tilted his head and concentrated chakra in his eyes, flashing Rinnegan. He held his palm out toward the witches, even though the pain from the spell wasn't debilitating, but it hurt like a bitch, and he would reply in kind. Besides, they were being very rude to attack out of nowhere. Shinra Tensai, he muttered and watched as the attack sent the witches flying. He looked to Cole, who was now rubbing his temples. Couldn't assist sooner. Cole teased with a smile. You'll live, Cole. He grinned. Now I believe, since the pleasantries are out of the way, shall we continue? Cole said as they entered the cemetery. The witches who attacked them were groaning on the ground. Cole, Mikaelson, never thought you'd be back in New Orleans. They both heard from the side. Naruto raised his brow. A friend of yours? He asked, gesturing to the dark-skinned man who was followed by another 5 witches and warlocks. Freya's baby daddy, he said with a chuckle and smiled at the regent. Vincent, a pleasure, I'm sure. He said sarcastically. There was no love lost between the two of them. He didn't like the man, but he was a friend of his eldest sister, so he kept his reservations to himself as much as he could, meaning he refrained from killing the man. You've brought a friend. I've seen him around, but I can't say we've met, said Vincent as he now stood in front of the 2 men before him. On original vampire and blonde was a mystery. Naruto smirked. We haven't, no, but the name's Naruto Uzumaki Mikaelson. He saw the man's eyes widen at the introduction while Cole had a wide grin on his face. I see. He paused, fixing his face in a hard expression. What business does 2 Mikaelsons have here? He asked suspiciously. The smirk was still plastered on the blonde's face, and he looked at the witches surrounding them now from all sides. He chuckled and nudged Cole. So hostile, aren't they? True, not very welcoming. Perhaps they should learn how to entertain guests. He quipped. Don't speak down to us, Mikaelson, said one warlock who stared at Cole with disgust in his saw this and pointed to the man. Did you perhaps sleep or kill a family member of his? He asked without any malice, just curiosity at the man's hostility. Cole shrugged, not bothered by the man's tone or glare. I'm not sure, though. I might have tortured a family member. It's all a bit hazy. You know, living for 1,000 years and all things just seem to mesh together after a certain time. Naruto nodded. Yeah, I'm sure. Besides, you've killed so many, haven't you? He grinned and turned to the Vincent, who was watching the back and forth between the 2 Mikaelsons. Speaking of killing. He paused. Are you missing any witches? He asked easily. Not that I know of, no. Why? The man stood guarded. He didn't know whether there was any witches that died or was killed, so the question caught him by surprise. Naruto stared at the man, who flinched when he mentioned killing. Perhaps he knew something after all. Let's call it curiosity, he said. Cole gave him a nod and he sped and grabbed the warlock, who stared at him with hostility by the neck. Now you look like you know something, he said, flashing his vampire face. Every witch that was surrounding them attempted to move, but Naruto created 10 seal-less clones who stood behind each witch with a kunai at their throats. He spoke clearly. I wouldn't move, and if I hear you muttering some spell, my clones would slit your neck before you can blink, he said, now staring at Vincent. You might be regent, but it seems like not all your witches and warlocks are under your control, which leads us to, he said, his gaze now moving to the dark-haired man Cole was holding by the neck. When I mentioned the death of witches recently, you flinched, he said, flashing his Rinnegan dangerously. His own canines descended. Now tell me, why would you flinch when your regent clearly didn't know, which tells me, if I'm not mistaken, that those witches who died was not part of the New Orleans coven, am I right? The man refused to answer and Cole choked harder. As the Mon's face turned red then purple due to the lack of oxygen to his brain. Why? Yes, Cole's grip slackened a bit. Sorry, what was that? They wanted to kill the tribrid, he said. I see. Well, obviously they were unsuccessful and died a rather gruesome death at my hands, so tell me why exactly or who was after my wife, and be warned, if you don't answer honestly I will know. And my wife's uncle does like playing with his food, he warned the man as he stared at him. I don't know, they just wanted to know where the compound was and if the tribrid was in New Orleans. I swear, he choked out. Naruto paid close attention to his heartbeat and emotions. I see, and you hate the Mikaelsons, so you gladly gave the information, yes. The man was dropped by Cole and he kneeled down coughing and holding his throat. The Mont's eyes were filled with tears and nodded honestly. I see. Naruto kicked the kneeling man's face and watched him fall to the side, coughing and spitting out blood. Naruto now kneeled down and gripped the warlock's face. Cause harm to my family indirectly or directly again and I'll show you what being in hell really means, he said, staring into the warlock's eyes, releasing some of his tailed beast aura. He felt the Mon's fear skyrocket and released his face, letting him fall to the ground. Naruto stood up to his feet. You have nothing else to say, right? He said with his hands in his pockets as he stared down at the warlock who was trying to stand on his feet, but failing because the aura Naruto let out was directly at him, so his emotions were fighting against each other. They said something about knowing a vampire in the quarter too. He spoke, shaking at the blonde's threat. He never felt anything so scary, like he was facing off or looking at a couldn't look into the blonde's eyes. The witches and warlocks who watched the scene was dumbfounded at the Mon's change of attitude and by the timid attitude. I don't suppose you know which vampire, do you? Naruto said, his gaze never left the man who was practically kneeling at his feet. He knew the warlock wasn't able to look into his eyes. His aura would make most supernatural creatures tremble with fear. The warlock shook his head. Vincent, who was quiet up till now, voiced his thoughts. He looked to the blonde who so casually threatened his coven without a blink, and the techniques he used wasn't something he'd witnessed before. You have what you want, so why don't you leave? He said, looking to the two Mikaelsons who stared at him blankly. Or are you going to kill him and show that you're a monster like the rest of them? Before Vincent could blink, Naruto was before his face. I see a monster. He chuckled dryly. A smirk curled up on his lips, eyes were flashing dangerously. He turned around and shrugged. I'm much worse than a monster. He was about to leave with Cole at his side when he heard the man speak once more. What's worse than a monster? Naruto didn't turn around and kept walking as he answered the man's question. A demon. Naruto and Cole were leaving the cemetery. As soon as he did, he dispelled his clones and received the memories. He grinned. What are you smiling for? Cole asked as they made the way back slowly to the compound. I just received the memories from my clones. He paused, and it seems that our regent was even more shaken than he appeared. He chuckled and Cole laughed. He seems to have a problem with vampires specifically, or is it just your family? Naruto said, voicing his thoughts. Well, most witches have always thought of my kind as abominations, a mistake of nature. I'm sure they think of you the same way now since you showcased things they've never seen. He paused as he thought back to the feeling he had when he used magic. It was addictive, and some witches and warlocks get addicted to that feeling. He was sure that they sometimes thought themselves stronger than vampires. Just because they were born with their abilities does not make vampires who was turned into one a mistake, Naruto said as they continued their walk. Everything requires balance, Cole. Witches, werewolves, or be it vampires are necessary in this world, so no one is truly a mistake or abomination. It's the will of nature, because trust me when I say that if the gods didn't want your kind to exist, they would have interfered one way or another. He said, thinking back to his own encounter with Kami. The entire reason he was in this world was because they didn't want Asmodeus to roam and destroy that balance. You think so? I always thought I was better off as a witch, which is honestly the reason I acted out that much when my mother turned me into this. He shook away the depressing thoughts. I'm sure you were an amazing witch, but I prefer the original vampire any day, grinned the blonde at Cole, who now slapped his back and laughed. Ha, don't try and butter me up. He smiled. Thanks though, he said sincerely. They walked in silence for a while until they neared the compound. Do you think Nick and Elijah got what they wanted? He said, pushing open the gates. Like you said, Marcel probably knows we were watching him, and that means whoever this vampire is that knows or knew about the attack was probably aware as well, so I'm sure the fucker will not show himself or herself. He sighed, following Cole inside. By the way, why didn't you finish that witch off? Naruto shrugged. his mental state will be very fucked up for a while, which is good enough for me. Ah, you're merciful, aren't you? Aren't you afraid they'll think you weak? Cole asked as he went to pour him and his friend a drink. One can only grant mercy because they're strong, Cole, and if they think I'm weak. He smirked. I welcome their challenge. Ooh, that gave me chills, joked Cole with a chuckle and handed over the whiskey to the blonde. But one way or another, whoever this person is playing a waiting game. They want all the information before attacking, just like they did the other night, he said, falling into the seat. He leaned to the back with his eyes closed. So you don't think Marcel could be the culprit? Like I said before, I'm not ruling out anyone. What we need are informants. People on the inside, he said, voicing out his thoughts. You're right, but we don't really know any vampires in the quarter though, said Cole. Naruto nodded. Yeah, and I'm sure Marcel would find it suspicious if one just popped out of nowhere, Naruto chuckled. We should wait for Nick though. I wonder whether he got anywhere with Marcel. Cole wondered. He knew that the relationship between his brother and Marcel was strained, though he didn't know whether he was capable on trying to kill his daughter. Is their relationship that bad? Depends. He did order our family out of the quarter when Hope was born and locked Klaus up as his prisoner for a couple of. He did use his bite to poison me and my siblings, remembered Cole. He sounds like a real piece of work. Yeah, but he learned some tricks from dear old dad, said Cole, referring to Klaus. Naruto barked out a laugh. Perhaps I should challenge him for control of his vampires. What do you think? I think it'd be a bloody good fight. His bite is poisonous to vampires, even originals. That's how he controls them. Naruto was about to continue but was disturbed when Klaus and Elijah got back. Klaus had a frown on his face whilst Elijah didn't look like a happy camper either. Naruto watched their expressions and Klaus pulled off his jacket and fell into his seat. I assume Marcel was tight-lipped? Asked Cole, looking at his two brothers, who loosened his jacket suit and went to pour him a drink. He's not happy about our arrival or stay in New Orleans and has made it abundantly clear. However, I don't think he specifically had anything to do with the attack. He paused and handed his brother a drink before turning to the blonde. How did your witch hunt go? Cole smirked while Naruto chuckled. A success, one could say, said Naruto, finishing his whiskey. The witches that I killed wasn't part of the New Orleans coven. However, there was a warlock with a grudge against our family and was very happy to share information about the whereabouts of a certain tribrid. He said, standing up to his feet and walking over to the table to pour himself another drink. What happened then? Asked Klaus, he always still annoyed by Marcel's attitude and had to restrain himself from killing all the vampires he had under his control. Then I may have threatened him, shrugged Naruto, and then he sang like a canary. Apparently there's a vampire in Marcel's group who was aware and is very good friends with the vampires and witches I killed, but the problem is we don't know who. He finished sharing the information they've gained. Klaus pursed his lips in thought. How will we flush out the rat then? Depends, shrugged the blonde. What do you think of your two sons battling it out for control over the vampires? Quipped Naruto from his position. Klaus barked amused laughter at the idea. I think that's a splendid idea. His eyes sparkled with amusement. And when will this duel take place? Naruto chuckled at his father-in-law's expression. He shrugged. Let's do it after you formally let all of New Orleans know that the Mikaelsons are reunited. We won't let them think that the children are a weakness. Instead, we'll celebrate their arrival, said Naruto with a smirk on his face. It looked like Cole, Elijah and Klaus understood what he was saying. You're saying that we should welcome the challenges? Asked Cole. Exactly, and when they do, he said, flashing his Rinnegan, we'll destroy them for thinking that any child of mine is a weakness. Ha, well said, chuckled Cole. And I assume you'll start with the vampires? Asked Elijah, intrigued by the blonde's way of thinking. I will. He paused. Marcel is a variable and cannot be trusted as an ally, and anyone who is not an ally is a potential enemy, so I'd like to stamp out his influence immediately. But won't they be hesitant to follow you, seeing that you're not a vampire? Asked Cole, now wondering whether the supernatural creatures would follow someone who wasn't one of their kind. Naruto understood where Cole was coming from. What is the reason the vampires follow Marcel? His power, said Klaus, and his ability to even incapacitate an original vampire. Exactly. Marcel is no longer just your everyday vampire, he rules with fear, paused Naruto. Now what would happen if an even stronger person came along? And let's say, destroys that of which they're afraid of. Klaus's eyes widened. They would revere that person. Naruto nodded. 10 billion% correct, he said with a smirk. Regardless whether I share the Mikaelson name, I will rule over them, and then we're a step closer to finding out who orchestrated the attack on my darling wife, said Naruto and walked out of the parlor room. Klaus watched the blonde with a smirk on his face. What a king he will be, he said, more to himself than those around nodded in agreement with his statement. Your daughter has done well, Niklaus, joked Elijah, finishing off his drink. Klaus chuckled. She is my daughter after all, he shrugged with a grin. I suppose we have a ball to organize then, said Cole with a bit of a groan. Oh please Cole, you do know Rebecca will be the one doing everything, really. Perhaps, but that also means our sister will want to make sure I wear the proper attire, which means she will be choosing them. Klaus smiled. I suppose you're right, though it might be a difficult task for her since she's been enamored with the twins. Time skip 1 month. 1 month has passed since Cole and Naruto got the information from the warlock at the cemetery. Within the month that passed, our blonde shinobi and his wife, as well as the rest of the family, was worried about the twins. They had been progressing and growing too quickly even for supernatural children. We find Naruto standing in their bedroom with his wife sitting on the bed with the twins, who had been able to roll themselves over and was in the process of sitting up straight. He watched their progress with his nerves gnawing at him. Hope gave him a worried look. She was in the verge of crying. They're growing too fast, Naru, she whispered loud enough for him to hear. The children were making noises trying to sit up. I know, he said with a sigh and went to sit on the bed and touched his daughter, who was staring at him with her blue eyes. I know. What do you think it could be that's causing it? Hope was worried. Her aunts said they were healthy and tribrids like herself, but instead of using or getting magic from the ancestors, they would be able to draw on the chakra that they inherited from their father, making them even potentially stronger than her. I don't know, but it could just be my clan's genes, but we won't know for sure until they've grown more. He breathed out and smiled when his daughter grabbed his finger and held it tightly. Her grip was strong for a newborn baby. We can't worry about it too much as far as we know they're healthy, love, he said, and picked up his daughter in his arms and kissed her forehead. She put her tiny hands on his cheeks and gave her version of a smile. We just need to protect them. Hope picked up Eli and held him tightly without hurting him, and nodded at her husband's words. I know, she whispered, kissing the boy's head that was full of blonde hair. She looked over his head at her husband, who was staring deeply into their daughter blue eyes. She sighed softly. Are you sure it's a good idea to introduce them to the supernatural world so soon? She didn't want her children in danger, however her father and husband said that it's important that they not hide away from whoever might be after their family. Even though there hasn't been any movement or any activity other than Vincent coming over to complain to Freya about not being warned that all the Mikaelsons were back in New Orleans. Naruto stood up and rocked Ava in his arms and turned to face Hope, who was doing the same to their son. He gave the woman a smile. It's important that we show unity, but most of all that we're not hiding. He paused, giving Hope a meaningful look. Our children will not be known as a weakness, Hope. His face and tone hardened. I will destroy anyone who even thinks that. He relaxed his features as he felt his daughter feel the unease in his tone. It's okay, princess, he said to Ava, who stopped her squirming. After all, the reason I'm strong is because I have something precious to protect, and those who tries to hurt those who are precious to me will suffer my wrath. The night of the ball arrived. Everything had been prepared by Rebecca, who jumped at the chance to organize a formal ball. Though many suspected she put so much effort into it to see the twins all dressed up in their tiny dresses and tuxes which she had specially made. Naruto stood in their bedroom fixing his black tux. He was choosing between a bow tie and skinny tie. The bow tie, he heard his wife say from behind him. She was still in her underwear and he fought all of his instincts not take her where she stood, but their children was in the playpen, so that wouldn't give them pleasant memories. Naruto chose the bow tie and fixed it around the collar. Thanks, love, he said, looking at her through the mirror. If you're planning on wearing that, I'm afraid we will not be leaving this room, he said playfully. Hope chuckled a bit and rolled her eyes. Should I go with blood red or black? She asked, holding up the dresses in her hands. Naruto turned and appraised the dresses. Red, he said with a nod and then smirked. That way if blood is spilt this evening you wouldn't even notice, he chuckled. Hope shook her head. You spend too much time with Cole, she said. It was true, him and Cole were especially close. They had inside jokes. It kind of reminded her of Alaric and Naruto's relationship. Jealous I've got a new bro? He asked with a small chuckle. No, I'm just worried that Alaric will be the one getting jealous, she quipped. No reason to be, really, he said with a shrug. I speak to Alaric when I have time, and he's been quite busy finding a solution to the twins' curse. He said, he doesn't want one of them to become an heretic, so he's been stumped. Huh, what do you mean? She asked, confused. She hadn't heard anything new from Joe or Lizzie, but then again she had been quite absorbed in her children since they were born. Then there was the issue of them growing too fast, which gnawed at her. Yes, she wasn't too caught up what was happening with her friends and their lives. Naruto sighed, fixing his jacket. I told him that one of the twins could become a heretic to escape the curse, or both of them, but he said that would be the last resort, I guess, he told Hope, who was surprised by the news. It's a good idea, but I suppose he doesn't want to be the one who makes that decision, she said in Alaric's defense. Exactly, but it's not his decision to make, really. I love the guy, but he needs to realize that the twins are steadily becoming older and are smart enough to make their own choices. He paused and looked toward his own children. Just like it would be our children's choice whether to embrace immortality or not, he said. Hope could reply. He zipped up her dress and kissed her shoulder. Now I believe we have a party to go to. The party downstairs was in full swing. Naruto had never seen one of the balls the Mikaelsons had, but he was sure this was probably one of the best. He and Klaus made sure to invite the wolves from the bayou, since they were the ones who pledged their loyalty to their alpha and her children, which honestly was very reassuring. The witches were a wild card. They weren't neutral, but they weren't picking sides either. Cole suggested to make an example, but Freya told him to give her a bit more time with talking to Vincent, and if that didn't work, she herself would take control of the New Orleans coven. Klaus was skeptical, as was Naruto, because Vincent seemed to hate everyone in their family except for Freya. Now the vampires, of course, were a current enemy and led by Marcel, so there definitely would be a challenge issued for control of them. With that particular thought, Naruto started paying more attention to his father-in-law's speech. It was quite picturesque. The entire family stood along the stairs with Klaus smiling widely, not particularly a real smile, but a calculating one he would wear when measuring his enemies. The room went silent as he called for their attention of the guests who down to the middle of the dining area. Klaus gazed over the faces present. His family stood by his side as a united front. The children were being occupied by a clone of Naruto. When silence fell over the guests. Welcome to our home. He started. His gaze fell on Marcel, who was holding glass tightly in his hand. Klaus smirked. Each of you have been invited to celebrate with us in welcoming new members to our family and the return of some old. As you all know, I died, and well, let's just say that even the gates of hell can't hold me. He looked to Naruto, who raised a brow and smirked at his father-in-law's words. Now my family has been reunited, and the new members I'd like to welcome are. He tapered off and nodded to Naruto, who disappeared and returned within a blink of an eye with two babies who were dressed almost the same like their parents, courtesy of Rebecca, whose own eyes lit up at their appearance. Klaus gestured to his daughter, who was standing beside her husband with their children in each of their arms. My lovely daughter has married and in doing gave me son and grandchildren. I couldn't be more happier. He smiled a real smile towards his family, who rose their glass to him with a nod. The Mikaelsons are back and will rule New Orleans, as is our right as the creators of this wonderful city. He watched Marcel's eyes widen at the proclamation, whilst each of the other Mikaelsons stood with no change to their expression. Marcel himself couldn't pretend that everything was fine anymore and threw his glass to the ground. He only brought a few vampires with him, but he didn't care. He wanted to confront Klaus about the proclamation he just made. Klaus's smirk got even more amused when he saw the action. He gazed upon the boy he saw as a son, but the betrayal he caused ran too deep. Do you have something to add, Marcellus? Klaus asked with a brow raised toward the dark-skinned vampire who stood with a few vampires at his side. No one that Klaus recognized. Marcel's expression turned hard and his mouth formed a sneer. Yeah, I do. What makes you think you can come into my city and proclaim that you'll be king? He asked angrily. Naruto looked at Marcel and, tisk, it was loud enough for everyone to hear, and his gaze didn't leave the vampire, who turned to look at him. Klaus chuckled, amused. Firstly, young Marcel, my siblings and I built this city, he said, and put his hands behind his back as if he was admonishing a child. And secondly, he paused and tilted his head. Who said that I'll be king? He asked the vampire, who was now narrowing his eyes at him and fixed a glare in his direction. You said it wasn't going to be Hope, didn't you? He said in reply to Klaus's question. Yes, while my daughter would be a lovely queen, she will not rule alone, he said easily. Not affected by the glare he was receiving, he turned to face the wolves, who was standing there waiting for the word. The wolves has already chosen their queen to follow, he said, and with a queen comes a king, so Marcel, who do you think her king will be? Naruto, who was standing beside his wife, nodded to the wolves, who gave him a nod in return and bent down on their knee before the family with their head lowered. Hope, who didn't know about it, was surprised and turned to her husband, who had a smile on his handed over Eli to his mother-in-law, and Klaus took Eve out of her arms. Naruto picked up her hand and brought it to his lips and gave the woman a small bow. "My queen," he said with a smile. Hope fixed her expression and turned back to face the wolves and spoke in a voice only an alpha possessed. "Rise," she said loudly and clearly. Everyone in the room felt the power that the words held. Naruto watched as the wolves rose and nodded to their queen. Naruto turned to face Marcel, who had a surprised look on his face but quickly fixed it. "You asked who would be king," he said as he jumped down the balcony and landed in front of Marcel. His landing was quiet as he fixed his bow tie and raised his red eyes to meet Marcel's brown eyes. "The answer is quite simple," he said, and raised his hand and backhanded Marcel so hard that he flew into the opposite wall. He watched the man stagger up to his feet. The other vampires attempted to attack. He simply dodged them and snapped their necks, letting them fall to the ground. He walked over to where Marcel was coming out of his daze. Only the strongest should rule. He paused, flashing his rinnegan, and pierced the vampire with his gaze. "And that's me, and soon your vampires you care about so much will be at my beck and call," he said with a smirk on his face. He turned to the crowd who watched the scene, and at how easily Naruto killed the vampires and dealt with Marcel. He was about to let the party resume, but he heard Marcel speak. "You will never rule the vampires, you'll never live the day too," said Marcel angrily. At the time he hadn't realized just how much Naruto was holding back when he hit him. But he was sure that he could beat the blonde in a fight. Naruto chuckled softly and it turned into a laugh, and he clapped his hands together and looked up to the stairs where Klaus was watching the scene unfold in the middle of the courtyard of the abattoir. Naruto's voice and tone held amusement as everything went exactly according to their plans. "Father," he called with a grin plastered on his face, "what do you think about your two sons having a trial by combat to see who is more fit to lead?" he said. Klaus pretended to ponder the question for a while before he looked to Marcel and Naruto. "I think it will be spectacular. Are there any rules for your bout?" Naruto adopted a thinking pose, and turned to face Marcel. "What do you think? Any rules? Or conditions?" he asked Marcel, who spat out some blood from his mouth. "If I win, you and your family leave New Orleans," he said quickly. The Mikaelsons were the past in his mind and they weren't needed in the city. "I see, and when I win?" Marcel scoffed. "You mean if you win?" Naruto laughed at his rebuttal. "Ah yes, bad habit of mine." He smiled innocently. "If I win, I get to choose how you'll spend the rest of your life. Will I choose to spread your limbs across the oceans? Or maybe sink you to lowest depths of the ocean, having you die 1,000 deaths?" he said in thought and snapped his fingers. The smile on his face disappeared when he spoke. "No, I know I'll chain you up, and starve you of blood, so that you slowly desiccate and descend into madness like you did to someone I care about," he said, his gaze burning into Marcel, who fought back a shiver at his words. Naruto turned away from the vampire. "Now leave, your presence is no longer needed. 3 days from now we'll have our trial by combat," he said, walking back up the stairs to his wife, who gave him a peck on the lips and fixed his jacket collar, while Marcel carried out the 3 vampires that accompanied him. Klaus nodded towards the blonde and let the party resume. The witches were still on the fence, but the wolves were enjoying themselves thoroughly and celebrated the birth of their new heirs to the pack. Naruto was standing with a whiskey in hand watching his wife talk to the pack, and the women fussed over how beautiful the children were. "You didn't need to do that," said Klaus as he joined him, standing by his side watching the party continue and his siblings enjoy themselves. Naruto knew what Klaus was referring to and shrugged, sipping on his drink. "I did." He paused and caught Hope's eye. She gave him a breathtaking smile, which he returned with a charming smile of his own. "It stopped you from seeing your daughter grow up and shorten the years you had with her." He shook his head and looked at his own children. "I wouldn't and could not endure that, and so even though I don't believe in revenge, this will be justice to make him suffer even a fifth as you did in that dungeon." Klaus didn't think he could be even more surprised by the blonde, but this already cemented the belief he had, that this boy was becoming a real son to him and not just someone who married his daughter. Klaus clapped his shoulder affectionately and gave him a real smile. "You already married my daughter, no need to butter me up," he teased. Naruto laughed and shook his head. "Never know when that might come in handy," he winked. "You'll win," Klaus said without a doubt in his mind, "but don't underestimate him." Naruto smirked. "Of course I'll win, and no, I won't be underestimating him, but I won't be overestimating him either." Klaus nodded in agreement. "In 3 days, we can start flushing out the real enemy." "Yeah, we will," He paused and saw Hope gesturing him over. Now I have to go dance with my wife before I get put on the couch for a week, he said with a small whine. The evening when the twins were out to bed and the guests left the compound, Naruto put up the security seals once more. He was just about finished. He loosened his bow tie and went up to there, opened the door, heaving out a sigh. He didn't notice Hope nor that she was laying down on the bed in nothing but red lacy lingerie. He continued to undress himself and took off his jacket then shirt. You know we haven't had alone time in a while, he heard from the bed. When he turned and looked to the voice he saw his gorgeous wife laying in red lingerie on her side watching him. Naruto chuckled and continued to unbutton his shirt and his eyes lingered over her body. Yeah, we have been quite busy, haven't we, darling? He said, removing his shirt and moving down to his pants. He stepped out of his dress shoes and took a step closer to the bed. And you showing so much power this evening and declaring to the entire supernatural community that I'm your queen has got me a bit bothered, she said with a sly smirk. Naruto chuckled and dropped his pants to the floor. Well, I guess I have to make sure my queen is no longer bothered. Saddle up, your majesty, because it's going to be a long night, he said and climbed over to his wife and crashed his lips against hers. He invaded her mouth with his tongue as his hands roamed her body. Before Hope knew it, her underwear was ripped off her skin and felt the cold air hit her. I love that pair, she panted with a slight pout as she felt her husband kiss down the column of her neck. I'll get you a new pair, he said, nipping at her jaw. His hands found her folds, wet and warm, and he slipped his fingers inside Hope. She was tight, always so tight. He whispered huskily in her ear. God, you always so tight, love, he said and bit her ear. Hope moaned and used her vampire strength and speed to flip them quickly. She was on top of her husband, straddling his legs, and stared down at the look of surprise on his face. I'm in charge tonight, she breathed out and pumped his erect cock in her hand, with a seductive smile on her lips. Naruto groaned at the feeling of his cock in Hope's hand. He stared at his wife, who now lifted herself up and aligned herself with his cock. In a split second she slammed herself roughly down into him. His eyes widened at the roughness but soon got over it as his wife repeated the motion several times more. Hope's moans got louder and louder as she slammed herself down onto Naruto's cock. She put her hands of the headboard to anchor herself, the word chipped underneath her tight hold. Naruto's hands gripped and dug into Hope's hips tightly as he grunted and watched his wife's breasts bounce up and down on him. Fuck, you're perfect, he said. He was holding himself back because Hope was on the verge of climax if the way her insides clenched him was any clue, and she moved faster. Uninhibited, roughly, her mouth was partly open and threw her head to the back as her orgasm ripped through her. It was violent and unforgiving. Naruto watched his wife fall apart and lifted his own hips in a final thrust as he painted her insides white with his own seed. Her face was beautiful and he thought it was the most perfect thing. Hope fell limply down on her husband. His legs felt like jelly. She never did take charge like that before, but it felt good, amazing even. I hope you're not all tuckered out, my darling, she heard in her ear. After all, we haven't so much to make up for. Naruto woke up to the blinding morning light shining in through the window, and felt a head on his bare chest. Hope was still sleeping, completely tired out after their activities last night. Hey, even a vampire gets tired, he chuckled inwardly to himself. Oddly proud that he tired the tribrid out after a few, he himself had his Uzumaki genes to thank for his seemingly endless stamina. The twins were angels, Kami bless them. They probably knew their papa and mama didn't have intimate time for a while and they slept through the night, giving Naruto and Hope time to make up for lost time. He was sure if there wasn't silencing or privacy justice in the room, the entire New Orleans would have heard his queen calling out his name. Not that he minded, of course, but his sex life would be kept private and there was a bit of a issue with her father hearing them, which he definitely didn't want. He ran his fingers through the mop of hair that was on his chest. They had renewed their mating marks on each other throughout last night too. Hope's mark was on her shoulder and resembled a little fox with 9 tails floating freely. His own, from what he saw, was a wolf howling to the moon. He didn't know how it worked for Hope, but he knew from young age that if he became a Hanyu he would have a mate, and it just so happens that the demon in him chose Hope and he couldn't be happier. Since his full transformation, so you speak, he had been more in tune with his demon. His demon was him and he was the demon, with accepting that controlling his more baser desires were much easier to rein in. He thought back to the events of last fight with Marcel would happen in 3 days. He wasn't sure where it would take place, but he supposed he could ask Klaus for any suggestions. God, how can you be awake? He heard a sleepy groan mixed with whine from his chest. Naruto snorted in amusement. Well, love, because I know our children will be up any moment now, he said, not stopping his actions. I know, she answered shortly, and she started to awake fully. Hope looked up to her husband, who had a lazy smile on his face, and she knew it was a very smug smile too. She rolled her eyes inwardly. Wipe that smug look off your face, mister, she said, getting up. The sheet dropped to the bed. She was still naked from last night. Naruto's eyes dropped to watch his wife's breasts as he replied. I would, but it seems to be a permanent feature, he said, not lifting his eyes from her breasts until he felt a slap to his chest. Eyes up here. I sincerely hope our son doesn't become a pervert like his dad, she said, leaving the bed and heading to the bathroom for a shower. She looked over her shoulder. Well, are you coming? She asked and got a grin in return. Not yet, but give me time and I'll come, all right, he said, hopping out of the bed following his naked wife into the shower. Pervert, she muttered with a giggle. After their shower and activities, the couple had gone into the children's nursery. They had just woken up, laying completely still, and watched their parents stare down at them. Naruto chuckled at the look on his daughter's face. It was a cross between a pout and a frown. What has my daughter in such a mood, he said, gently picking her up. He could faintly feel some emotions from her that resembled frustration, he supposed. Hope looked at him and raised a brow and shook her head at her husband's words. As to say, weirdo. He promptly ignored his wife and focused on his daughter, who seemed to be losing the frown. Good morning, my love, he said, pecking her forehead lightly. As he spoke, and her expression changed completely. He figured, because usually they were right in here before the twins even woke, and this morning the twins were awake for a while before they came into nursery. He chuckled at his thoughts. She's going to be a drama queen. What are you chuckling about? Asked Hope as she did the same with her son and held him to her chest. Naruto didn't look over to Hope as he answered, but focused on keeping eye contact with his princess. I'm just thinking about how this one will be in her teenage years. Hope laughed under her breath tightly. She didn't want to think that far ahead, but her husband didn't seem to have a problem. Naruto heard his wife's laugh. It was strained. He was about to ask what was wrong, but they were interrupted by Rebecca's voice in the doorway. Ooh, my darlings are up. Good, she said cheerfully as she gazed over her niece and nephew. She truly fell in love with them. She loved baby Nick, but these two just had an aura around them that drew you in. She often saw Elijah just sit in their room as well as they slept calmly and listened to their Cole couldn't help but be calm around these two. Naruto chuckled quietly at Rebecca's entrance. But our princess seemed to be in a mood, he said, looking over his daughter's head to Rebecca. Rebecca's eyes widened slightly at the comment. Well, she looks okay to me. She left the question hanging as her gaze lingered over Ava for a bit, who turned her head at the attention she was getting. Yeah, I suppose she was a little peeved off that Hope and I weren't here before they woke up, he said, and Rebecca barked out a laugh. Ooh, she's going to be a little diva, she said, and made a motion with her arms, and Naruto kissed his daughter once more before handing her over to Rebecca. Aren't you, little one? She said to the girl who seemed to be basking in the attention. Hope looked at Eli, who made some noises, but other than that seemed very content to stay in his mother's arms. It seems your sister loves attention, she spoke softly and nuzzled her face against his. What about you, my little prince? She saw the look on her son's face, who seemed nonchalant at everything around him, and gripped on her clothing tighter. You're a mommy's boy, aren't you? She chuckled softly, and by the grip of his tiny hands and the noises he made, she could have guessed that was just plain acceptance at the comment. The rest of the morning and afternoon went the same for the Mikaelson family. The twins were settled. The adults were a bit on edge, but no more than usual, to ensure the safety of their family. Naruto had spoken to Klaus, who told him that the fighter trial would take place in Marcel's new place. A warehouse where he trained his vampires. It was just outside the French Quarter. Naruto looked over the balcony. He decided to have a bit of a training session earlier. His chakra wasn't fully restored, however he had enough in his reserves. Kurama had told him that it would take a year to regain a tael's worth of chakra. He assumed it would be restored within 4 years, then with constant meditation. His father-in-law told him in no uncertain terms that he shouldn't underestimate Marcel's strength, which he wouldn't, because he knew how dangerous those assumptions would be. His mind drifted to this new threat they were facing. It wasn't as ominous as Malivore or Asmodeus, but it was unknown, which made it dangerous in its own. Didn't like not having information about his enemy. He was blind in a manner of speaking. Now he had much more to lose, so he didn't like it at all. He heaved out a breath. He heard his wife's footsteps near him and felt a hand to his back. What's wrong? Asked Hope as she studied her husband's posture. It was tense and stiff. She knew him well enough to know that he wasn't stressed about the fight against Marcel but something else. Most likely the attack that was ordered the night she gave birth to their children, the same night she died and embraced immortality. Our enemy, he said softly as he looked to where the sun was now setting. The little stars were already in the sky as it darkened. Hope sighed and leaned more into her husband and wrapped her arm around his waist, which he reciprocated. We'll find our answers soon, she said softly. Naruto breathed out a soft breath and kissed his wife's head, now completely wrapping his arms around her as he stared at the sun disappearing. Perhaps, but it won't come easy, he said, thinking about how planned about the attack was even though they failed in the end. He wasn't sure whether the enemy had a means of killing Hope. She was an original vampire, meaning they could only kill her with a white oak stake, and Klaus assured him that the white oak stake was destroyed and he used the last one when he sacrificed himself after taking the hollow out of Hope. I know you'll be successful, babe, she said into his chest and laughed a bit. After all, you always say you're the #1 unpredictable ninja, she said jokingly and felt her husband's chest shake with a laugh. Indeed I am, he said, filled with confidence. Indeed I am, he said quietly, and enjoyed the silence and peace that surrounded them, even if it was just for a short while. 2 days passed quickly for the Mikaelson household, and the day was here, where Naruto would fight Marcel for control of the vampires. Our blonde was about to exit the compound with Cole at his side, who wanted to watch the fight. Naru, he heard from the balcony and looked up to his wife, who stood with a smile on her, was about to open his mouth to ask what it was, but his wife spoke before he could. Don't maim him too badly, okay? She said with a light smirk on her face. Cole roared with laughter beside him. He winked at Hope with a grin on his features. Of course not, my love, he said with a playful roll of his eyes. I'm a demon, not a monster, and waved a quick goodbye as they exited the compound. Cole and Naruto got into the car as Cole drove them towards the warehouse where Marcel would be waiting with his vampires. Do you think he'll honor the rules? Asked Cole as he stared ahead and drove the car. Naruto looked out of the window and shrugged. Even if he doesn't and has some vampires attack me, I'll make an example. He paused. But I think he'll honor the deal and rules. He seems like a guy chock full of pride, he said with a dry chuckle. Cole smirked at his blonde companion. Yes, and we both know you're not very prideful, he said, his tone dripping with sarcasm. I'm not prideful, however I won't let pride get in the way of what needs to be done, he said easily. That how he was taught. Even in this world he still followed the rules of a shinobi. Yes, he might be surrounded by supernatural creatures, but before he was the nine-tailed fox he was a shinobi, and he would fight like one. The car stopped and he looked out to the warehouse. It looked broken down. So let's go see little Marcel, shall we? Said Cole as he exited the car, followed by Naruto. Naruto saw some vampires sneer at their presence, not stupid enough to attack, but it looked like their family was not at all well liked. He sighed inwardly. These vampires were going to be a handful, because it seemed like the ones who were loyal to Marcel, not because of his strength but because of him, looked ready to attack them at any moment. He followed Cole into the warehouse, which was dark other than the random spots lights scattered around to provide some light. He guessed the vampires didn't really need to the light since they would be able to see in the dark. I see you haven't chickened out, said a voice from the middle of the warehouse. Around him the vampires were watching, standing on balconies and around the arena that had been marked off as their battlegrounds. What, no Klaus? Sneered Marcel as he looked to the blonde and Cole, who watched him indifferently. Naruto fought off a smirk and shrugged at Marcel's juvenile taunts. Don't worry, you'll see dear old dad soon enough, he said. Cole, who fought a chuckle, stood with his arms crossed and watched the events unfold. He wanted to record it and show it to his family once they returned. Naruto cracked his neck and removed his leather jacket and t-shirt, standing only in his jeans that hung off his hips. His upper body bare and tattoo and lean muscles on full display as he entered the arena. Loosening up his limbs and shot a smirk over to Marcel, who hadn't removed the sneer of his face. Well, come on, Marcellus, he said, motioning with his hands. Aren't you supposed to be the little warrior? He said mockingly, placing emphasis on little as he watched the brown vampire's eyes narrow at the taunt. Marcel stared at the blonde as he spoke. His mind was aware that the blonde was taunting him. He hated that he was quick to anger. It was one of the things he picked up from Klaus. Naruto smirked at his opponent's face. The sneer and disgruntled look said it all. He was angry. Angry at the fact the Mikaelsons were reunited, angry that they were back in New Orleans and probably even angrier that Klaus had the gall to announce that they will be taking over the city once more. Naruto sighed inwardly and rolled shoulders. He put a hand behind his neck and closed his eyes. He inhaled a deep breath and let out a small chuckle when he heard Marcel take advantage of his seemingly off-guard moment. Marcel zipped past Naruto and landed a heavy blow that sent the blonde sailing through the air. Naruto exhaled and flipped mid-air, performing a perfect twist that would have most gymnasts brimming with, landed quietly on his feet and spat some blood that filled his mouth on the gray concrete of the warehouse floor. He rubbed his jaw where the punch landed and stared indifferently at Marcel. Was that supposed to hurt? He asked, raising a brow. The smirk that wanted to break on his face he kept at bay. He could hear cold raucous laughter from the audience. Marcel said nothing but went in again and punched, kicked and attempted to throw the blonde, but the blonde did nothing more than watch him with a bored expression and dodge each heavy punch, kick and attempted shoulder throw. Is that all you can do? He heaved and sent his fist flying at the blonde's midsection, who weaves out the way. Dodge. So much for being strong. He decided to taint the blonde as the blonde tainted him. His only reply was a wry chuckle, one that he found eerily similar to Klaus, his adopted father. Naruto decided to stop playing with the uber vampire and caught the next punch he sent flying to his face. Even though he laughed, Marcel's speed was no joke. He was faster than most vampires and even faster than Elijah and Cole, but a bit slower than his father-in-law. So he had to tap into his innate demon to make sure he kept up and moved faster. He decided early on that he wasn't going to use any kind of jutsu, making sure that these people didn't follow him because of fear. Instead, he wanted their loyalty. Perhaps he was naive in thinking it would be settled with a fight, but one could hope and hope he did. He looked at the vampire, who now wore an expression of surprise on his face. Naruto reinforced his right leg with chakra and pushed his right foot into Marcel's stomach hard. The kick would have sent the vampire flying, but Naruto still held his hand firmly on his grip. I suppose you're right, I should be catching up, shouldn't I? He left the question hanging as he let go of the hand in his fist, and the same motion without missing a beat. He turned around, unleashing a kick that was with the same amount of strength as the previous one. However, the speed at which he launched it caught the uber vampire off guard, and the heel of Naruto's foot slammed into the temple of vampire. He watched as the vampire was still recovering from the kick to his stomach and was now launched through the air, flying into the wooden panels of the warehouse walls. He sped over to Vampire, who was still disoriented from the heavy kicks he landed, and put his hand around the vampire's throat, his nails dug into the mon's dark skin. I'm just getting started, little warrior, he said with venom lacing his tone. The vampires around them watched with bated breath as Naruto lifted Marcel up in the air with no trouble. He pushed chakra into his feet and threw the vampire in the air. He jumped up as he watched the vampire's face. There was a tinge of fear and a lot of anger. He borrowed Bushy Brow's move, of course without the unnecessary shouting, because Bushy Brow's was fucking loud, and brought his leg down to Marcel's midsection. The blow was heavy and sent the vampire barreling down so fast that he wasn't even able to veer off or try and land on his feet. There was a loud smack, then followed by a rumble as Naruto landed and stared at the bit of dust that clouded his eyesight when Marcel broke the concrete floor of the warehouse. Come now, Marcel, he taunted in a song voice. Usually he wasn't this vindictive, however he wasn't hell-bent on revenge either. He just wanted Marcel to feel even a tenth of what Niklas felt when he imprisoned him and kept him away from his growing daughter. Is that all you can do? He mocked, using the words Marcel used against him earlier. The fight had lasted longer than he thought. It was a bit over an hour that they were engaged in the battle. He heard a grunt followed by a beast-like growl that gave his demon some excitement. Maybe the little warrior wasn't that useless after all. His Rinnegan was active as he watched the movement from the was clear that Marcel was now using the cloud of smoke and dust as a cover for his attacks. Naruto slipped into his taijutsu stance. His breaths were even, his ears listened to the smallest sounds, and he heard his opponent's footsteps as he came closer. Naruto grabbed the vampire's arm, who attempted to snap his neck from the back and brought him violently down to the ground once more. Now that wasn't very nice. He tsked disapprovingly at the action of the vampire. Marcel came at him and the tangled for a few minutes and were nothing but a blur. The vampire landed some good punches, but it looked like he wanted to bite Naruto to spread his venom and end the match. Naruto decided to stop playing around and moved faster than the vampire had seen him move previously. Arg! Marcel didn't know what happened, that's how fast it happened. His mouth filled with blood, His mouth was partly open as the dark red blood spilled from his lips to the floor. He heard a voice that sounded like the blonde but different, more deeper, unforgiving, relentless. The voice shook the warehouse to a standstill. I wouldn't try to move an inch if I was you. It was a simple sentence, one that shouldn't have sent a shiver of fear throughout his body. He looked down to his chest and saw a familiar hand covered in blood, holding his heart hostage. Marcel tried to speak, but every time he did, the hand squeezed tighter around his heart, causing him to cough up more blood. I win, said the voice. It was simple, no decorations needed, just pure fact. Naruto held his opponent's heart in his hand as he felt the fear coming off him in droves now. Resignation in his shoulders as they slumped forward. He looked toward Cole, who gave him a small nod in acknowledgement. Naruto let go of the vampire's heart. He was still alive or undead, whichever worked. Marcel wasn't going to get that quick of a death. Punishment and judgment will be given accordingly. He was a king and he would be judge, jury and executioner if need be. This was only the first step of many that was needed to get control of New Orleans and seek out the threat to his family. The vampire was now on his knees, coughing out copious amounts of blood. His hands were on the ground. The vampires watched with apprehension at the defeat of the leader. A few Naruto saw earlier tried to come and fight against him but were quickly stopped by Cole, who snapped their necks quickly as the four of them slumped down to the ground with a thud accompanied by Cole's laugh. I thought you were the only one who would have fun today, he said, wiggling his eyebrows. Naruto smirked and shook his head at the vampire's silliness. His gaze turned to Marcel, who was watching him with wary eyes. What, cough, are you going to do with my people? He managed to wheeze out throughout his coughs. Naruto raised an eyebrow questioningly. Your people? He asked with amusement and sank down and looked pierced. Marcel, with his own red eyes blazing, a victorious smile curling up on his lips. His canines were sharper than that of a vampire's. The feral grin he sported was a testament that half his demon was present. His hands wrapped slowly, menacingly around Marcel's neck, and he brought him close. Dropping a whisper only audible to the two of them, they are mine now, and your reign is over, little warrior, he said with so much authority coating his tone that Marcel subconsciously bowed his head in acknowledgement. Crack. A bone-crunching sound echoed in the silent warehouse, and the dark-skinned vampire fell unceremoniously to the ground with a heavy thud. Naruto turned and looked at the vampires, who watched with apprehension, fear, and a tad bit of excitement. The feelings varied throughout the warehouse. From today onwards you will report to me. I am in charge and I will not allow disobedience, he said loudly to the vampires who listened. There are but 3 rules you will follow. He paused and made sure to look at each vampire as he spoke. Number 1. You will not kill when you feed and bring unwanted attention to New Orleans, he said, using his fingers and placing emphasis. Number 2. Your loyalty is to me, my darling wife, my children and the Mikaelsons, and then to each other in that order, he said. His gaze was hard form, his voice was hard, with not allowing a single objection. Number 3. You are not superior to werewolves, nor the witches, and will not be acting as such. The only ones who are superior is my family. Is that clear? He asked, and knocked the vampires out of the stupor they found themselves in. Naruto made sure to watch them carefully. He picked up a few hesitant nods and made sure to etch their faces in his memory. Good, I suppose you are all dismissed, and for God's sake get a job and contribute to society, he said at the vampires, who now looked sheepish. One brave one raised her hand. Not all of us has daylight rings, she said quietly. She was soft and not at all what he pictured a vampire as. Naruto looked to Cole, who was just as surprised. I see he kept you under control by promising daylight rings, he asked, and received lots of nods. I see. He paused and pursed his lips. Friday evening we'll have a meeting. I want each vampire here and be ready for, let's say, evaluations, he said with a nod to the vampires. Now if you'll excuse me, I have some torture to begin, he said with a feral grin which made some of the cower but others give him a look of appreciation. What the hell was Marcel doing to these people, he thought with a sigh. He picked Marcel up by the scruff of the neck and dragged him outside, not even bothering to spare the man any dignity. You can carry him nicely, you know, said Cole with obvious amusement dripping from his words, even though he was dragging 4 bodies, 2 in each hand. Naruto rolled his eyes. I know, he shrugged and adopted a thinking pose, but I don't think I will, he said easily as they reached the car. Cole was in stitches laughing at his blonde companion, who didn't even look bothered as he dragged Klaus's adopted son through the gravel. Always the charmer. No wonder my niece married you, he chuckled. The sarcasm wasn't lost on Naruto, who retorted. Well that and I'm amazing in bed, he quipped, and if he had said that to anyone else of the Mikaelson family he was sure he would get a pounding wife or not. But his friend's second best friend, he mused thoughtfully, laughed at the crude remark and promised to let his wife know. He grinned, trying to hide his nerves. You can, though I'm sure we'll be busy for a while, he said, motioning to the bodies they were now loading into the trunk of the SUV. He felt like a murderer, one of those movies, and turned to Cole. I feel like this is going to become a habit, said the blonde with some amusement. Yes, well, my friend, whenever we're together bodies does seem to drop awfully fast, don't you think? Naruto chuckled and closed the trunk and walked around to the passenger seat of the car. Do you think we're the problem? He asked jokingly, and the Cole waved him off dramatically and even adding a gasp for good measure. Why ever would you make that assumption, my friend? He paused and started the car and turned once more to his friend, who was laughing at the silliness of their conversation. We've been nothing but angels in our time together, said Cole with a grin. Perhaps our wives will want us to spend less time together if this is the result. The blonde was enjoying the conversation way too much. After a fight and gaining control of the vampires, it was a welcome distraction from the many battles that lied ahead. Cole scoffed playfully, and people in hell want ice water. Naruto barked out a laugh and shook his head. That is true, I suppose our friendship only grows stronger. He paused and looked out the window with a smile. I should tell Alaric you're gunning for the #1 spot. Cole laughed and shook his head. You're right, before he knows it I'll be Brosidon numero uno, he said, wiggling his eyebrows as they turned onto the path that led to the compound. I thought you hated that name, Naruto said with some surprise. Cole shrugged and put the SUV in park. It grew on me. He paused and got out the car. He made sure the trunk was pointing to the gates. There wasn't anyone in the street either. It was well past midnight. Naruto looked to the balcony and saw Hope watching him with a smile. He popped the trunk open. Honey, I'm home and I brought guests, he said cheerily, throwing said guests on the ground as he and Cole unloaded the literal dead weight. 2 days passed since Naruto and Cole brought Marcel and his 3 loyal guards to the compound. Marcel was chained up in the basement while the other 3 guests were in the process of being desiccated. Of course, any witch could hurry up the process, however. Naruto wanted answers, and so he sought to torture them by denying them blood. Really simple, perhaps cruel, but necessary in the grand scheme of things. He spoke to Klaus about his suspicions in regards to how Marcel ruled over the vampires. Klaus didn't want to believe that his adopted son could do what Naruto suspected him of, but kept his thoughts to himself until they could gather proof. The hybrid was a cruel man, but he had his own moments of compassion and would never do what his adopted son was suspected of. Naruto was now on his way to the warehouse where the vampires were hanging out, or trolling, to be honest. His wife had been less than agreeable when he told her he would be doing this alone. He sighed inwardly when he thought about her threat. Yeah, right, he scoffed. Like she can resist all this, he muttered under his breath as he pulled onto the gravel near the warehouse. He stared at it for a moment and did not understand why creatures who were frozen in time did nothing to better themselves as individuals. He shook his head sadly and banished his thoughts before getting out of the car. As he exited, he heard the vampires shuffling inside. They couldn't have been any more than 150 vampires. He did some calculations in his head before he entered the warehouse. He watched as everyone but a few scampered to right themselves. He glanced curiously over at 2 vampires, who had a sneer on their face before they saw his gaze and quickly fixed their expression to mirror indifference. Hello. He paused and looked around. To the nods he got, he sighed and singled out the girl who spoke to him before. He pointed to her with a finger. You come here, he said easily. His tone was oppressive, but it wasn't easy going either. The girl stumbled over her feet. For a vampire, she sure lacked grace, he observed without changing his fixtures. The girl, who had raven-haired colored hair, stammered over her words. Why? Yes, sir, he said before he stumbled, nearly falling to the floor. He caught her in his arms before righting her up. The blood rushed to her cheeks as she stammered out an apology. He waved it off and looked around, and most of the woman tensed. This further proved some of his suspicions, but before he laid out accusations he would need proof first. Don't worry about it, darling, he said. Staying or hanging out with Cole had made him use more affectionate terms when speaking to a woman. He also knew that it would make him come across as non-threatening, which he really needed at the moment. He stared into the girl's brown eyes before motioning with his head. Walk with me. He stepped out and walked out of the warehouse with the girl trailing behind him nervously. Her slow heartbeat, had picked up a bit. He wondered what she thought he was about to do. I won't hurt you. He paused and sighed softly, but I will need answers. They were far enough that the vampires in the warehouse wouldn't be able to hear their conversation. I've noticed each woman inside that warehouse tensed up when I touched you. He paused before he broached the subject. Back in the elemental nations he knew this was the reality, and the kunoichi had gone through similar things because the shinobi thought they weren't strong enough and forced themselves on them. It was sad, but it was a reality, and even now if his suspicions was right, it had been happening here as well. His own gut coiled in disgust at the prospect. He heaved out a heavy sigh before turning to look at the woman, who looked broken. Her brown eyes looked dull. Even the moon's light wasn't enough to illuminate it. Can you tell me why that is? He trailed off and realized he still didn't know her name. She bit her lip, a nervous habit. Her fingers dug into her palms and he could smell the blood. His own heart hurt at the action. She looked no older than 13. Hannah. She said softly, barely a whisper, but due to his heightened senses he heard her loud and clear. She cleared her throat as he saw he fight the tears that pooled in her eyes. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to touch you, she said. He wanted to reassure the girl that he wasn't going to hurt her and tried to reach out, but saw the girl flinch at the contact before he pulled his hand back. His own beast raged in his mind. Images of his own daughter sprang to the forefront of his mind. He could barely hold back the growl building up in his chest. I won't hurt you, he said before he looked up and stared up to the stars littering the dark skies above them. I have a daughter, and in my life I've seen terrible things happen. He paused and looked at the girl's expression. Your actions, no matter how minimal they may seem, tells me that since you've become a vampire, life hasn't been the most pleasant, he said, sugarcoating his words for the girl's benefit. Hannah let out an involuntary scoff at the words. The words were an understatement to say the least. As soon as she realized her actions, she wanted to apologize, but her new blonde leader had a sad smile on his face and shook his head. No need to apologize. I just want to know everything. If your own story is too difficult to tell me, then I want to know the cliff notes, so that I know what I will be dealing with. Hannah. He spoke softly, as non-threatening as possible. Hannah stared at the blonde man. He looked in his 20s. He was handsome. Well, handsome was an understatement, really. His features were well sculpted and looked otherworldly, or at least he did to her. The thoughts were banished from her mind as she listened to the way he spoke. It was kind like when she heard her father read her stories when she was a little girl. It was soothing and brought a sense of calm she hadn't felt since she became a vampire. She inhaled a deep breath before she continued. Marcel would treat women as we were worth nothing, she said shakily. His most loyal ones would punish us if we stepped out of line, and their way of punishing us was. She broke out a tearful sob. Her tears that she held back finally rolled down her cheeks. Naruto's jaw clenched. They forced themselves on you. And the others, he said through gritted teeth. It wasn't a question, it was a statement. He knew there was something off, and now his fears were confirmed by a 13-year-old girl. Did every guy participate in this? He asked slowly. His own disgust tripled at the thought. The girl shook her head quickly. No. Most of the guys would pretend, she said softly as she remembered some of the men who sometimes protected her from the worst. Tell me their names, he said sternly and stared the girl. His expression was now hard and unforgiving. This was not something that he would allow to continue. The men would be punished and killed because he would never allow that type of filth near his family, or any women in his family. He held back a shiver of disgust at the images of the women he cared for flashed in his mind. Hannah flinched at the change in the blonde. She thought his anger was directed at her before she processed his last question. Mike, Charlie, Eric, Randall, and the other 3 you already took when you beat Marcel. She rattled off quickly and wrung her fingers nervously. Did I do good? She asked instinctively. Naruto heard the words and realized why the girl asked that. He knew she had to break out of that before long. He patted her head softly and gave her a kind smile he only reserved for his 2 little sisters. You did good. Don't worry, I won't let them hurt you anymore, okay? He said softly, and see the tears roll down her cheeks. Perhaps he could send her to the Salvatore school. She looked like the youngest out of the lot and she need to experience life. Don't worry, little one, you'll be safe, he said and motioned her to get into the SUV. I'm going to sort out the mess, and I need you to stay in the car, okay? He asked as the girl nodded her head frantically. He opened the passenger for the girl and let her hop in. He closed the door softly and gave her one last smile before heading back to the warehouse. His steps were light, silent as he approached and entered the warehouse and looked around to the vampires present. The women gave him distrustful looks, probably wondering where Hannah was or what he did to her. He stood in the middle of the warehouse. Who are Mike, Randall, Charlie, and Eric? He asked and looked around. The women flinched and tensed at the names while most of the men pointed them out. He saw their faces. He fought back the growl as etched their faces in his mind. He nodded absently. I see, he murmured as he rolled up his sleeves. Before the one called Charlie knew it, his head was rolling on the ground, eyes wide open. He was back in the middle of the warehouse as he now stared at the one called Eric. I had an enlightening conversation with Hannah, he said. He watched the remaining three's eyes widen. He was behind Eric in a flash and ripped his heart out indifferently and squeezed the organ until it burst in his hands. The blood splatters colored his cheeks. And I must say, he paused and flashed next to Mike, who attempted to run. He wrapped his hand around his throat, elongated his nails and ripped it, and proceeded to rip his heart out and dropped it to the floor. I am disgusted by it. He saw how Randall attempted to run and made it as far as the door before Naruto caught up to him and placed him in a genjutsu that would make the scum live out his worst fears. The vampire fell down to the ground, clawing at his face, body trying to make it stop. As a father, a husband, and a man, he finished and watched Randall scream out bloody murder until he snapped his own neck in attempt to escape the nightmare. Naruto picked up the now unconscious vampire and ripped his head off before throwing him to the side and stared up to the vampires, who watched her in fear and relief. The last emotion mostly came from the women. I'm in charge, as I said before, and if I catch wind of any of you attempting to do what Marcel encouraged you to do to each other, human or any supernatural being, I will not spare you, he said evenly and took out a handkerchief from his pocket as he cleaned his hands from the blood of his victims. He made a seal-less clone and gathered all the scattered bodies before performing a fire jutsu and watched them burn. The vampires watched apprehensively and now wondered what the hell the new leader was. Hannah will be going with me tonight. He paused and looked around. Get some rest and we will go through your assignments tomorrow, as well as see whether we can ensure you will not die in the sunlight, he said before exiting. He heard a boy run after him. Sir. He stopped and turned to face the baby-faced boy. I'm sorry. Sir, is Hannah okay? He asked nervously, and I guess this was one of the boys that protected her. He patted the boy's shoulder. Don't worry, I'll make sure she sees someone for the trauma she's been through. He paused and looked at him. You can come say goodnight to her if you'd like, he said, and the nodded frantically. After everything was done, Naruto and Hannah drove home in comfortable silence. Are you sure you family won't mind me, sir? Hannah asked softly as she stared out of the window. You can call me Naruto. Also no, they won't mind, but I wanted to know whether you'd be okay with going to a school for the supernatural, he asked softly. Hannah looked stunned. She wasn't aware that such a school even existed. I never got to finish school, she said softly as she wondered whether it could actually happen. A friend of mine has a school in Mystic Falls. It's a boarding school. There are vampires, witches, and werewolves that attend, he said as he turned onto his family's home street. What about? Wasn't I was supposed to work for you? She asked confusedly. She didn't want anything to happen because she didn't do her job. His thoughts were broken when she heard a soft chuckle. You're young. School is more important for you right now, and if you still want to work for me after, I have no issue with that, he said, offering the girl some peace of mind. She wanted to speak but closed her mouth again as the car came to a stop. Don't answer now. Sleep on it, okay? He said and exited the car and came to her side to open her door. She hopped out and tensed slightly when she felt his hand on her back, but relaxed before long. She allowed him to guide her through the gates and the doors of the large home. Before they took another step, Naruto heard and smelled his wife approaching with an eyebrow raised at the new arrival. Hope, he said softly and kissed her cheek before he spoke softly into her ear. I'll tell you everything later, he said quickly. Come on, Hannah, I'll get you some clothes and you can shower and get some rest. The girl nodded and waved nervously at the beautiful auburn-haired woman, and who the blonde greeted guessed that this was his wife. Hope nodded quickly. She realized her husband's tone was nearly a pleading one as he asked to talk about it later. That and how careful he was acting with the young girl. She of course wasn't aware of what happened, but from the splatters of blood that still covered Naruto she could hazard a guess. Naruto got Hannah settled in an empty room, and told her that he would wake her for breakfast. He walked tiredly to his room. He saw Hope lying in bed with the twins fast asleep. She was reading a book as he entered. He quickly undressed him and took a quick shower before he joined his wife on their bed. Naruto kissed the heads of his children before he laid back with his arm over his eyes. What happened? Asked Hope softly. She barely saw her husband this tired, she was sure something weighed heavily on his shoulders. Naruto let out a heavy breath. The women were abused, raped and punished, he said bluntly. Hope gasped and put her hand over her mouth. Did Marcel? She stuttered out the question. He encouraged it, the bastard. My God, hope she's 13. He said angrily and clenched his fists. He tried keeping his voice low. And the others? She asked softly and tried to comfort her husband. He clearly was disturbed by her adoptive brother's actions. She herself was even more disgusted by his actions. There were others all older, but she was the youngest, he said, and went on to explain to his wife everything that had happened tonight. He held no detail back as he explained how he made sure those vile monsters met there. His explanation they laid in silence and listened to the calm breathing of their children. I'm proud of you, she said softly and leaned over and pecked her husband's lips. And if the twins could understand, they would be proud of you too, she said sincerely. Naruto gave the girl a nod. I never want that to be our daughter, he said softly. Me neither, babe. Me neither, she said, gazing at the sleeping daughter and the content smile that was on her face. 6 months passed in a flash. Naruto had organized and used the vampires, gave them specific jobs. A few seemed suspicious, however, he wasn't able to get the answers he needed from them. 6 months ago, after he had brought Hannah to the compound and told Hope what Marcel was encouraging and allowing, she wanted to torture her adopted brother herself, though Naruto quickly put a stop to that and told her she would more likely feel guilty about it after. No matter how much she tried, she truly was a sensitive soul. Though that particular rule did not apply to her father Klaus, he took pleasure in seeing his adopted son squirm under the torture sessions Naruto had, and that's where we find our blonde ninja today. Give me an answer, Marcel, and this will all end. He paused as he twisted the dagger in the man's thigh, just missing the femoral artery. Marcel gritted his teeth in agony. He had been continuously tortured. It was nothing but methodical. They would barely feed him enough blood to fully heal, but enough to continue these sessions. I don't know. He breathed heavily. His eyes darkened as he looked at the blonde, who wore an indifferent expression. He never knew he could be so scared. He feared the blonde. He wasn't normal. No, he was nothing normal. He wondered who and where this man came from, but he couldn't question it because the blonde wasn't the one strung up like a cattle ready for slaughter. He wasn't. It was because of his own weakness. Naruto saw Marcel's gaze and didn't give him the satisfaction on changing his expression. He felt his every emotion flicker through the uber vampire so quickly. He could practically smell the fear rolling off Marcel in waves. It made his demon excited to have such an effect on his prey. And his demon was more than happy to take the driver's seat in these torture sessions. He was a part of Naruto. It felt everything he did and vice versa. The demon recoiled in disgust at Marcel's actions. He placed so little value in life in general. It was appalling even for the demon, because it knew all life should be valued, but when prey fancies themselves a predator, he would gladly step in and set the record straight, and so he did. Naruto sighed inwardly at Marcel's answer. Right now they were in the basement of the, made sure to place silencing seals on the walls. There was no reason to have his children hear the screams and pleading of the vampire. No, none at all. Naruto stopped twisting the dagger. His hands was coated with Marcel's deep red blood, his jeans stained as well. The splatters of the blood was covering his face. He certainly looked gruesome, but Marcel looked worse. His skin took on a paler tone, one that looked like he was barely clinging onto life, perhaps his sanity as well. The basement was dark, damp and dirty. The only light that was in here was the overhead light Naruto used as an intimidation tactic. Though it seemed strangely romantic, Cole commented on it once when he joined the blonde to find answers. I didn't know you were going on a date with Marcel, he said while Marcel looked at the man wearily, and Naruto barked out laughter at the comment and shrugged in return. Yeah, Cole, though our other dates has been splendid, wouldn't you say, Marcel? He said with mirth. His eyes shined in amusement as he remembered that day. He was quickly removed from his reverie at Marcel's heavy breathing. He decided to wrap it up for today and ask one last question. I see. He paused, walked around the man and stayed at his back. His left hand had located the vampire's heart and tore itself through the man's skin. He heard Marcel scream and groan at the unwelcome intrusion in his chest cavity. Tell me, Marcel, you say you didn't order any attack, and I believe you. However, he wrapped his fingers comfortably around the vampire's heart and gave an experimental squeeze. You're quickly running out of use. Another squeeze and Marcel coughed up blood. Who joined your little group recently, just after Hope came back to New Orleans? He asked, not noticing the small footsteps as he paid attention to the vampire grunting and groaning underneath the pressure of his heart being squeezed. Only two. They were already vampires and said they heard about the King of New Orleans. Me, he panted out in between breaths as he gritted his teeth. His eyes were studiously looking to the ground as he spoke. Names, he said loudly, his hold never wavering, but he heard a soft gasp near the entrance and lifted his head to see his 7-month-old daughter watching him with fear in her eyes. Her tears shined in her blue eyes. From her appearance she looked like she was 2 years old going on 3. Papa, said Ava softly as she watched her father, blood covering his clothes' face. It was scary. Her hands shook at her sides, and if she looked carefully enough she would have seen the heartbroken expression on her father's face before it changed, but she didn't. She only saw the hard expression. Naruto saw his daughter and felt his daughter fear of him. It broke his heart as he watched. He schooled his facial expression quickly and set his mouth in a hard voice came out rough and echoed in the empty expanse of the basement. There was anger and with a tinge of regret that no one but himself would recognize as he addressed his daughter. Leave, he said loudly, and watched his daughter flinch at his tone but not move, like her feet and eyes were glued to the gruesome scene that played before her. I said leave, Ava, he said without compassion as he watched his daughter scamper off out the doorway. Before he could lament further, he heard a dark chuckle from his victim. Ha! Breathed Marcel as he watched the entire thing. He felt satisfaction for nothing else other than the blonde's child now saw him as a monster. Even your daughter sees a monster. Naruto's jaw clenched as he listened to the chuckle of his captive. He swallowed down the anger that built up in his chest. It would not help. No, it would only please the vampire who was at his mercy. The mere thought of the vampire using his children's fear against him enraged him even more. He snarled next to Marcel's ear. His canines dropped as his demon came out. I want names, Marcellus. Do not think I will fall for your games. His tone was hard and unrelenting. He emphasized his point when his nail punctured the vampire's heart. Once your heart literally bleeds out, you will die and no one. He paused and grinned at the smell of Marcel's fear increasing tenfold. And I mean no one will even mourn you. Certainly not Klaus, not Hope, and not even Davina, the girl you saved. So tell me their names before I end your miserable existence once and for all. He all but sneered and growled menacingly at the vampire. Ash. And Jacob. He managed to stammer out. Naruto removed his hand from his chest and went over to the table where a blood bag was and ripped it open and poured it down Marcel's throat, who drank greedily. The empty bag fell to the ground as Naruto watched the vampire try and rip from his chains creaked in the silence of the basement. He was about to leave but turned once more and stared at the vampire. His eyes flashed dangerously and his tone lowered an octave. If I find you looking at my daughter or son, you will pray to the gods that I killed you when I'm through with you, he said as a warning and walked out of the room calmly. He closed the doors and gates and put a seal on. His head thumped against the door as he processed what his daughter had seen, the blood, the torture, the anger. He shook his head clear of the thoughts. It would only anger him further the more he thought about it. He was making his way up the basement, and about to walk past the dining hall when he heard his daughter's sobs. Papa looked so angry, she whispered. Naruto heard and his heart broke even more as he listened to the sobs as whimpers of his daughter. His hands clenched at his sides. Do you think your papa is evil? He heard his father-in-law's voice. There was pregnant pause and that told him all he needed to know. He left the compound in a shunshin as he stood in the middle of the woods. He took out his anger on the 100-year-old trees that stood before him. After 10 minutes of destroying the woods around him, he sunk to the ground leaning against a stump. His hands were now coated in his own blood and that of Marcel's. He stared at his hands. He felt regret not because of what he'd done to Marcel, because the bastard deserved worse in his mind, and if he didn't need any more answers he would end the vampire's existence in a heartbeat. No, he felt regret because his daughter feared him. She could say she didn't. Words lie, but emotions can tell you the truth, and the truth being that she was afraid of him. He didn't know how to fix it. He sighed and looked up to the rapidly darkening sky above him. He didn't know how long he was sitting here, but it was probably a couple of hours. His mind swirled with rapid thoughts. Flashback. Naruto watched his 3-month-year-old daughter speak to him. He had a smile on his face, but inside he was worrying. They were progressing rapidly and it wasn't normal. Are you listening, Papa? She crossed her arms like a 5-year-old who hadn't gotten her way. He shook his head away from the troubling thoughts. Of course I am, Princess. Please go on, he said with a soft smile. In the corner of his eye he saw Hope standing with her arms crossed across her chest, chewing on her lower lip worriedly. It was a common occurrence. While aimlessly chat his ear off, Eli would sit quietly and smile, nodding his head appropriately. He barely said much, but Naruto knew the boy was a quiet one. He would observe his surroundings with a critical eye. When his daughter finished up her story, it was bedtime. He looked at Eli, who tilted his head in question and smiled at him before giving him a hug. "You worry too much, Papa," he whispered, only audible to him and Eli. Naruto's features changed at the words before he patted the boy's head affectionately. "I'm your father, it's my job," he said softly. He watched the boy's expression falter before he nodded and carefully got off the bed without any help, but then held his hand out for his sister. They started walking at 2 months, skipping the entire crawling stage. It was astonishing yet scary to see. Hope feared that they wouldn't live long if they continued at this pace. The magical tests Freya and Davina ran wasn't helpful at all. Hope was getting more anxious. Being a new mother and vampire was never a good combination. She fed more than usual. Her emotions were more volatile, anger, rage, sadness, and fear being the main ones. This was the reason he decided to speak to the dragon elders. Perhaps they could give him the answers needed. Once the children were settled in bed, Hope looked at him. "I need answers," she hissed angrily, clenching her fists. "And if you would stop playing king long enough, you would see that our children are growing up too fast, and then we might." She trailed off. His face hardened. He knew what words followed. He knew better than to aggravate his wife. But he couldn't help the words spilling from his mouth. "Playing king." He scoffed and narrowed his eyes. His voice was lowered. "Do you think this is all about power?" "I'm trying to find who poses a threat to our children, Hope," he said. His anger was palpable. He saw his wife's eyes soften at his words and readied herself to apologize, but he waved it off. "Don't. I'll be back later," he said, and reverse summoned himself to the dragon's realm. Flashback over. He sighed heavily as he remembered the elder's words. His children were growing up so fast because they had too much power and their bodies were too small. His Uzumaki genes seem to be extending the chakra coils, which causes the rapid growth, and the bit of demon they have in them allows their minds to follow, so in 5 years they will look about 18 years old. Then their bodies will stop aging rapidly, but their immortality will only be guaranteed if they activate the vampire blood running through their veins. Of course, this didn't go well with Hope. No, not at all. He had to listen to an hour lecture of how different and terrible their lives might be because of this. "I will kill anyone who even thinks to harm my children, and that goes double for those who see them as monsters," he said to his wife that night. She was taken aback at the pure, unadulterated rage in his tone, but he knew how it felt to grow up with hate surrounding you at every corner. Suspicious glances, hateful stares, rude and degrading remarks, beatings that would last for hours. No, his children would not endure such anger, such hate. He promised himself that he would protect them from the world, but tonight, he broke that promise, and his daughter saw him as a monster. The very monsters he wanted to protect her from. Before he could continue his train of thoughts, he felt himself being pulled into his mindscape, which was a shock. He looked around. He thought it was his, but it looked different. On one half it looked like his, the endless water, and that looked like it ran for miles. But of the other half there was greenery as far as his eyes could see. He looked to the figure kneeling, tending to the flowers. From the back it looked like a woman. She looked familiar. He stepped closer. "It's wonderful to see you again, Naruto," said the familiar voice. His mind snapped as he pieced the puzzle together. He bowed slightly as he now saw the woman. She was beautiful, though his wife was still the most beautiful in his eyes. "Kami-sama." He paused and squinted his eyes. He was confused. Why, after all this time, would she show up? Is it because he needed to leave? He couldn't. His wife and children. His family. No, he couldn't. "May I ask to what I owe the pleasure?" he asked. His mind was still a cacophony of thoughts, but his face revealed nothing of the sort. Kami chuckled inwardly. She could feel the turbulent emotions, but the blonde's face gave away nothing. "Emotions showed you the true state on someone's mind. We need to talk." She trailed off and looked back to the flowers. "About?" Naruto asked. He was still confused, and this woman was being awfully vague, and he knew from the movies or films that Hope had him watch, if a woman started with, "We need to talk," the result was never good. "Someone from your past," she said softly, and turned her gaze back to the blonde. Any amusement that was previously there had been swept away. Before Naruto could ask who, he got his answer and shuddered involuntarily. "Orochimaru." Naruto sighed heavily as he looked at Kami. His face looked tired, his shoulders dropped slightly. There was still obvious tension in his stance. As soon as the name was uttered, he wondered what the hell that pedophile wanted now. "How?" He breathed out, and controlled his rampant thoughts. It would do no good assuming before finding all the information. "Wait." He paused, holding a finger up to Kami, who found him somewhat amusing, and didn't bother to rectify the boy. She knew he fought a heavy battle a few months ago, losing some of his tails. Though he was still powerful, he was focused on ensuring his family was safe from enemies. Yami took a liking to the boy. Actually, all her sisters did. They felt his will, his love, devotion to those he loved, and anger but mercy to his enemies. He prayed for each of them as they fell by his hand. Never prolonging their death longer than necessary, he didn't revel in the hunt. His demon only acted against crimes against humanity. True monsters who stole the innocence of children. She shook away her thoughts and concentrated once more on the boy who looked no older than 22. The heavy weight on his shoulders. She felt sorry for him. She truly did. Unfortunately, gods weren't able to mess in the mortal realm, so it left them to choose a hero, so to speak, and he was fortunate, or maybe unfortunate, enough to match the description. Kami. Orochimaru isn't in the elemental nations, right? He asked and received a nod from Kami, just as he thought. He wouldn't be called back to the nations to help. They had plenty of capable fighters, shinobi and kunoichi, at their disposal. He's here? He asked softly, as he gathered his wits and thoughts. There was no use beating around the bush. He knew Orochimaru wasn't big enough of a threat that Kami would come herself, so he waited, with bated breath, for Kami's explanation. You're right, Naruto. She gave him a small smile. Your thoughts must be racing to get to a conclusion. However, what I will say is this. Has been in the works for a while. She shook her head at how insolent the gods had gotten, how one of the lower gods, though he could take her place as ruler. Using the greed of a willing tool to do his bidding. Orochi is a lower realm god. She scoffed the name. He fancies himself stronger than myself, Yami, and my sister Tsukuyomi. I rule the upper realms, Yami controls the lower realms, and our sister the middle realms. She paused and allowed Naruto to soak in the information. He never knew the gods had positions. Well, obviously, but though Kami ruled over everything, but you learn new things every day. Orochi feels that his power is not valued enough. Now, before you ask, because he is using a mortal for his bidding, we're unable to interfere. But he's trying to find a loophole to be summoned into the mortal world where he knows we cannot fight him. If it was in the god's realm, he would be sealed away for his treachery, she said, anger clear in her tone. I see. He's using Orochimaru. She nodded again. Yes, when you sealed Asmodeus away, it opened a time rift. One Orochimaru took full advantage of. He brought himself into this world. And orchestrated the attack on your wife. Naruto was shocked. He, though Triad or something else from the Mikaelson's past, was behind the attack. Yes, but he didn't succeed. He wasn't able to kill. He trailed off. The horror in his eyes were enough for Kami to know that he realized the true intent behind the attack. Your wife? Kami smiled when she thought of the girl who was literally a miracle. She had endured so much. Her birth, she was ripped away from her parents. Haunted and used by an evil spirit. Her mother dying to save her. Her father and uncle sacrificing themselves so she could live. And even now, when she finally pieces together her family and gained a new one. The world was trying to rip it away from her once more. She's a miracle, you know, she said with a glint in her eye. Naruto recognizes it and a bright smile worked itself onto his face. And I thank you every day for giving me the opportunity to meet her, he whispered softly. Kami shrugged as if to say, wasn't a big deal. He chuckled at her actions before his face changed again. They wanted to use her to summon Orochi. Use her strength? He asked knowingly. Kami sighed heavily and put her hands behind her back, clenching her fists tightly. Yes. She gave him a one-word answer and it was enough. She watched the boy's shoulders sink further. She could feel his anger, despair, at the call of another battle. I can't let them have her. He shook his head violently. She's my wife, the mother of my children. His jaw clenched, his eyes flashed into the magenta Rinnegan he acquired. What do I need to do? He asked. His tone was indifferent. He swallowed his fear for his wife, and compartmentalized it. Of course, he knew he needed to share this revelation with his family. Hope would be angry at him if he went fighting alone. He wasn't able to leave her or his children by themselves. Logically, he knew he wasn't able to die permanently. He'd be reformed in a few years, but having his wife and children suffer was not an option. I need to fight and eliminate the threat, she said without any preamble. She felt sorrow that he wasn't even able to enjoy a year of parenthood before he was thrust into a battle that was meant for the gods. My sisters and I have discussed this and we feel if the... She trailed off, not able to look into boy's eyes that bore into her. For the first time in thousands of years she felt helpless. Unable to stamp out the threat. But gods had rules and those rules has been bent but nowhere yet broken enough for her to destroy Orochi and his followers or follower. I don't need anything, just tell me if Orochimaru finds another way, what can I do to make sure this lower god is erased? He said with a tone that was surprisingly even, his rage bubbles in his gut. His beast clawed at him. Knowing their mate, the soulmate, the other half of their souls was in danger, it was not something him nor his beast would ever allow to come to pass. No, said Cammy loudly. She raised her voice, and it echoed in the empty expanse of the mindscape that was linking her and Naruto together. What? She waved him off with her hand raised and effectively stopped his rebuttal. This is necessary, Naruto-kun. She lowered her voice, her eyes showed her unyielding resolve for him to accept what she was about to offer. My sisters have discussed this and we have decided to gift you the eyes of the Uchiha. She paused and saw the disdain at the name on the blonde's face but continued undeterred. You will be the second person who had acquired it. Your deeds in this realm, as well as the other realm, has given us more than enough reason to gift it to you. Naruto's breath caught in his throat. If he was right in his assumption, he knew what Cammy was referring. Rinne Sharingan, he whispered under his breath. Cammy nodded. Yes. It will give you the ability Obito Uchiha had. She took a step closer to the baffled boy. Kamui will be necessary in your fight. It drains chakra, but it will allow you to bring Orochi and Orochimaru to our realm, to where they would be judged if the worst comes to pass. She put her two fingers against Naruto's forehead, and whispered some language Naruto never knew nor recognized. Before he could question her, he felt an awful, intense burning behind his eyes. Aarrrhg. He dropped to his knees under the pain. His breathing became heavier. He attempted to open his eyes, but it burned. Like he was being blurred by the strongest fire jutsu. Channel less chakra to your eyes, he heard whispered near him. He did as the voice told him to. The burn subsided a bit, he could feel liquid fall from his eyes. He wiped in it, and even through the blurry vision, which was becoming clearer by the second, he saw his blood. It's done, said Cammy softly as she stood up, looking at the boy, who now looked down to the water, and witnessed his new eyes. His left eye remained the same. The magenta Rinnegan, but his right eye had an intricate pattern that resembled the Mangenkyo Sharingan, but different. It looked like it had been transplanted and would take a few days to assimilate, but he would know instinctively how to use it. Remember, Naruto-kun, you are the champion the gods chose, and make sure you beat this enemy and come out on top, she whispered as she disappeared. Naruto nodded dumbly, still looking at his new eyes. He heard the words Cammy said, and decided to stand up. His legs were still shaky from the pain he felt. God, Hope is going to freak out, he whispered to himself, and blinked. He was back on the forest floors. It didn't look like much time passed, but the moon was high in the sky. He sighed, preparing to get back to the compound. He felt his phone vibrate in his face, popped up on the screen. He wanted to ignore it as his hand hovered, but decided to take the plunge and answered. Hope, was all he could get out. Where are you? The children's been worried. I've been worried. Dad is ready to send out a search party. She screamed into the phone. Naruto looked at his appearance and the woods around him. A few trees laid lopsided, they suffered his wrath and anger. He sighed before answering his wife. I'll be home soon, he said, and dropped the call. He looked up to the moon, closing his eyes, and heaved in a deep breath. An angry wife, a vengeful god, and a pedophile that gets off biting little boys. He sighed and shook his head. What a way to kick off summer, he said sarcastically, as he disappeared in a lightning shunshin. Hope paced the living room floor. It was midnight. Her father sat quietly with the twins sleeping beside him. He watched his daughter pace, even more than she had after the phone call. Hope. No, Dad. You don't get to make excuses for him. She pointed angrily at her father, controlling the volume of her voice. Haley watched her daughter clench and unclench her jaw. She knew Naruto had a reason for disappearing so suddenly, but Hope was right as well. Klaus sighed and chuckled softly, looking down to the twins, who finally fell asleep after hours of asking for their papa. He knew how Naruto felt. He felt the same way when Hope stumbled into his so-called murder orgy, as she so aptly dubbed it before. The pain that comes from hurting one's child, through no action but your own, is heavy. He could imagine Ava's eyes when she came running out of the basement while her father was torturing Marcel for information. The heartbreaking expression when she asked whether her papa was evil gave him enough reason to know the blonde needed to wrap his mind around everything before he started to explain to his princess, his daughter, why she saw him like that. I'm not making excuses. He was cut off again, by a deep growl coming from his daughter. She sure was very in control for being a newborn vampire, but her wolf and vampire side still clashed at times, making her somewhat unpredictable. No, she growled before inhaling a deep breath. No dad. He's my husband and I don't care. He could be fucking around for all I know, she said angrily. Klaus's eyes widened at the accusation. Surely his daughter had more common sense than that, right? Because he saw the way the blonde looked at her, like she was his sun shining brightly in the darkness. Hope, listen to yourself. He scolded. His tone was less amused as time wore on. Before he could continue, he saw lightning appear from the corner of the room. The blonde appeared. There was dry blood tracking down from his eyes. His light blue jeans had splotches of brown on. His white t-shirt covered in eyes tracked down to the boy's fists that were clenched at his sides as saw dry blood on there as well. Finally his eyes trailed up to look at the blonde's expression. It was blank. No emotion. Not. Klaus thought it's a mask, the same mask he wore when he broke up with Hope to keep her safe. He just hoped for both of their sakes that this wasn't going to be the same. Naruto looked around the room, and saw his wife stop mid-pace, scrutinizing his appearance with narrowed eyes. No doubt wondering where the hell he'd been, his eyes jumped to the two tiny bodies that laid curled up near his father-in-law. He smiled a bit at the sight. His mother-in-law looked tired, probably from just watching her daughter pace like a lunatic. Who were you with? Was the first question. Now he could said God and lighten the mood, but from the look on his wife's face it clearly meant she wasn't in the mood for crappy humor. What do you mean? He asked, trying to gauge what his wife was thinking. Who is she? She said lowly. Naruto shot a confused look to his father-in-law, who merely shrugged and rolled his eyes. Haley had the same expression, as could deduce that Hope thought he was with another woman. It was laughable really, and the funniest thing he heard tonight, so he couldn't help the laugh, the bubbles from his throat. Hope sped up to him, nearly delivering a very hurtful blow, but he caught her wrists and sobered up from his laughing for when he saw the tears in her eyes. I wasn't with any woman. Well, actually I was, but that's besides the point. We need to have a family meeting. I found out more information that's helpful to our current situation, he said, more to Hope than the rest. In seconds Elijah, Cole and Rebecca joined them in the living room. He assumed Davina and Keelan was upstairs, because Freya came walking down the stairs at her own pace. He kissed Hope's forehead and whispered so that only she could hear, "We'll talk about why you think I'm unfaithful later," he said, a bit angry at the assumption but tickled pink by the ridiculousness of the assumption. Hope narrowed her eyes and gave him a brief nod before moving away to sit near her children, having enough space between them. She saw the hurt expression on the blonde's face but ignored it. Naruto, to his credit, erased the flash of hurt he felt nearly a second after it showed. He looked towards the rest of his family. They had come so far. He loved each one and would do anything to keep them safe. His eyes trailed to the tiny bodies who slept fitfully. In a deep sleep, he guessed Hope put a spell on them or something, because they never slept so deep unless something was troubling them. So I had an interesting visit on my stroll through the woods. He paused. He didn't know how to phrase it, so he just sighed and plunged into it like he would anything. Was not the time to beat around the bush. I was pulled into my mindscape by Cammy. The same Cammy that gave me a second chance and sent me to this realm. He looked at the shocked faces. Particularly Elijah and Cole. Klaus, Haley, Rebecca, Freya, and of course Hope knew how he came here and the exact reason. What? Spluttered Cole as he looked to his siblings, who neither looked shocked, just pensive. Elijah was the only one who shared his shock but hid it under a mask of curiousness. Cole, said Klaus warningly. His brother had a tendency from going off topic. He wondered what could be so important that God herself deemed it necessary to visit his new son. Hayes, an enemy I fought before, has come into play, someone I knew from the elemental nations. I could beat him, but he's a tricky and sly opponent. Just like a fucking snake, he muttered angrily. Orochimaru is his name. I fought once when I was 12 and he nearly killed me. Of course I wasn't as strong then as I am now. Every other fight that we fought he managed to get away by using my team against me. He paused, his eyes landed unwillingly on Hope as he spoke. He tore his eyes away. However, this time there seems to be a much bigger picture. Wait, how does this factor into Hope's incident? Asked Haley, confused. The incident was planned, he said. But I didn't die. Well, I did technically, but our children are safe. Hope interjected. Naruto sighed. Yes, but that's what they wanted. They wanted you to die. They wanted you to activate your vampire side. He stood up from his seat and poured himself a bourbon. He drained it in a second and poured another. Everything went according to their plan. They knew I would send you away and stay to kill those who harmed you, our children. They wanted you to become a full tribrid, he said evenly. His eyes never left his wife's. The glass in his hand was empty as the silence stretched in the room, only accompanied by breathing. Hope clenched her fists in her lap, Her blue eyes bored into her husband's. She saw his grip tighten on the tumbler glass he held in his hand. Why? She asked softly. She flinched when she heard the glass crack underneath her husband's grip. Naruto felt the glass crumble underneath his grip, his jaw clenched and unclenched for the millionth time that day. His anger simmered once more, renewed as his beast felt the need to protect their mate. Power Hope, he said through gritted teeth, power to summon a god. Naruto Pav. After explaining to the family the danger we might be facing, ideas were hurled. Disagreements broke out. The most obvious one was making sure that the enemy didn't get what they wanted, which is my wife. Hope vehemently refused to go into hiding while everyone else put their lives on the line for her. No. I said no. I will not turn tail and hide while everyone fights. This evil, she said angrily. I sighed and looked to my children who still slept throughout all the noise. All right, let's call it a night. Clearly we're not getting anywhere, I said to the room. Klaus shook his head at his daughter's stubbornness, and blurred out of the room, followed by the rest of the family. All right, it's late, we should get the little ones to bed, I said quietly, picking up my daughter, who barely moved as I tried not to jostle her from her deep slumber. Hope picked up Eli and we walked in silence to their room. I wondered whether, or rather how, I could start apologizing to my daughter for seeing me like that, because right now she looked peaceful, serene, and probably had no idea that the man carrying her up to bed was the same man who tortured a vampire for answers just hours ago. Sure, she didn't know the reason for the torture, but that doesn't negate the fact that it was a difficult, not to mention traumatic thing for a child to witness and experience. Regardless how fast they grew and quick they matured, it didn't refute the fact that they were only born, or rather forced into the world, just 6 months ago, in one of the worst ways possible. I gently laid Ava down, while Hope slotted her twin brother next to her. Ava instinctively grabbed hold of her brother's hand, like she could sense his presence. I watched for a while before bypassing Hope, heading straight to their bedroom without saying a word. I quickly undressed myself and walked to the bathroom. The entire process took under a few seconds. I heard the bedroom door close, indicating Hope's arrival. I knew we had to talk, but right now I was too wired up, worried, anxious, and fearful of what I might say to my wife, who refused to listen to reason. Logically, it made sense to hide her. Take the children and go hide. It made perfect sense, because if an enemy needed what you had, you would take the necessary precautions in securing the object or person, in this case's safety. The warm spray of the shower hit my shoulders and back. I leaned my hands against the tiled wall of the shower, with my eyes closed, enjoying the sensation the warm water had on my tense muscles. I heaved out a heavy breath, not sure about how much time had even passed since I entered the bathroom to try to calm myself. Love is strength, yes. It connects in ways that should nearly be impossible. It forms bonds, familial, intimate, and friendly. Love can often secure loyalty better than any political or alliance ever could, but love can also be one's undoing, having your emotions consume you so much so that you forget to look at the larger picture, creating gaps in your logic that should have been filled, and it could surely cause your demise. So yes, love is strength, but it can also be a weakness, and that's exactly what Orochimaru wants to accomplish, to weaken him, force him to make mistakes, anger, no, enrage him by using Hope, his wife, in his plot that could destroy her, and everyone around them. I opened my eyes, and saw the bathroom all fogged up by heat of the shower. Clearly I spent a good amount of time in here trying to gather my thoughts, trying to not fall to Orochimaru's schemes. I grabbed a towel and wrapped it around my waist. Using my hand, I wiped away some of the fog that was settled on the mirror and stared at my reflection. The dark circles under my eyes was more pronounced. I hadn't looked this bad since I was a kid trying to outrun and escape the mobs that sought my blood and death. What am I doing? I questioned myself, not expecting an answer. Maybe I was looking for someone else to carry the burden. Maybe I didn't want to be the guy that had the answers. Maybe just for once in my life I wanted to look at someone else for the answers. My hands gripped the edges of the bathroom sink. I felt the sink give way under the pressure of my tight grip. Chakra poured in my new eyes, the same eyes I despised, or rather the clan I despised for using their bloodline to commit atrocities across the elemental nations, to seek revenge, cause chaos, and fall into the cycle of hatred, and now I had those very same eyes. The Sharingan fully integrated now with my Rinnegan. The rings of the Rinnegan were thicker, darker somehow. The purples or magenta had faded and gave way to blood red, with 3 tomo in the inner path near the pupil and 3 tomo on the outer path. Before I knew what I was doing, my fist slammed into the mirror, cracking the glass, trying to erase the image, but still the same face stared back at me, mocking my weakness. I felt hopeless, because no matter how much I do, my family is under constant threat. Yes, I told Cammy I would fight and I will, but when does it stop? When will I able to live a life filled with joyous moments without having to constantly look over my shoulder? Even when doing a simple thing like getting my wife ice cream, it turns into a bloodbath. The tears rolled down my cheeks, unbidden in a constant flow. I felt weary, tired. I'm tired of the constant battles, wars. I fought a war back in my world. Came here only to be thrust into another. Yes, I was aware of my choice, but when I prevented a full war from breaking out, I thought that was it. I slaughtered the evil beast, took down the demon, and now a new battle was on the horizon, without much reprieve after a year of silence and happy moments to be disturbed by another evil that came knocking, lying in the dark planning, waiting for an opportunity to strike, and strike it did, and it did so violently. The attack against hope was only the first. The question wasn't how, when, it was how many more will follow, and how much will I lose when it finally comes. Naru, I heard Hope's soft voice. I felt her arms wrap around my waist securely, providing comfort, her front leaning into my tense back, trying to soothe my tense muscles into relaxing. Will it ever stop? Am I cursed, Hope? Can I not live in peace with the happiness I created for myself? I asked through my tears while still staring at my cracked reflection, like it was mocking me. I shut my eyes to try and stop it. It will stop. We'll make it stop. Baby, you're not cursed. Just breath. A simple command, suggestion which I followed. I inhaled in a sharp breath, calming my tumultuous emotions. At this point I feel like I finally lived up to my namesake, a maelstrom, because that's exactly what I feel like right now. I turned around and hugged Hope tighter, breathing in her scent that hasn't changed even since becoming a vampire. Instead, it added a smell of maturity. I likened to a 200-year-old bottle of whiskey, smooth, gentle yet strong. I inhaled deeply. She felt like my calm in the storm, an anchor holding down my ship in the raging seas. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for you to see me like this. I spoke softly, afraid that even a decibel higher would break the illusion of peace I felt at this moment. Never apologize for that. Never apologize for being human. Even though you're stronger than most, Naru, there are going to be times when you feel that everything is spinning out of your control, and no matter how much you do, it just keeps spinning until you've done everything you possibly can, but even then you feel like it's not enough. So no, don't apologize for not always being strong, because when you feel like everything is too much to bear, I will be here right alongside you to share the weight. Everything you did back then was because you were alone, but not anymore. Now you have me, your wife, so anytime you feel like breaking down, I'll be here to hold you and piece you back together. She finished, piercing me with her steely blue gaze. Her words meant more than she could possibly know, and for the first time in what felt like forever, I didn't feel alone. I love you, I said simply. As I love you. Naruto laid in bed, with his wife's head on his chest after his breakdown last night. They had done nothing but hold each other and whisper reassurances, promises that they would fight everything together as a couple. Hope would not hide while he stood against the enemy. It was something she wasn't willing compromising on. He understood her feelings more than anything, but he was still hesitant in allowing her to partake in any fight. His love for her made him want to protect her, as was the same with his children. He wanted to shield them from the cruel world, from the evil that was no doubt descending upon their family in a rapid pace. But alas, those thoughts and words brought nothing but anger to his wife. She was not breakable, not weak, nor a damsel in need of saving, as she reminded him with a heavy thump to the head. She was a queen in her own right. She garnered respect from her pack and family not only because she was a mikaelson. No, she earned that respect by proving her strength in leading. He sighed and felt Hope's breathing pattern change, signaling she was waking up. He looked at the clock on the wall. It was nearly 7 a.m. His children would wake soon, but they needed to discuss the arrangements, because even though he begrudgingly agreed to Hope joining the fight or whichever fight they would take on next, he wouldn't put his children in harm's way. He wondered whether he could send them to Mystic Falls. To Alaric, he was sure the man would keep his children safe. Besides, no one outside of the family knew that their children had already looked nearly 5 years old when in reality they were nearly 7 months old. The growth had afforded them this blessing, so he would use it to its full advantage. You're scheming quite early in the morning, murmured Hope from her position on her husband's bare chest. She didn't need to open her eyes to know that his mind was filled with various ideas and plots. Good morning, my love, he drawled sarcastically, earning a nudge in his ribs for avoiding the question. Good morning. Now do you mind telling me what you're scheming? And it better not be another way to get me away from the battle or any fight. If it is, you can consider yourself a divorced man, she threatened half seriously. Naruto sighed and let out a breath at his wife's threat. He knew that tone. She was serious. In the past he would surely go ahead with his plans, damn the consequences, especially if it kept her safe. Though now he thought twice about performing his stunts, because of the expression he saw on Hope's face when he woke up from that 3-month coma was not one he would like to see again if he could help it. She was heartbroken when she thought he died, just like he was when she jumped into Malivore, and even more so when she arbitrarily decided to jump once more in Malivore without consulting him first. They've gone tit for tat, but now there was much more at stake than just their relationship. They weren't boyfriend and girlfriend anymore. They were husband and wife, partners, king and queen, so each decision shouldn't be made by one without consulting the other. So, she said, lifting her head, her chin resting on his chest as she pierced him with her steely blue eyes. I'm thinking about what to do with our children. He paused and gauged her reaction before continuing. When it was clear that she wasn't about to interject, he continued. I think it's best if we send them to Mystic Falls, he said quickly. Hope stared at her husband contemplatively. His idea had merit. It would keep their children safe, away from any issues that might arise. With Malivore defeated, the Salvatore school would be the perfect hiding spot for the twins. Their appearance wouldn't give anyone any inclination that herself and Naruto were their parents. The only one who would be aware would be Alaric, and Naruto trusted the man completely, plus she was sure would keep them safe. I see, she said after a moment and lifted herself off her husband. The covers dropped, revealing her naked torso. I think that's our best option. Each of the realms are out because they would age much faster, so I think it's best if they hide in plain sight, she said, leaving the bed, and walked over to her closet to find a robe. Exactly. No one outside of the family knows of their rapid growth, and Alaric would keep them safe as if they were his own. While they're there, they can attempt to control their magic and learn as well without being thrusted into a war or battles that young. I know. Speaking of our children. Hope found a silk black robe. She wrapped the garment around her naked body, and gave turn to face her husband, who was now sitting upright against the headboard. Her expression changed, and she gazed at her husband with a sympathetic look. They needed to talk about what Ava saw, how lost and scared she was when she saw her father covered in blood while torturing Marcel. Naru, she said softly, now walking closer to the bed. She sat near him, taking his hands in hers. The fingers intertwined seamlessly in a practiced motion. If we are to send our children off, she paused, making sure to hold his gaze. You need to speak to Ava, she said in the same tone. She watched her husband's jaw clench. His eyes got glossy before he blinked away the oncoming tears. I know, he whispered, but how? How what, baby? How do I lie and tell her I'm not a monster, a demon, when the truth is I would become one without a second thought to protect the people I love? I can't lie to her, Hope. He breathed out frustratingly. He loosened his grip from Hope's as he made a motion to stand. Hope moved back and allowed her husband the space he needed. She wasn't hurt that he distanced himself because she understood where he was coming from. Neither of them wanted their children to witness them in that state. I know it's difficult, but. Naruto stood up to his feet and paced the length of the room, running his hands through his shaggy blonde locks. He looked back to Hope, who spoke, but he cut her off before she continued with an incredulous scoff. Difficult. You didn't see her face, Hope, he said a bit louder. You didn't see my daughter stare at me like her world fell apart before her eyes. Like every story I ever told her was a lie. Like every fairy tale you ever read her, I wasn't the hero that saved the princess. Instead, I was the wicked monster who sought to destroy anything and everything, he said in one breath. He knew he couldn't lie to his daughter, nor tell her half-truths, but he wanted her to be older before he told her or showed her the cruel side of him, if ever. Hope sighed inwardly. She knew how it felt, not what he felt per se, but what their daughter felt, because she felt the exact same way when she was 7 years old, missing her father, but instead of seeing his smiling face, she stepped into a scene straight out of a horror movie with her father standing in the middle of the gore and blood. Yes, she knew how Ava felt, when the father she idolized, the father that would chase her around the compound playing hide and seek, the same father that sung her lullabies to lull her to sleep after a nightmare, turned out to the cruel monster other parents told as a cautionary tale to scare their children. Naru, listen to me, she said, effectively stopping his pacing. She stared him straight in the eye. She would not sugarcoat her words because he needed to hear it. Your daughter is scared just like I was. She paused. She's lost because her papa showed her a part of himself that she didn't even know existed. So yeah, of course she's scared, confused, but most of all she's hurt. He wanted to object, but Hope continued. She's hurt because she thought her being scared chased her father away forever. What do you mean? After my dad calmed her down yesterday, after you left, she searched the entire compound for you, but you weren't anywhere to be found. Then she waited for hours for you to come back, but you didn't. She cried herself to sleep, and nothing I could say or do would calm her down. I had to use a spell on both Eli and Ava to have them fall asleep. Naruto stammered. I didn't know. If I knew, I would have. I know. You would have come back, but baby, both of you needed time to process. You needed to come to terms with the fact that our daughter had seen you at your cruelest, while our daughter had to come to terms with the darkness that lurks in the dark. She's too young, Hope. She wasn't ready. And she never would be, believe me when I say that. Each of us had our own way to come to terms with the evil in the world. You more than me, but that doesn't change the fact that it happened, and probably would have, if not by you, then by someone else. Naruto sighed and fell down into the armchair across the room. His head fell into his hands as he processed what his wife was saying. She didn't sugarcoat her words. She was brutally honest, so honest that it hurt truthfully. He rubbed his face as if rubbing it would take away his worries and concerns. Just talk to her, okay? Said Hope, and dropped a kiss on his head and left the room, leaving him by himself to go through his thoughts, or at least prepare for his talk with his daughter. This dad thing is really difficult, Kurama, he said to the empty room. Later that afternoon, Naruto found his daughter curled up in the library, next to her brother, who held a book open reading it to his sister. Naruto stared at the scene for a minute. Eli noticed him first and gave him a blinding smile. He nudged his sister, who looked up at him with a small smile on her face. He saw her wring her hands nervously. A tick she picked up from her mother. Papa, said Eli, happily wanting to bound over to him, but was held back by Ava, who had a tight grip on her brother's arm. Can I come in? He asked quietly, looking to his daughter, who was now nibbling on her lower lip nervously. Eli gave his sister a confused look, but sensed her emotions and stayed put next to her, providing her support silently. Ava nodded slowly to her father, and he approached them carefully and slowly, like someone would to ease a wounded animal in security. He sat cross-legged in front of them with his hands in his lap. He stared at his two children, no older than 7 months old, yet they looked like 5 years old. Soon they would look like teenagers, he mused to himself. He sighed softly and gave his daughter the softest expression he could muster. I owe you an apology, Ava, he started hesitantly. Yesterday you saw something that as a father I hoped to protect you from, but instead you saw me do something that you didn't think I could do, and for that I am sorry. I'm sorry that I scared you. I'm sorry that I showed you a part of myself that I was afraid you would not love, and I'm sorry that I ran away from it like a coward. He breathed out. Eli reached out his hand and attempted to comfort his father and his sister at the same time. Papa, said Ava softly, why did you do that to that man? She asked after a second. Remember your mama and I told you how the two of you were born? He asked and received nods from the twins. Now that night the two of you were born. You were not supposed to be yet, but there was an accident. People who wanted to hurt you and your mama attacked us, he said, and looked to his children, who seemed to be following along. This is a cruel world, Ava. I would do anything to keep you and your brother safe. That man had the knowledge of the people who planned the attack and wanted to hurt you, so as your father I needed to make sure to keep you safe. He said honestly. He inhaled a deep breath before continuing. Sometimes I have to do things others would call evil to make sure that you're safe, but I wouldn't hesitate to do it. I love you both so much that I would become a monster to make sure to keep you and your mama safe. Do you understand? Eli nodded. I understand, Papa, but I don't think of you as a monster. He moved to hug his father tightly. Naruto returned the hug just as fiercely. I love you, my little prince, he whispered. Once Eli let go, Ava jumped into her father's arms and sobbed against his chest. I thought you wouldn't come back, Papa, that I chased you away. I'm sorry. So sorry, she said between tears. You could never chase me away, princess, and don't be sorry, okay? I love you so much, and I promise that even when I'm far away I'll still be in here, he said, pointing to her heart. She nodded in acceptance, holding him tightly. Now that's enough tears for today. How about we go steal some ice cream before your mama sees us, he said with an excited grin on his face. Ava wiped away her remaining tears and cheered, as did Eli as they ran out of the library. Yay! He heard echoing in the compound. He was about to follow when he was stopped by his wife's voice. They'll get rotten teeth, you know, said Hope from the door. I know, he said with a grin, running after his children to try and beat them to the ice cream. Hope stared at the back of her husband, who acted no better than their children. She sighed and muttered with a fond smile, I married a child. A few days passed with not much activity. the blonde ninja, stood before the two men that were involved in the plot against his wife. So the two of you are working for. He trailed off as he stared at the two vampires who were in the process of being drained of all the vervain in their system. Naruto didn't really care either way, but Klaus suggested they use these two as a Trojan horse, so to speak. He read up on some history to understand the reference, but he couldn't deny the idea's brilliance, so he acquiesced to Klaus's request. The man lived for more than thousands of years, so of course his knowledge of war would be immeasurable, much more than his own. But even he knew the one thing that could turn any war in your favor was information. He this experienced daily in his past life as a shinobi. So here he stood before two vampires who looked like they saw better days, which they obviously had, but time was of the essence and he needed answers, like where the hell Orochimaru was held up. Why the hell he hadn't made one of his grand appearances. He always did have the flair for dramatics, he thought wryly. We just followed orders. Stop please, I'll give you anything, grunted the man named Ash. Jacob looked like he was a tougher cookie to crack. He was the kill me, I'll never reveal anything type of guy. Troublesome yet surprisingly easy to taunt. Ash on the other hand was as cowardly as they came, scared of pain yet he inflicted it onto others. Typical low-level villain and slimy, reminded him too much of Gato. The blonde scoffed at the man's pitiful begging, rubbing the bridge of his nose. The only thing I want is answers. His eyes snapped back to the vampire moaned in pain. The blonde let his kunai cut another gash across his chest. Ha, everyone knows nothing. Some vampires you are. Or do you always follow orders without knowing? Like a dog wagging their tail for their master? He questioned with a brow raised. The sight was quite comical. These two vampires were hanging upside down, strung up by their ankles with various cuts across the torso, draining their blood. The cuts weren't too deep, but they weren't shallow either. The dark veins under their eyes were showing much more now, the hungrier the hot. Naruto dangled a blood bag before them, taunting them with an amused smirk. Fuck you, freak. You and your woman are freaks of nature. You deserve. Naruto snapped Jacob's neck and sighed. That's enough out of you. Besides, once all the vervain is out of your system, Niklas will compel you, so you better get used to being our little lap dogs. He grinned and threw the blood directly below Ash's head. Woof woof. He taunted the hungry vampire and left the garden, so aptly named, though instead of blooming flowers it was the home to traitorous vampires who seemed to go against their family for their own reasons. Desiccated vampires decorated the walls like green ivy running along them. He shut the doors closed. He heard footsteps approach him. He turned and came face to face with his father-in-law, who wore the patented mikaelson smirk. He no doubt would have inquired whether it was a permanent feature if he didn't witness the man display a range other expressions before. Dad, he smiled. I can still smell the vervain in the system. It'll be a while before you can compel them. Of course the vampires healed much slower since they hadn't fed in over 12 hours, and the amount of gashes covering the bodies didn't make the healing process go any faster either. Klaus nodded. I see, and you've had your fun? He asked, his smirk now forming to an amused grin. What was it? He chuckled and snapped his fingers. Ah, woof woof. His amusement at the blonde's taunts. He often got under people's skin, not only using their fear they felt from his overwhelming strength, but he played their emotions like a violin. Naruto rolled his eyes. Yeah, old man. I needed a good laugh. He blew out a heavy sigh and continued their walk. The twins, he looked over to Klaus, who was nodding along. I know Hope has told me of your plans. I for one think it's best course. Our enemies aren't aware how fast they've grown and they should be safe in Mystic Falls. Naruto's jaw clenched and his fist tightened before he relaxed. Yeah, they will be. Have you spoken to Alaric then? The blonde pulled out his phone from his pocket and went through the text messages he exchanged with the older man. Yeah, he's aware. He also feels that he should be helping more than housing my children. He chuckled, and shook his head at the man's vehemence about joining whatever fight. Ah well, I suppose he feels that you saved the school single-handedly without much support from him or anyone else for that matter. Nah. The blonde waved off the praise. I did it because I didn't feel confident that I could protect so many people whilst fighting. My reasoning was selfish. I didn't want to be dragged down by others, he said bluntly. Besides, that bastard was strong, and it took 4 taels worth of chakra just to imprison him once more. This time though he won't be able to manipulate any other being or draw from their desires to gain power. They stopped in the parlor. He poured himself and Naruto a drink. He raised an eyebrow as he handed over the drink to his fellow blonde. Where did you send him anyway? He asked somewhat curiously. Drink in hand, Naruto sank into the red shade sofa with his head tilted on the back of it. Not too far. He shrugged. And where's not too far? Naruto brought the tumbler filled with bourbon to his lips, his eyes twinkled with mischief, a grin curled up on his lips subconsciously. The moon, he said as nonchalantly as possible. Klaus nearly dropped his glass as he stared at the blonde. His mouth parted, eyes widening at how simple the sentence sounded, but the contents, however, was a completely different story. He cleared his throat and barked out a sarcastic laugh. Yes, I suppose that doesn't seem too far at all. The following day, all the vet's wind that was in the vampires had been drained. Niklaus stood before them, his eye's own pupil grew as he compelled the vampires to return to their leader and report nothing was out of the ordinary. You will go back to wherever you came from and tell your leader nothing has changed. The Mikaelsons doesn't suspect anything. The children have been born but are kept within the compound with only the family having access to. Will not be able to tell your leader or employer that you've been compelled to say this, you understand. Once you have more information you will share this with either myself or Naruto, he questioned. The two ashen gray vampires nodded their heads within hypnotic daze. We do, they echoed. Well, off you go. Klaus waved them away and threw 2 bags of blood in their direction, which they tore into immediately and made a mess. Naruto grimaced at that they were done. The empty bags of blood laid on the floor with drops of blood. The vampires were gone. Hungry little puppies, aren't they? Naruto joked. With this our plan in motion, I'll leave it up to you to make sure my grandchildren are safe, Klaus said with nod and left the study. Naruto's mind wandered to various possibilities or outcomes that could come to be after this fight or during it rather. He sighed and stepped out of the study to where his wife was packing their children's clothing. Done? He questioned as he saw Hope zip up the last bag. Hope turned at her husband's voice, as she zipped up the last of children's luggage. Yeah, just finished, she said softly. I see, he said, coming closer to his wife and held her in his arms. Breathing in her could feel the tension roll off his wife in waves. They'll be okay. They have their aunts and Alaric to keep them safe. He spoke quietly. His tone was convincing, however he had his own doubts, but it wouldn't do them any good if he voiced them now in his wife's delicate state. Naru, I know you. She spoke onto his chest. You're trying to convince me and yourself at the same time. It's not easy, I know, but this is the only way we keep them away from the fight. They're too young, and even though I hate the fact that it's come to this, there is no way out. Naruto chuckled softly. You do read me like a book, don't you? He deflected. Don't. Hope pulled away from his chest and looked into his eyes. They held anger, regret, sadness, but most of all love for her family and their children. The blonde ran his hand through his golden locks. Yeah, you're right. I am worried that our children. He tapers off, shaking his head clear of his rampant thoughts. Get then ready. I'll take them on a ride. I don't want anyone knowing they've left. Hope hears the finality in his tone, and nods her head reluctantly, ending the conversation. She knows he would give anything to stop this from ever happening and trying to find a way that would keep their children at their side, but she also knows that it's not possible, and she hates the fact that Naruto feels that it's his fault. I love you, she says simply before going to get their children. As I love you, he says with a small smile gracing his handsome face. The suitcases had been put into scrolls for the journey, a journey he will make by himself with his children. Hope wanting to join, but he refused and told her to stay put. Her absence would be recognized by the factions, and that wasn't something he was willing to risk. He was sending a clone in his place to roam New Orleans. He was confident Orochimaru's henchmen wouldn't know the difference. He summoned his dragon and waited for his children to say their goodbyes. Their goodbyes were tearful and full of promises, especially from Hope. He turned away, strapping the large storage scroll onto his back. A genjutsu was placed around the area to hide any signs of a dragon before they managed to get high enough away from the view of the vampires. Time to go, he said, and watched his 2 children pull away sadly from their mother. Eli held his sister's hand tightly as he fought back his own tears in comforting his sobbing sister. Papa, I don't. Naruto bent down, kissed his daughter's forehead. It's not goodbye, little one. Just to see you later. Okay, we need to keep you safe and you'll meet Papa's best friend. He smiled slightly. But Ava was cut off by her brother, who squeezed her hand. Ava, Papa and Mama told us why we have to go away for a little while, so let's see it as a new adventure. He tried to cheer his distraught sister up. HMMMFFK, she mumbled, her eyes red of all the crying. Come on, you get to fly on Papa's dragon, isn't that cool? Joked Naruto. Naruto sat on his summon's back, his daughter and son take in the sights from above. Ava squeezed his hand, squealing in delight. He wished he could enjoy her laughter and joy much more than he was currently. Unfortunately, he couldn't. A threat to his family was looming over the horizon, and the entire reason his daughter and son were on his dragon in the first place was to get them to safety without having to experience the cruelty and darkness of the world. "We'll be there soon," he said louder than usual as the wind rustled around them. From their position above the clouds, coupled with his enhanced vision, he could make out the town, Mystic Falls. He hadn't been back since he was taken away by his wife and his new family. He hoped the school was rebuilt. They had caused a good amount of damage. He cringed mentally at the thought. Oh well, at least that bastard can't feed on anyone's lust from the moon, he thought, a thought which placated him. He heard the verbal agreement from his children as Ryu began his descent upon seeing the Salvatore school. Naruto cast a genjutsu around the summon and themselves, ensuring secrecy of their arrival in case there were any spies that reached here, paranoid. Perhaps, but cautious. Years of being a shinobi and the last mindfuck that was Malivore made him extra cautious, especially when protecting his loved ones. The landing was smooth, the scrolls across his back intact as he took his children off the dragon and allowed Ryu to return to the summoning realm. "Wow, Papa, this place is big," appraised Ava, staring wide-eyed at the Salvatore school. He smiled nostalgically. It hadn't even been 2 years, but a year at most, but it felt like a lifetime ago. "It sure is," he hummed in agreement. He took both Ava and Eli's hands in his own. "It's also where I met your stubborn mother and fell in love with her," he said with a smile on his face. "Really, Papa?" asked Eli, looking up to his father, who had a soft smile on his face. He knew that look. It was one reserved for their mother, and their mother only. He knew his sister and he were different. Perhaps he understood it more than his sister. He also knew why they suddenly whisked off to this place. Of course, their parents explained to them that the family might be in danger and they needed to hide to keep them safe until their family was safe again. He felt helpless. Even though they were mentally the age of 5 and physically looked the part, their parents saw them only as a few months old. He couldn't blame them. Though he didn't speak much, he observed plenty. He observed his father's tense shoulders, the cautious glint in his father's eyes. There were times when they were filled with anguish, sorrow, and plenty of other emotions flicker through them, but he didn't need to see his eyes to confirm his suspicions because he could feel the emotions roll off his father like a tidal wave. Whenever his father realized he was projecting his emotions, he managed to stop and calm his raging emotions to not make him suffer, for which he was eternally grateful. But he couldn't understand how on earth his father managed to hold so much inside, because without bursting at the seams, he knew if it was any lesser man would certainly go mad with power and hatred. But his papa was a hero. His hero. Not a superhero that was the paragon of good, but instead promised to chase all the bad things away from Ava and himself. He believed he would, so making sure to not give them problems while they face this bad thing he could do. Then perhaps he wouldn't feel so helpless. He would take care and look after his twin sister in his father's stead, because he loved her, but also because his father wasn't there to do it for them for now. "Penny for your thought, little prince?" asked Naruto quietly, catching the pensive look on his son's face. Eli smiled and shook his head, clear of his thoughts. "It's nothing, Papa, just know I'll make sure to keep Ava safe while you and Mama go chase the bad things away, okay?" he said seriously. Naruto's eyes widened a smidge, dropping down to his son's height. He placed a kiss to his forehead and patted on to his shoulder affectionately. "I have no doubt you will. You're my son after all," grinned the blonde, and the younger blonde gave him a matching grin. A low whine got their attention and saw little Ava standing with her arms folded across her chest, a brow raised at the lack of attention she was receiving. It reminded Naruto too much of his wife. Huff. Stomp. "Papa, come on, I wanna see and play with the other kids." She pouted adorably, or attempted to scowl, but it failed miserably. Naruto gave a hearty laugh at his young daughter's impatience. She reminded of a younger version of himself whenever Kurama would promise to teach him a new jutsu. He sighed, rolling his eyes playfully at his daughter's impatience. "Yes, of course, princess, I'm sure you'll enjoy your time here," he said, standing up to his feet. "Well, let's go. I'd like you to meet my best friend and uncle to you, I suppose," he said with a small smile. As he thought of Alaric, they hadn't seen each other since the wedding. However, they kept in contact just about everything, the twins and anything that he could share over the phone. He would be lying if he said he wasn't excited in seeing his bro. He led his children through the school. It was still early, so most of the kids were asleep in the dorms. He managed to avoid the entrance, at least no need to draw more attention than necessary. Finally, they stopped at the double wooden doors that lead to Alaric's, knocked once and heard a soft but deep voice ushering them inside. He opened the door, his children now more shy, since they were meeting new people and not just around their family, which was certainly understandable. He felt Ava squeeze his thigh. Her bottom lip trembled slightly. He patted her head, which drew her attention. Don't be scared, I won't let anything or anyone hurt you, okay? He spoke softly, trying to reassure his daughter. She bit her lip, stopping the tremble, and nodded her head. He took that as a sign to proceed. Eli much calmer than his sister, probably because he could feel no malicious intent from the stranger behind the door, mused the older blonde, who gazed at his face, stoic and blank, which never failed to surprise him. His son reminded him of Itachi. Even though his contact with the shinobi was limited, he could spot the similarities between the pair. Rolling his eyes mentally. My son is more of an Uchiha than an Uzumaki. Ero-sennin must be laughing his ass off, he thought with amusement. Rick, he said as he entered the room, followed by two little carbon copies of himself and Hope. The older man looked up to see his blonde friend, followed by two 5-year-olds that looked like the perfect mixture between Naruto and Hope. A smile slipped onto his lips without permission. He heard from the blonde that the twins' growth were accelerated due to their genes and latent powers. He could hardly believe it, but now he had no choice. The proof was staring right back at him. Naruto, he said, standing up to his feet, crossing the room, and gave his blonde friend a big hug. Man, you've grown tall, haven't you, kid? He chuckled as he took in the blonde's features. The reddish streaks in his hair were darker. His eyes were a light red with a black cross for a pupil. If he didn't know the man standing before him, he would have guessed contacts, but he knew it was part of his heritage. I've missed you, Rick. It's been too long, mused the blonde nostalgically. The smile on his face seemed a bit forced as he spoke his next words. I'm sorry it had to be under these circumstances, though. Alaric caught the look and nodded his head grimly. He knew something bad happened if the blonde has to hide his kids here. His attention now drawn to the twins who stood at the father's side. The boy looked stoic, he couldn't see any visible reaction. The girl, though, wore her emotions on her sleeve, a much easier read. And who do we have here? He said, lowering himself to their height. Eli gave the man a once-over. He could feel the genuine emotions of love and affection toward his father. No malicious intent. He decided to introduce himself as their mother taught them. My name is Eli Uzumaki Mikaelson, and that, he motioned to his sister, who seemed to shrink even more behind their father, is my twin sister Ava Uzumaki Mikaelson. Pleased to meet you, sir. He spoke politely. Alaric chuckled and nodded along. I know you didn't get your manners from your father, considering when we first met, he said. Yo, followed by a two-finger salute. He joked. He heard the scoff from Naruto, but the daughter's shoulders lost most of her tension as she now stood away from her father's leg and gave the man a wide smile. Did Papa really do that? She asked innocently. Don't listen to him, princess. I was extremely nice when I met this old man. He scoffed, rolling his eyes playfully. Old man, I'll have you know I look amazing for my age. He played along. Yeah, whatever you say, Gigi. He missed this, the bantering between the two of them. He felt relaxed in this school and reassured that he could count on Alaric to make sure his children remained safe. Ha ha, hilarious. He joked, standing up to his full height. I'll call the girls in. I'm sure you want them to hear about these too. He asked quietly. Naruto nodded. He ushered his children to the sofa in the room. Make yourselves comfy, we're just waiting for your two guides that will introduce you guys to the school. He watched as big smile lit up Ava's face while Eli, much more subdued one, and nodded in return. A couple of minutes later, the twins entered the office. Naruto and Alaric had caught up with each other, making pleasant small talk and not wanting to get into too much without having the twins present. They were going to be the only people besides Alaric that knew of their existence at the school. Dad, you know it's what extremely early, and as far as I know I didn't do anything wrong. Definitely didn't party at the old mill last night, so you can't be calling this meeting about that. I mean, I'm a good. Alaric chuckled softly whilst Naruto full out laughed at his surrogate sister rant. Elizabeth as fun as ever, he said from his spot on the sofa. Both girls turned to look at the new voice. They hadn't heard from the blonde in months. Lizzie was about to go on a tirade, but her eyes fell to the two small figures sitting beside, were the splitting image of Hope and him. A perfect mixture between the two. Though they looked too old to be their children, she believed them to be only a few months old, so it couldn't possibly be them. Dad, I might be suffering from an after effect of a hangover, but I don't suppose you see those two little carbon copies of Hope and Naruto sitting there, do you? She asked, her face contorted as she attempted to figure it out, not even realizing she gave herself away. So you were partying at the old mill, hummed Alaric, half disapprovingly and the other half amused that his daughter gave herself up. What? No, listen, I mean, it might be a monster from Malivore messing with my head. Malivore has been destroyed for months, deadpanned Alaric. What were we talking about? She asked impishly, trying to get away from the partying subject. Naruto couldn't help but laugh at his fellow blonde's excuses. Josie had been watching the two children curiously. She saw how they curled into Naruto. How comfortable they felt. She easily deduced that these two were his and Hope's children. She knew they had to be about a few months old, but they looked like they could easily pass for 4 or 5. Lizzie, just stop, you're digging yourself a bigger hole, groaned Alaric. He could feel a headache coming on, glaring at Naruto, who laughed at his misery. I don't see why you're laughing. He motioned to his daughter, who was saddled up on his lap. Your time will come soon. He grinned victoriously when he watched the smile slip off Naruto's face, paling at the thought. Yes, well, that's not why we're here. He tried bringing the group back to the topic at hand. He stood up, placing silencing seals on the office, turning to face the group, his twins cuddled up to each other after he vacated the seat. Lizzie gave him a confusing look, while Josie held a more pensive look. Alaric sat much straighter, as he prepared himself. First, it's lovely to see you, Elizabeth, Gisette. He smiled. I've missed you both. Lizzie opened her mouth to retort, but Naruto held up his hand. I know I haven't been as present as I would have liked, however, I needed to make sure my family was safe. Many things happened, first being that Hope was forced to give birth much sooner than we anticipated. There was an accident, or at least that what I thought, until new information came to light. He grimaced mentally. He walked over to the shelf where Alaric kept his alcohol and poured himself a stiff drink. I thought after sorting out those who attacked we would be safe, but when I got back to the compound, Hope was forced to have our children. He cleared his throat. She died and chose to bring our children into the world at the cost of her mortality. He smiled, looking down at his children, who sat quietly holding each other, finding comfort in each other's presence. They heard the story before, so it wasn't anything new. Of course, by doing that she became a vampire, a full tribrid, much sooner than we intended, he said quickly. He looked at the various faces in the office as he continued his story and explained to them what had happened in New Orleans, the small fight he had when taking over control of the French Quarter. He explained that Nicolas no longer felt like he wanted to be king, but also didn't want the supernatural creatures fighting amongst themselves, so he handed the title down to his son-in-law with his daughter beside him. He went on to explain why the twins grew so fast. However, they were only 5 months old, and within the next few years their growth would continue to be accelerated until they look about the age of 18. Only then will they start to age normally. That's why my little prince and princess looks like they could be 5. He grinned over at his children and squeezed the shoulders as he continued his recollection. Okay, that's a lot to process, but why did you bring them here now? I would think New Orleans would be safe for them. After all, you have an entire army at your disposal. Questioned Josie. Not that I'm not happy to see you and these little ones, because we would make amazing aunts. She smiled placatingly at the twins, who gave her shy smiles back. Yeah, that's why I brought them here. What I don't understand. Lizzie furrowed her brows as she questioned Naruto. It made sense to keep them in New Orleans where they would be safe, not her in Mystic Falls. There's a threat coming. Hope's accident was only the first part of our new enemy's plan. I won't go into too many details, but I will say that our enemies cannot be underestimated and definitely cannot know that my children are both tribrids, but instead of getting their magic from their ancestors or earth, they use their chakra they inherited from me. He paused. This enemy is someone from my past. He knows me well. He knows what I held when I was in the elemental nations back when I was a shinobi. And somehow he managed to step in this dimension when I destroyed and sealed the demon Asmodeus away. But there's a lot more at play here which I will not be sharing, because even you knowing too much puts you in danger. I will be asking all 3 of you to keep their existence a secret. No one aside from our family knows that my children ages this fast, so they'll be looking for babies, not toddlers. He breathed out, swallowing the rest of his drink. They will take my biological father's surname, Namikaze. And their backstory is that Caroline found them in Japan when they showcased witch-like abilities, both orphans, and decided to give them a home at the Salvatore school. He said mainly to the 2 girls, who nodded their heads quickly. They realized the importance of this secret and unknowingly both pledged to keep these 2 kids safe no matter the cost. Alaric cleared his throat, gaining the attention of his daughters and the 2 little ones on the sofa. Girls, why don't you show the twins to their rooms and around the school? Their room will be Hope's old one since it hasn't been filled since she left. Naruto nodded at this. He knew it would make his children feel a bit more comfortable. He bent down to face his children. Come on, little prince and princess. Lizzie and Josie will take good care of you and I'll make sure to come see you one last time before I leave, okay? He said softly. He knew Ava would be a problem. She was tearing up already and it broke his heart as he watched tears fill up her blue orbs. Hush princess, don't cry, I need you to be strong for Papa, and once Papa and Mama scared away all the bad things we can be together again, okay? But for now make sure not to tell anyone who your real family is. We don't want any bad people to come after you, okay? We won't, Papa. Just make sure to come back in one piece, said Eli sternly. He out his arms around his father's neck. Don't be too much of a hero, he joked. Naruto hugged his younger son with a grin. He had tears well up in his eyes but he blinked them away. He needed to remain strong for his children. Don't worry, little one. I'll come back in one piece, I promise. He nodded and kissed both children's heads. And you always keep your promises, sniffed Ava. Naruto gave her his famous foxy grin. He held his fist to his heart and pounded it slightly. Of course, because that's my ninja way, he emphasized with another pound. His children copied his movements with a similar grin plastered of their faces. Outside of New Orleans. Outside of New Orleans stood an old warehouse. From the outside it looked dilapidated, unused, moments away from collapsing. A idle figure stood near the entrance, a sick grin on his face as he stared at the building. He was relatively new to this world. It was different from his own home in the elemental nations, where he boasted his power in being one of the legendary Sannin. Students of the now deceased third Hokage. He grinned maliciously at the thought. Good riddance, he thought. Even though it's been a few years since his old sensei's death, he still took immense pride and pleasure that he was the one who managed to destroy his old teacher, even if it was failed attempt on killing him with the use of that damned Uzumaki Death Reaper seal. Now he was here Earth, he mused, very different yet almost the same as the elemental nations. They had their own share of wars, but now it seemed they lived in relative peace, though he knew that there were wars waging in the shadows, something Danzo and his root operatives would have surely enjoyed. The supernatural creatures, however, was quite a surprise. Of all the creatures, vampires, wolves and witches, only vampirism had attracted him greatly, even hybrids, because they had the form of immortality he craved. He couldn't be more delighted that he was given the opportunity to achieve his goal here after he had such a difficult time when attempting to get it in the elemental nations. Now though he could feel it within his grasp. A deal made with a god, he chuckled at the ridiculousness of it all. Even gods want more power, something he was grateful for, because he could use the god's hunger for superiority to his own gain. When he heard of the tribrid, his body thrummed with excitement, even more than when he first marked Sasuke in the Forest of Death. Now though his disappointment in the boy's lack of resolve gave him pause, he didn't care for much and even less of his experiments, but they failed. Even Kabuto, that damned snake, turned tail. He sighed heavily at his memories. The Fourth Ninja War was a long time coming, but imagine his surprise when the runt of the litter, Uzumaki Naruto, managed to turn the war on its head and defeat Madara Uchiha and the Ten Tails in one fell swoop, even going as far as absorbing the tailed beasts in himself to end the war. Again using that Death Reaper seal, which the Uzumaki clan coveted. He watched from his own comfortable perch as the final moments took place. He felt a sick sort of satisfaction when the Shinigami pierced the blonde with a sword through the chest. But his smile fell slightly when he witnessed that even in the blonde's last moments the shinobi never faltered in his resolve. In fact, he was sure of only strengthened. He didn't like the blonde, but he couldn't deny the blonde's courage and bravery, now after a few months before he came to this place. Only to find that the very blonde who had nearly brought him to a permanent death was here at the behest of Kami herself. Saving this world literally after saving his old one. Forever the hero, he mused angrily. The blonde shinobi was still a thorn in his side, a wrench in his plans to take over this world and reign as its king. He didn't necessarily want to be king or enslave these people, but where would he get willing subjects for his experiments if he didn't? He chuckled menacingly at his thoughts. The first part of the plan went smoothly to an extent, however. The people he sent to secure his ticket to immortality was saved before he even managed to get his fingers on her. Thanks to her husband, he hissed. Damn you, Naruto. He clenched his hands around the chair he sat in as he watched his mindless slaves go about their duties. His lab was set up and he adopted a more agreeable appearance. Instead of his pale-like skin was tanned, his hair a matte black, short and slicked back instead of his long hair. He was as tall as Jiraiya yet still looked like your everyday human with no discernible features. He didn't stand out in a crowd, something that he greatly enjoyed because he could move about without much suspicion, but he knew with the blonde being able to sense chakra it wouldn't be possible in getting close to the tribrid. Hence the spies he sent to live amongst the vampires in New Orleans had finally returned after the stint with Marcellus with valuable information. Apparently the young tribrid he was chasing had given birth to a set of healthy twins. His eyes lit up at the news. Not only would he have a tribrid but also her children, a bargain if ever he saw one. If his assumptions were correct, their father would be no other than the blonde ninja, which gave him much more glee at the prospect of stealing away whatever the blonde held dear. He would destroy Naruto before he could even blink. He relished at the thought. Just you wait, Naruto-kun, soon everything you hold dear will be mine, he hissed. Did you say something, Lord Orochimaru? Bowed one of his servants, a name he couldn't even remember. He gave the man a dismissive wave. No, nothing. He rolled his eyes mentally at how easily these humans fell under his control. He didn't complain after all. He liked that they were so easy, but he enjoyed a challenge. He was a shinobi at heart after all. Even though he deserted his village and his home for this new one. His plan was simple. Step 1. Activate the tribrid's full abilities. Step 2. Steal away the tribrid and mark her as his own, a newer version of the cursed mark that would place a fragment of his wood inside the girl. Step 3. Use the girl to summon Orochi the god. Step 4. Use Orochi. Of course Orochi himself wasn't aware of the fourth step. The god thought himself to be superior and that Orochimaru was a means to an end, but he would soon see the error as his ways. His misjudgment. He would suck the power from the god and use the god's body as his own. The god himself had made the mistake in granting Orochimaru a much larger chakra pool, one that could rival the 5 tails. He grinned at the thought. From what he heard from Orochi, the 9 tails no longer existed, which would make it easy to destroy the blonde ninja once and for all. In his mind his plan was foolproof. Now he just needed a way to steal away the girl from her family and get started. He would use his 2 spies to do it. The children were the key. Steal away the babies and a mother would become putty in his hands. A deplorable thing to do, but again the end justifies the means. This was war and there would be casualties regardless, and why would 2 children have to stand in the way of him finally achieving his goal? The decision was made easily and he barely batted an eyelash at his decision. Soon he would have this new world at his feet and he could hardly wait. Call Ash and Jacob, have them come see me, he said to the attendant. Wood nodded and scrambled away, eyes downcast. He delighted in the fear he invoked, as did his summon Manda, but was still as difficult to please as ever. But he had abundant of bodies to offer his summon, who reveled in the pseudo-immortality of these vampire creatures. A few minutes later 2 men entered his chambers, bowing lowly, eyes firmly glancing to the ground, not daring to gaze upon their leader. Orochimaru spoke, his tone sickly sweet, though filled with maliciousness. You 2 will bring me the tribrid children. Jacob, who retained some of his humanity, gasped softly, though it was enough for Orochimaru to hear. Will it be a problem, Jacob? He sneered, lip curling in anger. His canines sharper as his eyes narrowed at the man before him. No, my lord, he stammered out. Jacob feared for his life. He felt the heat of his lord's glare, hoping to keep his life and avoid being eaten by that large snake creature like he saw plenty of others go before him. I see. I expect results within the next week or else, he trailed off. Both vampires gulped audibly. They didn't need their lord to finish the threat. Surely they knew what would happen if they failed their mission. So they nodded their head. Of my lord, they echoed. Now out of my sight, vermin, dismissed Orochimaru with a wave of his hand. He watched as the 2 vampires scurry up to their feet, leaving his chamber's eyes still downcast. Soon, Naruto, everything you hold dear will be mine. Naruto stood in the middle of Alaric's office. The twins had gone off with Lizzie and Josie to see the rest of the school. He had taken off the scroll of his back and placed it near the sofa. He fell into the comfy seat across Alaric's desk with a heavy sigh. You look even more tired than when you had your ass kicked by that demon and he put you in a 3-month coma, joked Alaric. Naruto chuckled softly, shaking his head with a small smile on his face. Would you believe me if I said I wasn't tired? He asked lazily. No, I wouldn't. You'd be lying, and we both know that isn't something you do lightly, so come on, tell me what's really going on, said Alaric, opening the desk drawer, taking out his bottle of whiskey he held in the office for late and stressful nights. Since the entire Malivore debacle ended, he had less of those, but his mind was now plagued with ways to stop his daughters from completing the merge. An option the blonde before him gave him would only be used as a last resort. Haha, well, I never could get away with it with you, he said without amusement. Even Hope seemed to believe me so easily, he said, thinking back to when he broke her heart, when he broke up with her to protect her from the Malivore threat. Alaric poured 2 glasses of whiskey, sliding one across the desk to his companion. That's because you're an extremely good actor, but Hope already had some abandonment issues, so the lie was easily believable, at least to her, he said softly, trying to cheer up his bro. Naruto took the drink with a shrug, quickly polishing it off. He placed the empty glass back down. I guess, he mused out loud. But that's not what we're talking about right now. Clearly she married you, so she's over the betrayal. However, he trailed off. This threat. The blonde shook his head and motioned for Alaric to pour another. He's a handful. I nearly killed him a few times and he nearly killed me once, but I managed to get away and he managed to escape like the snake he is. Snake. Yeah, he literally resembles one, or did? I'm not too sure about how, because I'm entirely sure that if he did go around looking like he did, I would have known, or it would have been reported, which means the fucker changed his appearance or something, sighed the blonde frustratingly. How did you even come by this information if he was so well hidden? Naruto chuckled dryly, sipping slowly on his replenished drink. Kami, he said easily. He would have laughed at Alaric's baffled expression, but it wasn't funny, not now at least. Perhaps after the threat's been taken care of, then he would take great pleasure in the monk's expression. Okay. But I mean, is he such a big threat that warrants the interference of celestial creatures? No. He isn't. But then, Naruto cut the man off with a wave of a hand. Because Orochimaru, my old enemy, is in now cahoots with a lower realm god. Alaric choked on his drink, spluttering it across the desk. Some of the liquid landed in his friend's face, who grimaced at the action. What? Cough. Pardon my French, the fuck. Naruto wiped away the whiskey off his face with a grimace, and gave his friend a nod. What the fuck indeed, my friend, he echoed his sentiments. Tell me you're not going to fight a god. I'm not going to fight a god, Naruto deadpanned. I'm not kidding, man, this is, quote, unbelievable, insane, absolutely and truly fucked up, he questioned with a brow raised. Yeah, breathed Alaric, calming his erratic heart. I know, bro, shrugged the blonde, but it has to be done. My wife, my children are at risk, and apparently I've been chosen as the god's champion. Whoa, wait, I thought gods can't interfere in the mortal realm. He used his fingers to quote Naruto, who previously had told him that exact thing. Yeah, so did I, but apparently this particular one found a loophole. A loophole? How even? Well, it's like this. Naruto started and told Alaric everything that he had learned from Kami, and explained to the man the new eyes he received from Kami as their champion. He explained to the older man what was needed for Orochi to enter the mortal realm, which was his wife or subsequently his children, hence the reason he hid them in plain sight. He went further and explained his encounter with Kami in his mindscape. And/or soulscape, since he no longer housed the 9 tails and was currently the heir and took up the mantle. He went into an in-depth description of Orochimaru, of what he could remember, the monk's dealings and offenses, including how he managed to kill the 3rd Hokage by using a technique of the Uzumaki to his own advantage. Alaric listened enraptured by the tale, his mind rattled with all the information, but absorbed it. Impossible. Unbelievable were the words he wanted to spit out to the blonde, but since he met the blonde, he was dragged into a world where the impossible seemed possible. Fairy tales turned to reality, and scary monsters were more than just an old folks' tale. Where gods fought amongst each other using humans as the warriors. He sat back in his comfy leather chair, whiskey in hand, as he listened. He breathed out. Wow. Oh. I don't even know what to say, man. He was truly speechless. What could he possibly say to his friend who was facing a god-level threat, whilst trying to protect him family? Yeah, this is technically my fault. If I hadn't used that jutsu, Orochimaru would have never have come here, the blonde ninja chastised himself angrily. Alaric shook his head. No. No, if you didn't do that, we would have most likely died, he said bluntly. You did what was necessary. Of course the consequences were huge. You ended up in a 3-month coma. Naruto scoffed. Yeah, one of those consequences was being a threat that now wants my wife to suck her dry of all her magic. And anything that makes her supernatural. It's bad, I get it, but you need to stop blaming yourself for this. How can I? Asked Naruto angrily. My wife Rick is in danger because of me. My kids. My innocent children are in danger because of a decision I made. He stood up to his feet, running his fingers roughly through his hair. It would have been better if I hadn't. Don't you dare, said Alaric loudly, crossing over to face the blonde. Don't you dare say it would have been better if you weren't here, because we both know it isn't true, so just stop blaming yourself. Where's the guy that would stand in the face of a demon and grin at the challenge? He questioned, Where's the guy that saved our asses time and time again? His voice became softer as he stared into the blonde's eyes. Where's the guy that told me being a father means to protect their children at the cost of their own happiness? He asked with a light punch to the blonde's shoulder. Naruto's eyes became glassy as he listened to his best friend speak, his words soaked in, strengthening his resolve much more than before. He's still in here, he said quietly. Damn right he is. I can't possibly know how scary this must be for you. You've only just found the joys of fatherhood, marriage, and now you're off to fight another battle. But Naruto, Alaric clapped his shoulders. Remember, those are the exact reasons you're fighting for. Your wife, your children, your family. They're the reason you're fighting, so you can't keep blaming yourself when I know for a fact no one else does. He finished firmly. They stood in silence for a moment before Naruto chuckled, joined by Alaric. Man, you should become an inspirational speaker of the entire headmaster of a supernatural school thing doesn't pan out. Alaric grinned, squeezing the blonde's shoulders one last time before he let go. Nah, that would be too boring. After all, where else would I find a guy that's about to take on a god? He joked lightly. He worried it would be too soon, but he heard the bark of laughter hurts from the blondes. Yeah. Laugh, you're right, bro. I'm way more entertaining. Exactly, grinned the older man. Come on, let's go see your kids and if the settled in all right, but you're all right though? He questioned warily. Naruto nodded. Yeah, it's just a lot, you know. Yeah, I know. Empathizing softly. Alaric did know. Maybe not to the full extent, but he had his own set of problems. His own daughters involved in a crazy coven, things that would literally combine their souls. He wasn't willing on losing either of his daughters, so yeah, he knew what that the blonde felt. It was an overwhelming feeling to have the lives of your children in mortal danger, something no father ever truly got used to unless you were a bad father. Naruto grabbed the large scroll, strapping it securely to his back, and followed the man. Yeah, you're right. Of course I am. The sooner you leave, the sooner you'll be able to come back to show them that their papa took care of the bad things. He smiled over to the blonde. You're right. I've got the luggage in here. He pointed to the scroll strapped now securely to his back. Of course you do, weirdo. He joked. My god, Rick, you sound like a teenager. He groaned dramatically. One of the side effects of running a school filled with them also having two teenage daughters plays a big part. He shrugged nonchalantly. Better you than me, man. Alaric had a mischievous glint in his eyes. Oh yeah. Well, just wait until your little princess brings home a boyfriend or girlfriend. It won't be my problem but yours. Alaric laughed at the horrified expression that now overtook the blonde's features as he stopped dead in his tracks. You all right? He questioned through his laughs. Don't even start, Rick. I've got enough shit on my plate. I do not need to think about my daughter bringing home suitors. He shuddered violently. I'll probably put their heads on spikes and decorate the front of the compound with it to ward off any and all potential ones. He said, only half serious, well, maybe a bit more serious than intended. Alaric stared at his friend. You know what? What? Asked Naruto innocently. I somehow believe you'll do just that, he deadpanned. Naruto smirked. A side effect of living with Niklas. Also a reason we get on so well, we often share the same opinions on certain matters, he grinned. Alaric shook his head in amusement. I'm Eon. You little psycho. I resent that. Alaric rolled his eyes. Yeah, whatever, bro. Naruto missed Alaric calling him that. Sure, he loved Cole like a brother, but they tended to act the same age. But with Rick, it was like he had an older brother, one that would look out for him, and Rick always did that ever since they met. You have no idea how much I missed you calling me that, he smiled nostalgically. Naruto stood in front of the Salvatore school with a frown on his face. He already said his goodbyes to his children. Ava was especially teary, begging him to not go, whilst Eli remained stoic, holding his sister's hand tightly, offering silent support. He hated the distraught look on his daughter's face and even more the look on his son's as he tried to remain strong for both his sister and himself. Time to go? Asked Alaric from behind him. This was the same spot Naruto found him after they had so much trouble with that damn necromancer, when asked an impossible question, asking his twin daughters to kill their mother a second time. He sighed sadly at the memory. Yeah, it is, replied the blonde quietly. This place remind you of something? Naruto turned to face the older man, giving him a short nod. Yeah, this is the spot where I told you how good of a dad you are, he chuckled softly at the memory of his impromptu speech. Yeah, it is. He nudged his shoulder playfully. Need me to give you the same speech? Naruto rolled his eyes at the monk's attempt to lighten the mood. No, you don't. Good. Because I don't think I have one in me. I'm just a headmaster, you know. Not some inspirational talker. Haha, yeah, that's right, but you're a damn good one. He paused, glancing back to the green forest before him. The mood around them changed as the wind fluttered through the leaves, whistling around them. Take care of them, please, he said quietly. I will. Naruto nodded. Closing his eyes, he concentrated his chakra, pulling and leading him. He felt one of the tags he placed in the compound confirming his departure. Yane. He gave Alaric a two-finger salute before disappearing in a red-yellow flash. Naruto appeared inside the compound. No one knew of his arrival and he didn't see the need to inform them so quickly. He wandered into the parlor room. Heading straight to the bottle of bourbon that stood on the small round, poured himself a tumbler glass filled to the brim with the brownish side and polished off his glass, pouring another, his second one less full than his first. His sensitive hearing picked up footsteps nearing him. He knew who it was but kept his eyes fixed upon the painting before him. The final battle of Napoleon Bonaparte. The short man sat on top his white horse, hoisting his sword in the air as he destroyed his enemies that laid before. Appropriate, he mused wryly. A bit early to be drinking, isn't it? He chuckled without humor. It's 5 o'clock somewhere, he replied dryly. I take it the parting didn't go well? Asked Niklas as he stepped further into the room, watching his son-in-law as he finished glass after glass of his finest bourbon. He sighed internally. Since when did he become the responsible one? Reckless. Chaotic. He was best at but being responsible. The voice of reason was his Elijah's job, one he excelled at, even if he was considered a bore at times. Even having hope didn't really change that aspect of his personality. He became more cautious since her birth, yes, but not more responsible. His siblings could attest to that. As well as could be expected when parting with one's children, I suppose. He trailed off, not really answering his father-in-law's question. The blonde sagged deeper into his seat, grabbing the bottle beside him, not even bothering to make use of a glass anymore. He took a big swig, the contents burning his throat deliciously as he felt it settle into his stomach. All right, that's enough of that, said Klaus, speeding over, and grabbed the bottle of bourbon. We need to plan, and I need you sound of mind, not a bubbling drunk, he said, narrowed his eyes in anger at the insult. Whether Niklas insinuated that he was a lightweight or the fact that he was wallowing in misery, he held Klaus's glare before he looked away and stared back at the painting without saying a word. Nothing to say. I know how hard it is walking away from your own flesh and blood. He saw Naruto open his mouth to respond, but he cut him off swiftly, before a word could be uttered. Listen to me. You are a father, but you are also a king as well as a husband. Your wife has not left your room since you parted this morning. She hasn't fed at all either. This situation is difficult for everyone involved. However, the sooner we rid ourselves of the pests that plague us, the sooner you'll be able to have your children in your arms once more. This, he pointed to the nearly empty bottle in his hand to emphasize his point, will not help. I do not need a child throwing his toys around, which right now you are acting like. Before he could continue his sentence, a hand gripped his neck roughly. He stared into the red Rene Sharingan of his son-in-law. It blazed angrily, and Klaus was happy he brought his point across. I know what needs to be done. Do not belittle me by comparing me to a child, Niklas, he spat angrily. A smirk curled up in Klaus's lips, giving the boy a firm nod. Good then, he said gruffly, which was a bit difficult to say with a hand wrapped around his throat. Naruto narrowed his eyes before he let the man go, immediately turning on his heel to leave the fixed his jacket. Where are you going? To see my wife. I'm a father, husband and king, but a king needs his queen beside him as well as his wife, he said, leaving the room, leaving a satisfied Niklas behind. A small clap was heard from the doorway. I must say, brother, you've perfected the art of tough love, said Elijah, giving his brother a small smile. His eyes showed his amusement. Klaus rolled his eyes. Well, I suppose I've learnt from the best, haven't I? He asked, raising a brow in Elijah's direction. Was that a compliment? Joked the older man. Take it as you will, Elijah. However, if you breathe it to another soul, I'll remind you why they call me the Great Evil. Upstairs, Naruto stood before his bedroom door, his hand paused on the handle. He could hear his wife's light but quiet sobbing. He pushed down the handle, entering the room quietly. All the curtains were drawn, no light streaming in. His eyes trailed over to the figure that laid curled up in a ball in their bed. I told you, Dad, I'm not hungry, she said through her falling tears. First, you need to feed Hope, and second, I'm not your father. We've been through this before. He tried lightening the mood. Hope didn't turn or look at her husband once she heard his voice. Instead, she wiped her face clear of the tears that fell. I didn't hear you come back. Yeah, I got in a couple of minutes ago, he said, walking over to the bed. He sat on the corner with his back facing Hope. How was it? She questioned ambiguously. Of course, he was aware of what his wife was referring to. He ran a hand through his blonde locks. Hard, he whispered. The hardest thing I had to do, he answered. Heard the covers rustle and the bed move slightly. I see. I need you to feed Hope. We need to plan, and I need my wife at full capacity. You starving yourself will not help anyone here and definitely not help our children. I know. He scoffed somewhat angrily. If you know, then why haven't you fed? Because I just had to send away my children, Naruto. Give me a break. She replied hotly, her own emotions volatile at the lack of feeding as well as the longing she felt for her kids. Our children, Hope. Or have you forgotten that I was the one who took them away? He shook his head silently. He was being a hypocrite. Just minutes ago, he was drinking to numb the pain he felt at sending away his children. Hope had every right to be sad, he knew that logically, but right now they needed to plan. Klaus was right, they didn't need to act like children. When there was much more at stake than just his family. His tone softened when he spoke, standing up to leave his wife to her own devices. Just please feed and clean yourself up. We're having a family meeting later to discuss what we'll do moving forward. Jacob and Ash stood before their master with two bundles wrapped securely in their arms. They watched quietly as their master's face lit up with glee. They couldn't help but feel like they've lost all their humanity at what they were doing, at what they've done. Lord Orochimaru, said Ash, his jaw clenched, his grip reflexively tightening on the small bundle in his arms, when he watched his master stand up from his makeshift throne, moving closer to inspect their work. You've done well, he said with a mad smile. His eyes lit up with excitement. It had been a week, the very last day in fact. He was about to punish them for not completing their job, but now here they stood with his keys to fulfill his goal of immortality. He couldn't help but praise them. After all, they did their job splendidly, even if they were cutting it close. Now hand these two over and you'll want for nothing once we complete our goal, he praised. His eyes narrowed slightly at the tight grip on Ash had on the one child in his arms. Tisk tisk, don't tell me you've now suddenly grown unconscious, he questioned. His face promised excruciating pain depending on the answer of the two vampires before him. Ash glanced at his partner who held the girl in his arms, nervously. He already sold his soul to the devil. This man before him would destroy him before they were able to take another step. He closed his eyes, begging any god that was listening as he pleaded for forgiveness in his mind. His grip loosened on the bundle in his arms. No. Of course not, my lord. He lied and handed the baby over. He looked at the sleeping figure sadly, blinking away his own tears at his weakness, at his inability to feel human. We've done what you requested. He paused, now looking up to the man. Are we free to go? Another servant took the boy from Jacob's arms. Orochimaru's smile once again on his face as he waved away the two men. Yes. Yes, you've done your job. I have no need for you anymore. You're free to go. He waved the men away as the men bowed and turned to leave. But since you both seemed hesitant on giving me the children in the first place, his neck elongated. Ash could feel the man breath on his neck. He tried to use his vampire speed to get away, but two sharp canines broke his skin easily. I'll leave you with a parting gift of my own, he hissed, licking his lips, tasting the blood with his long tongue. Jacob was held down by two servants as their master approached him with a sadistic smile. Consider it for an bonus on job well done. He cackled, biting into flailing vampire's neck. Twin screams rang out loudly. The two vampires held the necks in anguish and pain. A gut-wrenching pain shot through their entire bodies, their limbs becoming heavier with each shot of pain. Their breathing labored as they thumped down to the ground, paralyzed. They watched, eyes wide open, unable to move as they watched their master bite his finger, smearing blood onto the concrete floor, and flipped through signs they're witnessed before. Poof! A loud hiss was heard, followed by a menacing, thunderous voice. Orochimaru, why have you summoned me? I don't see any enemies, hissed Black Snake's reptilian eyes narrowed in anger at his summoner. No enemies, not yet at least. However, I have a gift for you, he said, motioning to the two bodies that laid stock still in the floor, eyes wide open as they stared at the humongous snake, their mouths unable to make a sound as they literally stared at their death. Ha ha ha, a sacrifice. Well done, Orochimaru. I might keep you as my summoner if you keep this up, hissed the snake, wasting no time in opening its large jaws, slithering near to its prey, his eyes now lit with hunger, as he inhaled the two vampires in one swift gulp, bones shattering between his large razor-sharp teeth. The cracking sound filled the silent warehouse. Hope sat quietly in her bedroom listening to the thinly veiled argument happening between her father and husband. She sighed softly. She missed her children. She missed Eli's quiet chuckles, Ava's loud laugh when Naruto chased them around the compound. Now the entire compound was quiet, too quiet. Baby Nick was staying with the wolves as well, away from any fight. Her family wasn't taking any chances with any member of their family. It was heartwarming to witness their united front in the face of an enemy, putting aside their differences for each other to defend each other to the death. Yeah, it was heartwarming, yet at the same time heartbreaking, as long as she could remember they were constant battles, trying to keep each other safe. First, for centuries her father and his siblings ran trying to escape the wrath of Michael, her crazy vampire hunting grandfather. Then Esther with her plots to kill her own children in an attempt to redeem herself. The vengeful yet ancient spirit, the hollow that split her family up. A whole split into fragmented pieces across various continents to keep her safe. Recently, a whole new type of enemy, one that not only wanted the end of the Mikaelson family but with it the entire supernatural community. Malivore. That was her fault, no matter how many times she thought about it. Her decision to trust Landon, yet he was the key that started everything. Her lover, boyfriend, partner, father of her children and husband came into this world saving all their asses countless times, yet asked nothing in return other than her loyalty and love. She could barely believe such a person existed. After all, growing up with your father being the big bad hybrid, the villain in everyone's story, made you trust less than your average person and live in fear of constant betrayal. But he showed her how to love completely, what it truly meant to love another person unconditionally. He would deny his own happiness time and time again to ensure she proved it when he fought against a demon, saving her and every other supernatural creature nearly at the cost of his own life. She wanted to hate him so badly, but she couldn't find it in herself too. His choices were selfish to her at least, but to everyone else selfless. He chose to leave her behind while he stood against the threat unwaveringly. Over his coma period and their wedding, she thought her life would finally start to settle. She had her entire family back minus Uncle Finn, but like her dad said, he was a stick in the mud. Never cared for immortality, so his absence wasn't missed by her or most of their family other than Aunt Freya, who loved Finn but chose a different path than the rest of the Mikaelsons. He believed them to be abominations, freaks of nature, with Niklas being the biggest, so yes, it might sound abhorrently cruel to say, but she didn't miss Finn one bit. Back to the present, where they faced yet another threat, she couldn't help but wonder whether this was her family paying penance for the destruction and blood they shed over the millennia that they lived, and if so, when would it all stop? Hope's thoughts were disturbed by a ringing of her cell phone. She turned to pick up a cell phone. She glanced at the ID. The number wasn't one she recognized. Hope Mikaelson speaking. She answered quietly, barely coming out of her introspective mood. "Ah, Miss Mikaelson," said the voice on the other side. It sounded cocky, like he knew her secrets, her family's. She felt an involuntary shiver run up her spine at the hissing she heard in the S in her surname. "Yes," she answered cautiously. "I'll make this quick. Normally I love playing games, but you see, time is of the essence. Tell me, Hope, are you alone? A simple yes will suffice." She calmed her raging heart, as well as her breathing. "Yes," she answered simply. "Good girl. Now you have something I want and I have something you want, so we're going to make a deal." The voice didn't wait for her answer. "Now, before you go on and tell me I don't, I want you to listen carefully." The line went quiet before two twin cries was heard, familiar cries. The sounds of her own children's cries. "Did you hear that? I'm sure you recognize it, being a mother and all," chuckled the person. Hope narrowed her eyes angrily. "If you so much touch a hair on their heads, I promise you I'll tear you limb." That's not the way this works, Miss Mikaelson. I make the rules. I make the threats. I have what you want, so be a good girl and listen carefully before I make sure you never see these beautiful children again. Kekaki, they are precious, aren't they? Looks a lot like their father. An old, let's say, friend of mine from my old home." "Who are you?" she asked between clenched teeth. "Like I said, a old friend of your husband's. Now that I've got your attention." He trailed off. "What do you want?" she asked gruffly. "So testy young mothers, or aren't they?" he teased. "I want you to come to the following address alone. 95 Pillar Road. It's an unmarked gravel road. On your left side there will be a black SUV with unmarked plates awaiting your arrival. However, if the person sees you being followed, your children will never see their mama or papa again. Say yes if you understand." Hope swallowed her anger at her children being threatened. "Yes," she whispered loud enough for Orochimaru to hear. "Good girl. You have 2 hours tick-tock, my dear." Naruto held his bleeding arm looking down at Orochimaru, half his face was scarred with claw marks. Heaving deep breaths trying to regain control of his raging chakra. His undamaged eye flashed his Rinnescharagan, the tomo swirling wildly before locking into place. The feeling of victory barely registered as he spoke. His family was put into danger. He barely made it in time to save Hope before all the magic was siphoned from her body. Thinking back to his wife, his heart ached at her limp body in his father-in-law's arms. It's over, Orochimaru. Even having the power of a god, you failed. He said between breaths. Naruto. This isn't over. The half-god, half-shinobi tried. Naruto let off a humorless chuckle that turned into a bark of laughter. His one eye looked crazed. He gripped Orochimaru's neck in a tight grip. His face darkened as he stared at the pathetic Sannin that once walked beside his sensei and Lady Tsunade. The very thought was an insult to Jiraiya sensei and Lady Tsunade. Their faces were inches away from each other as ruins lied around them. It's over. Your first mistake was to think I was the same boy in Konoha, your second was to threaten my family, squeezing tighter, and your third was coming to this world. He said, gritting his teeth. Blood poured from his right eye. Kamui. The words were barely above a whisper. Around them time and space swirled. Instead of taking them into a pocket of space, Naruto threw Orochimaru down and stared at the sight that welcomed him. Before them sat 12 thrones, each filled with a higher tier god. His eyes though turned to the two women that sat watching him with a hint of concern. He would have smiled at the fact that a god was sharing concern for him. A fox demon, but now wasn't the time. Now was the time for judgment. Judgment of his once fellow shinobi. Kami, Yami, he said. His injuries hadn't healed and he had a feeling his right eye might never ever heal. Naruto-kun, said Kami with a faint smile, but was wiped away when her eyes shifted to the abomination beside her champion. Orochimaru. It seems even on another Earth you've only managed to continue damaging the name of Jutsu. Your crimes has only increased. Since the war, a war that a young blonde ended by giving his life, sealing away Madara Uchiha and the devastation the 10 Tails would have wrought on the elemental nations. Each god gave the creature a look of disdain. What do you have to say for yourself? She asked, raised her perfectly manicured eyebrow. Orochimaru, who had been bleeding out of the white floors of Kami's court, stared slightly bewildered. He didn't have any chakra, and even if he did he wouldn't be able to take on 12 gods and Naruto, even though the blonde seemed as worn as he was. His eyes turned downcast, clenching his fists in frustration and anger. The attention was soon shifted away from him and back to Naruto. It seems even gaining quasi-immortality wasn't enough for Orochimaru. Naruto, since not every god wasn't aware of what happened, do you mind enlightening us as to what has happened? Naruto, who barely was able to remain upright, stared in the god's directions. His eyes trailed over Tsukinoyomi a bit before he gave a brief nod. It all started with a phone call. Flashback to 10 hours ago. Naruto leaned against the bedroom door, staring at his wife. He heard the entire conversation, the threat, and even though he knew this was the plan, he could barely restrain his anger. It looks like my father and your plan worked, said Hope, gripping her phone tightly. He knew the woman shared his anger. The plan was vile. Even if it wasn't his children that were currently in Orochimaru's stronghold. He left his post, stepping closer to the tribrid. His face revealed nothing, but his clenched fists revealed everything his face wouldn't. Hope, he said quietly. Reaching out, he gently caressed her cheek. Our children are safe. Safe with Alaric and their aunts at Salvatore. He said slowly, trying to sound reassuring and convincing, but to be honest, he was trying to convince himself too. Why does it sound like you're trying to convince yourself of that too, and this plan of yours and my father's? I don't know if it'll work, she asked, slightly raising her brow. A dry chuckle left the Kyuubi, because having them away from my sight is hurting more than I thought it would. He put his forehead to his wife's with a resigned sigh, but as much as you might think this plan is going overboard, Hope. It's the only way to convince Orochimaru that he has all the cards in his hands, he trailed off. His voice dropped down to a whisper. You have no idea what kind of a man Orochimaru is. He was cast out of our village for his experiments. Experiments he did on children. Cursed marks he created to inhabit a vessel's body to chase after his goal of immortality. The point is he'll do anything to achieve his goal, he said with a resigned sigh. He doesn't know that our children are more than what they appear, but it also means that he doesn't know their chakra signature, which means everything is going as planned for now, he said, moving away from the woman. He dropped a loving kiss to her forehead. Trust me. Even though you might be going alone to meet him. You won't be. One small rub on that ring on your finger and I'll be there in a flash, my love. Hope stood still, biting her bottom lip, staring at her husband. She could easily see the worry in his creased eyebrows, his tense shoulders, no matter how he tried to remain expressionless. His words rung in her ears. Their enemy, this time, was Sly and the very scum her husband hated. Okay. She breathed out. Okay. I'm ready, she said, trying to muster every bit of confidence she could. Naruto gave her another look and nodded his head. He could feel Hope's anxiousness, fear, but he remained silent. It wouldn't any good to bring it up. So once you're in the place, rub your ring and I'll appear, with your father. Hope, this is important. When I start going at Orochimaru, I want you to leave with your father, okay? He said firmly. He knew while Hope would be reluctant, he didn't know how strong Orochimaru had gotten since the last time they fought. Holding up his hand up to stop any protests from the girl. The clones I'm using will disappear when I get there, and you need to get to Mystic Falls, to protect our children, Hope. They're our first priority, always. This has been part of the plan all along, hasn't it? She asked with a frustrated sigh, barely looking in the blonde's direction. Naruto didn't respond verbally, and he didn't need to. The look on his face told Hope everything she needed to know, that once again her husband would be fighting an enemy by himself while she waited in the wings. She turned away from the Kyuubi, walking past him. I'm sorry, Naru. But this time I won't just be waiting in the wings. Later, Naruto was in the study with his father-in-law, pacing the floor impatiently, waiting of word from his wife. An hour passed since Hope left the compound, his nerves frayed. Of course, logically he knew his wife was able to defend herself. After all, he'd been training her himself. He didn't go easy at all, not at full strength, but he didn't pull his punches and they were Sannin level at least. Hope. We'll be fine. Stop your pacing, Naruto, said Klaus from his spot. Naruto bit back a scoff at the unsure tone in Klaus's voice. He knew as much as he loved Hope, his only rival was his father-in-law. Of course their type of love differed, but the amount of love the hybrid held for his daughter was unbelievable. A man that would burn the world to make sure Hope was safe. He would do the same, then probably destroy himself in the process. I know that, he frustratedly, but this waiting isn't doing my nerves any good either, he said, clenching his fists tightly. Do you believe in Hope? Asked the hybrid, piercing the blonde with his own gaze. With everything that I am, replied the blonde, not even hesitating. Then we wait, said Klaus simply, finishing his fifth glass of whiskey. At the same time as Naruto was pacing a hole in the study's floors, Hope stood on a dusty gravel road beside her black SUV. Her jaw ticked the longer she waited. Patience was never a Mikaelson's strong suit. Her supernatural senses picked up a car coming up a few kilometers away. She gripped her car keys in her hand as she waited. After a while, a black car pulled up. Tinted windows, no plates, looking like every cliché villain vehicle. The passenger's side window rolled down. Are you alone? Asked the gruff voice, a voice Hope didn't know nor recognized. She gave a nod of affirmation, biting back sarcastic eye roll at the question. Good. Get in. Lord Orochimaru is quite excited for your arrival, said the voice, then the window went up again. This time the tribrid didn't even attempt to hold back a scoff at the words. Of course he'd be excited. And yet they think my father is the greatest villain, she huffed, entering the unmarked car. A black bag was thrust over her head the money she entered. She forced herself to remain calm. Her heartbeat stayed even as she played her husband's words in her head. Allow him to be, he has the upper hand, Hope. Force mistakes. The words played back like a broken record, sometimes joined by the grinning faces of her children, her beautiful twins that represented nothing but light in her world, shining brighter than any star possibly could. They're safe. They're safe, she thought. The car came to a halt. She memorized the amount of turns they took, the sounds around them and the voices. The different voices she heard. Being pushed through a building or wherever they were, she could hear the cries of two babies that sound eerily like her own. Her heart ached at the sound, at how realistic this all felt. Ah, she's here, said a voice that Hope wished she never heard, her fingers itching to wipe away the smirk that no doubt plastered on Orochimaru's face. She bit the inside of her cheek to keep her emotions at bay. Like her husband taught her, don't let them rule you, you rule them, her mind chided. Take that off, I long to see my new test subject. The black bag was roughly torn off her head with a jerk. Her blue eyes swirled menacingly at the offender. Now. That look isn't necessary, dear Hope, said the snake-like looking man, and some part of Hope wished that the bag remained on. I'm here, she said, playing her part. Now you said you'd let my son and daughter go. A cackle tore through the warehouse. Orochimaru motioned with his hand, and two women scurried to procure what he needed. Hope's breath hitched at the sight of the familiar blankets. You see. The problem is. He trailed off, giving Hope a malicious smirk. I don't think Naruto-kun will be happy if I gave him his children. Without his darling wife, don't you think? Blue eyes darkened. A flash of gold went through them as Hope stared at the man. You lied, she said loudly, pulling away from her captors. One more step and your son will be visiting Yami. Before he could say mama, said Orochimaru, the smile on his face barely changed. The next few moments happened too fast for Hope to even realize what she was doing. Perhaps it was due to the stress of having a premature birth, the excelled growth of her children, the death threats that loomed over the new family's head, or maybe, just maybe, it was her anger as a new mother and newborn rearing its ugly head. Her visage changed, causing a loud growl to rumble through the room. In a few seconds her captors lay dead with their hearts in the tribrid's hands. Her voice sounded inhuman, signs of her wolf being more present than ever before. The fact that you think after crossing a mikaelson will bring you anything but destruction is laughable. The corner of her lips tugged in a smile. The Sannin, though, looked as calm as ever, as if he expected this very thing to happen, and at that moment Hope knew she made a grievous mistake. She played right into Orochimaru's hands. The fact that you think I'm not prepared for a mikaelson is laughable, my dear, he replied as a silver dagger tipped in white oak ash and wolfsbanes sank into Hope's back. The tip burned the tribrid, causing her to let out a piercing scream that echoed into the warehouse. She could feel her wolf fighting, clawing at her skin, trying to get out, but the wolfsbane prevented it. Where? She choked on her own blood. Did you get this? She asked, sinking to her knees. She stared at her hands as the veins slowly turned gray. Now that would be telling, wouldn't it? Teased Orochimaru mockingly. This shouldn't work on me. How? She questioned. Orochimaru chuckled, lifting Hope's chin. Chakra is a wonderful tool, my little tribrid, but soon you, a wonder of nature, will be the very catalyst to my ascension. Hope was in and out of consciousness, but she could feel the magic leave her body. She heard the sky tear violently with the changing weather. Her eyes flashed open, watching Orochimaru literally swallow a 8-armed looking figure. Her arms fought to move, but the knife held her back. All I needed was a tiny inch of strength. She prayed to any god who was listening. Her chance cake while the crazy villain was cackling madly, too distracted to notice her struggling. A little bit more, her mind encouraged. A wave of relief went through the woman, as her finger managed to give her wedding ring a gentle rub. Her eyes were half open, all she saw a flash of red and yellow appear before her. She stared into the swirling rinesherigan of her husband and the golden eyes of her father. Naru, she whispered roughly. A soft kiss placed on her forehead, his face looked raw with anger. Take her, Niklas. Now. I'm sorry, she tried. In a flash the only voice she could hear was the reassuring one coming from her father. I'm going to get you home, princess. Just hold on, said Klaus, running through the woods, through the winding roads, not stopping for anything. The blonde stood across the abomination, the creature. Extra limbs protruded out of the mont's body. Orochimaru, he said angrily. His eyes flashed, changing, barely holding a stable color, the veins in his neck more prominent as he stared at the abomination. Ha 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 ha, Naruto-kun, you're too late. Your little wife will be gone soon. Then you'll be all alone like that scared little boy the villagers pushed around. Naruto gritted his teeth, jaw clenched, fighting back a response to the creature. You say that? He said, simply going straight in Kyuubi mode. He could feel the violent waves of chakra roll off Orochimaru's body. 9 orange-yellow tails waved wildly behind the blonde. His pupil slit, nails elongating, as did his fangs slightly hanging over his bottom lip. But Hope won't be killed so easily. You think you have the upper hand? He asked. The large extra arms smashed on the vampires that held the two babies in their arms. But my children was never here to begin with, he said, growling and launching his large yellow fist at his enemy. As soon as the punch landed, it caused a large hole in the wall of the warehouse. Punches, kicks were launched at each other, each leaving injuries in its wake. Naruto blasted Orochimaru with 2 Odama Rasengans. The color took a yin-yang color, forcing the balls of pure chakra into Orochimaru's stomach. the snake-like half-god used Naruto's closeness against him. The sound of flesh tearing sounded between the two. Spurts of blood left the blonde's right eye. A scream of agony tore through the ruined warehouse. Aha! There was no passion or anger, or really any emotion at all, as Naruto stared down at the man, his right eye involuntarily closing as blood continuously poured from the wound. Naruto's hands reached down and grabbed Orochimaru by the collar. It felt like the blonde was outside watched himself thrust his right arm into Orochimaru's torso, the Yuki pumping through his arms directly into Orochimaru's chakra system, his left eye swirled violently locking into the place. The chakra that left Naruto's system was poison to anyone beside himself and a Jinchuriki, this much he knew. He beat Orochimaru down into the ground, the dirt, and the wooden trusses. Naruto could literally the Yuki destroy Orochimaru's chakra system. It poured out of creature reaching up and stuffing itself into Naruto's nose. Claws are dragged against the blonde's right arm, barely recognizing the pain. He felt dead, barely recognizing the demon that was destroying every piece of Orochimaru. The rush he felt each time his staff impaled the open flesh before him, he practically feel himself salivate to the smell of blood. His mind was fuzzy with bloodlust before pictures played before his mind. Smiles, sounds of laughter, children laughing, piercing loving blue eyes staring into his own, bringing him back to his senses. Throwing the abomination to the ground, his visage changed, looking more human rather than the beast he turned into throughout their fight. His reserves were nearly empty, his injuries pouring out blood, not even healing. It's over, Orochimaru. Even having the power of a god, you failed. Present time. Naruto stood before the gods as he told them the tale. From as much as he could remember, the feeling he felt himself fall into was foreign to him. While he enjoyed a good fight, he never craved spilling so much blood before. The beaten body, holes that littered his opposition body told him so. While he was efficient and quick no matter who his opponent, he fought to remain as merciful as he could be. But somewhere across the line he lost all reason, through jutsu after jutsu allowing his own bloodlust to rule him. No emotions ran through him other than the unexplained joy he felt as Orochimaru's blood splattered across his face. The very staff he received from Hagoromo, the god of shinobi, brandished with the blood of Orochimaru. I see, said Kami, bringing the reflective Naruto out of his thoughts. Your punishment has been set. You will forever dwell in the Shinigami's gut as an empty soul, fragmented, never meant to be whole again, Orochimaru, she said with a wave of a hand as the snake-like half-god disappeared into thin air while his screams of protests rung in the air. All eyes turned to Naruto. Is there anything we can give you in thanks for once again ridding the world of a menacing evil? Asked Kami with a small smile. Naruto's conflicted features blanked at the offer. Her gave a shake to his head, holding his right eye with a sigh. I don't suppose you can fix right eye, he asked jokingly. Kami's face tightened. I can heal it, allowing you to see. However, the use of a dojutsu will forever be damaged, unfortunately, as well as the scars, those will remain. Naruto shrugged slightly. That's fine. That's all I need, he said with a nod. In seconds he felt a slight tingling in his eye and right arm. He stared down the claw scars across his chest, digging into his arms healed, but the reminder was forever there. He gave Kami a wave. Well, it's time for me to get back to my wife and family. Yane, he said using the kamui as in left eye and appeared before the compound. Standing before the doors, he slightly hesitated before the doors swung wildly open. You look like you've been through the ringer, mate, said Cole watching the blonde. Hope, said Naruto ignoring the greeting, staring into Cole's eyes, his hair covering his right eye. Inside, the dagger caused some issues, but after it was removed all our darling needed was copious amounts of blood and some rest. A relieved sigh went through the blonde's body, causing his exhausted body to slump forward, making Cole catch him. You sure you all right, mate? Won't be slipping into another coma? He asked worriedly. A weak chuckle left Naruto's mouth. Who knows, man? I'm seriously worn out. Later, fingers tracing his skin awoke the sleepy blonde, his eyes focused on the pursed lips of his wife. Hey, he said, giving her a small smile. Hope didn't say anything, instead she pushed away the hair covering his right eye, her lip trembling as she caressed the scar tissue. How bad? She asked softly. Naruto tried giving a smile, but it came off more as a grimace. I can see, but I won't ever be able to use my right eye for a dojutsu again, he whispered. I'm sorry. This shouldn't have happened. I should have called you earlier, she whispered, pressing gentle kisses to the blonde's face. Naruto pulled the girl into his arms. It wouldn't have changed the outcome. Hope. The fight was difficult, different, but Asmodeus was more of a challenge. Orochimaru wasn't used to his power, so it made things easier. You look like you've lost a half-tail's worth of chakra, Naru, but you say it was easy. Naruto nodded into Hope's neck. I pumped him full of Yuki, breaking down his chakra system from the inside, but it's over now. Hope's eyes wet at the confirmation, burrowing herself deeper into the strong chest of her husband. Yeah, it's finally over. 3 years passed since the fight of Orochimaru and Naruto, drawing that chaotic chapter to a close. The blonde didn't hear from the gods again, solely concentrating on his family and bringing the supernatural community together. Not only in New Orleans but every other city, of course, their existence still remaining largely a secret, with only a few officials actually knowing of their existence. Naruto wished he could say the 3 years was an absolute breeze, but that would be lying. Under his and his father-in-law direction, they created and built a sister school to the Salvatore School. Instead of calling it that, they named it the Mikaelson's Academy for the Gifted. Gifted being a better word rather than using witch, or warlock, or vampire, he thought. But this wasn't the issue. As himself and his wife struggled to find normalcy with rearing 2 children, a surprising third made its way through the ranks. The baby, who was now growing at normal rate, making the newlywed couple largely unprepared, since the twins skipped the entire toddler stage. Now little Nicola, like her namesakes Niklas and Cole, had a wicked perchance for creating mischief. It got to a point where Naruto begged Hope to create some magical dampeners to put around the 2-year-old girl, that was unknowingly blasting her father with bolts of electricity each time she let off a giggle in his direction. The sight was amusing for each of the Mikaelsons to witness, but absolutely terrible for Naruto to endure. Ava and Eli had grown fast and were now steady at the age of 12, physically at least. After a trip to the Dragon Realm, it was confirmed that their bodies were now able to hold the large amounts of chakra they were blessed with. While Nicola didn't show any signs of abnormal growth, these two certainly did. Confusing the hell out of the blonde shinobi. Of course, with the twins reaching the age of 12 both mentally and physically. Hope decided it was time for them to attend school like normal kids their age. Though the very school they built seemed a bit difficult for their children to fit in, Naruto noticed that each wore a heavy burden by carrying the Mikaelson name, something he brought up to Hope, but she kept saying that after a while they'd settle in. Well, to the blonde it was clear that that particular wish wasn't going to happen anytime soon, especially when he found himself standing in the headmaster's office while his daughter and son swung their legs, nervously tugging on their blue blazers. Beside him stood his wife with pursed lips, staring at another student who looked all too smug at the downcast looks on his children's faces. Though the smirk on the headmaster's face gave Naruto made him inwardly groan. He knew his children would never do something untoward unless something bad was said or done to them. Dad, said Hope, staring at the smirking Niklas that managed to soothe his expression. Yes, he answered innocently. Hope rolled her eyes inwardly as the 2-year on her hip reached out for Naruto. Naruto, who took his daughter gladly, smiled a small smile before humming to make her calm down. Why are we here? And why are my son and daughter in the office? She asked. She side-eyed the boy's mother, who gave her a snide look. She didn't even flinch, but she wondered who these people even were. Well, Hope, it seems like your daughter got into an altercation with Brady here, and when things got physical, Eli stepped in and landed a shiner on the boy's face. Now, as you know, we don't tolerate bullying or any fighting outside the prescribed classes. Ava cut her grandfather off with a scoff, folding her arms, making Naruto groan at the sight of another Lizzie before him. I mean headmaster. It wasn't bullying, and Eli was just protecting me, because clearly someone's mother never taught him to never raise a hand to a lady, she said sassily. Naruto buried his face into Nicolas' neck, smothering his laughter. He made a note to mentally tell Lizzie to stop rubbing off on his eldest daughter. Well, be that as it may, violence is still a big no, Ava, and your brother seemed to break that rule. Ava slammed her hands on the oak desk before her, but Eli had a good reason if you'd just heard. The quiet boy pulled Ava back. Sister, calm down. The headmaster was right, I shouldn't have used violence, he said, clenching his fist. Ava stared at her brother pleadingly, asking him to tell their parents, but all she received was a shake of a head. Naruto watched the interaction with a careful eye, as did his wife. Ava fell back into her seat with huff. I wish you didn't have to be so noble all the time, she muttered under her breath, gaining a chuckle from her brother. He put his hand over hers and squeezed. Turning back to his grandfather, his blue eyes piercing Niklas's. While I agree that I shouldn't have hit Brady, he said, But I won't apologize for protecting my sister, even if she didn't need it. So I will accept any punishment, headmaster. He said with a resolute nod, and every mikaelson in the room beamed in pride at the boy. Me too. So do your worst, grandpa, she said, side-eyeing her grandfather. Later. The drive to the compound was silent, Nicola sleeping in her car seat as the twins stared aimlessly through the window. Pulling up, Naruto told Hope to take Nicola. Other two hopped out the car, but before they could enter the compound, Naruto put his hand on their shoulders, flashing to the top a mountain. You both okay? He asked, watched the twins regain their equilibrium. After two nods, he patted a seat down next to him. The sight was stunning, and sitting her reminded her the days he would sit on the Hokage monument and watch the village and villagers go about the daily life. So wanna tell your old man what really happened, Eli? He asked easily. His eyes stayed on the view, but he could feel the anxiousness roll off his son. No, muttered Eli, turning away, holding back tears. Ava's eyes filled with tears too, and she grabbed her brother's hand. Did I ever tell you how much people hated me in my old world? He asked after a beat of silence. He didn't wait for a reply, instead he continued. Yeah. They really did. They hated me for what I held, what I represented, and for what they lost. Even then, as a child, I didn't understand until I met the very reason the villagers hated me. Humans, supernaturals, are alike in a few ways, but one of the biggest similarity is that they're afraid of things they don't understand. He said softly, his arm wrapped around both his son and daughter's shoulders. But when they hated me, I found something worth fighting for, worth dying for, and in the end I gave up my life because of it. But never once did I raise my hand to those who hated me unjustly. Eli wiped his tears away. But Papa, that boy said, you're a monster, and Mama too. Naruto gazed sadly in his son's eyes. Do you think your mama and me are monsters? He asked. The boy shook his head in shock. Of course not. Papa, you and Mama are my heroes. Naruto chuckled, ruffling his son's head. Then that's all me and your mama needs, the fact that our beautiful children believes we're their heroes. Because even all the praise in the world doesn't mean as much as your thoughts, and you want to know why? He asked with a beaming smile tugging at his lips. Ava and Eli shook their heads at the question. The only reason why me and your mama care about what you think about us is because you, Ava and Nicola, are our legacies. The end. Hope y'all enjoyed this movie.
I'm your driver tomorrow. I'm driving.
You know this ain't no 10-second race.
I got nothing but time.
Dollars.
Let's go. Wait. I gotta start the song over.
The fuck?
Okay, go.
Dollars.
Mama had to cater for the cook that we rolled at the school on the wedding pot pies.